Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same rule.
Aquí mismo, en el Zócalo, hace cerca de 5 años, tomamos entre todos y todas la decisión de seguir luchando hasta lograr la transformación del país. Porque si después del fraude nos hubiésemos retirado, o peor aún, si hubiésemos transado con la mafia del poder, hoy no existiría este movimiento que es la única esperanza para millones de mexicanos, sobre todo para los más desamparados y pobres de México. Los resultados están a la vista. Actualmente tenemos comités del Movimiento Regeneración Nacional Morena en todos los municipios y nos hemos propuesto contar con un comité en cada una de las 65,000 secciones electorales del país. Asimismo, estamos llamando a ciudadanos que simpatizan con nuestro movimiento a que participen como protagonistas del cambio verdadero. Se trata de que cada mujer, cada hombre consciente se apersone y convenza entre familiares, amigos, vecinos, compañeras y compañeros de trabajo a 5 ciudadanos más. De esta forma, haciendo cada quien lo que nos corresponde y de manera pacífica, sin violencia, con la participación organizada del pueblo, vamos a lograr que se inicie una nueva etapa en la historia de México. Los grandes y graves problemas nacionales se han originado o agravado porque un grupo se ha venido apropiando de los bienes del pueblo y ha confiscado todos los poderes. Por eso no queda más que derrotar a la oligarquía por la vía pacífica y electoral para establecer en México una auténtica democracia, un gobierno del pueblo y para el pueblo, que distribuya con justicia las riquezas de la nación y que haga posible el bienestar, la tranquilidad y la felicidad del pueblo. De modo que sí sabemos lo que se tiene que hacer para lograr el renacimiento de México. Pero lo primero, terminar con el predominio del pequeño grupo de potentados que actúan como amos y señores de México, que utiliza a un partido o a otro de acuerdo a lo que le conviene. Quieren que olvidemos que la actual crisis se gestó fundamentalmente cuando Salinas entregó a sus allegados empresas públicas, bancos y reservas mineras de la nación. En ese sexenio se creó la actual oligarquía y en estricto sentido esa política de pillaje se mantuvo con Cedillo, con Fox y hasta la fecha. En todo este periodo se han concesionado, según un nuevo dato que tenemos, 52 millones de hectáreas, es decir, el 27% del territorio de nuestro país. Ni durante el porfiriato se había llevado a cabo semejante enajenación de suelo patrio. No más engaños, no más injusticias, no más corrupción, no más saqueo, no más sufrimiento para nuestro pueblo. Vamos por un camino del todo nuevo. Digamos no al camino trillado de siempre. Todos podemos apoyar para orientar, convencer y organizar al pueblo. En lo que a mí corresponde, confieso que soy un hombre de fe y convicciones, con errores y defectos, como todos los seres humanos. En lo espiritual, profeso el amor al prójimo. Nunca me ha interesado el dinero, pero sostengo que no todo el que tiene es malvado. Y estoy convencido que por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. No lucho por la ambición al poder, sino por ideales y por principios. Y estoy consciente que la transformación de México no depende de un solo hombre, sino de la participación de mujeres y hombres que, como ustedes, han decidido tomar el destino del país en sus manos. Ustedes representan la conciencia honrada que se subleva ante la injusticia. Ustedes luchan por una nueva vida y trabajan por una patria nueva.
Hinghang ikimle chamte washtelo Yahui Jacobi Yahweh provides for us Hoyate king washte the people rejoice Hallelujah The clouds are moving, the journey begins. Tate, King Wiankelo, the wind carries us on. We follow your footsteps, your love is our song. Shalom Yahusha, peace Yahusha. Righteous in the way of life, we bow before you, Ancient One. Let your kingdom come. Hallelujah. Kadash, Kadash. We walk the path of life, guided by your truth and might. Higher, higher, we are Yahweh, Sham Yahuwah, Akan in the name of Yahweh, so shall it be. The great one, the ancient of days, the mighty creator. we give you our praise. From the rising sun to the stars so bright, Yahuwah reigns in power and light. Baruch Hashem Yahuwah, Baruch the name of Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Kadosh, 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 Shata. Kadosh, 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 you are Malak HaUlam, Jebaru Ata, King of the world, you are mighty. Wakantanka, Mitakuye Boyasin, Great Ruach, we are all related. Yahuwah Ahanu, which hashta oashta. Yahuwah, we love you. Baruch the people, your breath in the wind, your voice in the trees. Yahuwah, we bow on our knees. Who is like you?
Hey, Shalom Fab, let me work on something real quick, okay? Just give me a second. For some reason it's not working. Give me a second.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
All right, man. Hey, I had to shoot. I've been starting this video since I could recall, and since 2022, and I had to adjust today, like on the spot, because I don't want to subscribe to the whole pay yet. You know what I'm saying? It's like they charge you to do lives here. If you want to like take away the restream, you know, little ad here you see on the right side and stuff like that. And I was doing that for a couple of years, but I just don't feel like doing it right now, man. Shit, you know what I mean? I'm not getting paid for this. Not that I mind paying, I just don't feel like it. So, you know, that's why you guys saw the video a little awkward, and the whole timing, that shit was annoying, bro. You know, hold on a second. Hold on.
I have concepts of a plan.
Yeah, you know, I had a concept of a plan and shit, but I apparently didn't think about the whole plan.
I have concepts of a plan.
Hey, Nate, wait, hey, family.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
You guys know exactly what I mean. I'm talking about the anointed Mashiach. You know what I'm saying? Shalom, elder. I don't know, bro. You know, I'm almost 50, and I don't really feel like that old and shit. But I can see where you're coming from, and I appreciate the respect. But you have the same respect as I do, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, you get the same respect from me in that sense. So thank you too as well. If you're my age, well, shalom, elder. Shil Baba Ishtab. I believe that's what I'm saying right. What up, Kuya?
Fuck that.
No, I don't want to say that. My bad, bro. Fuck that. I didn't mean that, dude. I'm always touching the wrong buttons, man. Shit. Anyways, all right. So, listen. I played a message in the first time, in the beginning, and then I played this other song. You know, I'm not really into that type of, you know, music, but I like the fact that, first of all, a brother sent that to me. Thank you, bro. And I like the fact that Indigenous folks will catch that video, and they're gonna kind of wonder and question like where that comes from. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, all you little four that are here, thank y'all. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you guys here. So we're going to go into some heavy duty stuff, man. Listen, I want to say also, because I played it, you know, we're peaceful men. But don't cross the line when it comes to our family. Isaiah, that's when it becomes more like different. Just ask for people like ourselves, like Meshiachas and shit, like if any of us go to jail, what are your options if you're in there? There's not many. You know what I'm saying? So that's how the spirit is set. Unfortunately, the higher powers understand that. So they put a system, if you get caught up in that, you're not going to get, I mean, lucky you get out. You know, unless you're hiding. Anyhow, so we're gonna go through a couple things. I want to show this video to you brothers right here, because you know I little videos here, man.
What if there was a way to
not
know if a
not that video, okay? But I want to first of all emphasize this.
stock will be bullish or
I want to emphasize this fact, okay? Look at this brother right here. Look at this brother right here. I mean, you're gonna tell me that we're different people? You're gonna tell me Indigenous brothers and sisters, Native so-called Americans, and I say that like with respect, so-called, because like really, that's not even our name. But anyhow, do you really think we're different people, bro? Like, oh, you know, immigrants, Mexicans, we're not the same people, bro. This is like my fucking primo and shit. You know what I'm saying? So come on, bro. Let's get some real facts here. So I'm gonna show you guys some real history about who we are. I'm gonna show you how similarities between Nahua. Well, as a matter of fact, I'll say it like this. When you say Nahua, like Nahua, the Nahua language here in the Indigenous people, right? Well, Nahua, it's almost like Yahweh. All you got to do is put the L and the T in the end. Nahua, Yahweh. It's no different. Or Meshiach, which means anointed. And I'm also going to get into Ruach, which is Ruachan. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna show some love today to our people. And I'm not gonna get into like some, you know, bullshit stuff. Today is gonna be about our history and how we are and who we are according to the Bible. But I'm not gonna go to curses, maybe until later. I'm gonna show you guys who we are. So take notes. So when your family members ask you, like, oh, well, I'm a Christian. No, mom, I'd be like, mom, listen, look, this is who we are. Look, this right here, we eat this, we do this, we clear this, we blah, 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 blah. I'm going to tell you guys, I'm telling you right now, I got about 12 pages of notes. Stick around for like 2-3 hours. Take notes, I'm telling you, man, because it's going to be worth it, okay? So, before I get started, let me just say what's up to the last people, and then I'm going to get going. All right, so what's up, sis? How you doing? La Meshi. Hey. Good to have you here. Hola, familia. Alguien, hold on. I love that shit. A ver, que alguien me explique, güey. It's because the reason I like that is because when I was morro, I was, you guys know, I'm from Guadalajara, right? I was born there. So when I was a morro and shit, I would always ask my mom, like, Mom, pues, ¿de dónde agarraron la palabra de cabrón? Like, where did it come from? Like, cabrón and shit. Like, and she's like, well, I think it comes from this word, cabra, because cabras are fucking hard-headed. I'm like, okay. So where did the word pendejo? You know what I mean? So I was always curious about words. As you can see, I read a lot now, Most High woke up the spirit. So when I go, I totally understand. All right, we're the same people separated by borders. That's right. Let me got you. What's up, RSK, bro? Good to have you here, bro. Genesis 25:26, and the sons of Siltha, Leah handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padam Aram. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something. No offense to you, but kids, we all do it. We all do it. Everybody reads everything but that freaking word at the end. Where the hell is Padam Aram, fam? In the land of Aramea. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's not forget. Let's go now. We're going to start with the class. Look, take notes, fam. Let's go.
Either political party, either political candidate.
They're asking questions about political party, but my point being is this. Look at our gente. This is our gente, bro, and they're so-called Native Americans. You know what I'm saying, bro? Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop. Get the veil out of your fucking face, because for a long time, people took our heritage from us, and we're going to get that shit back. Let's go.
Candidate is focusing, is giving enough attention to tribal issues?
I don't think they do as much as they should, being that we're the Aboriginal landholders of all of the land. So
I almost forgot about that. Let me read that again. Being that we are the Aboriginal landholders of all this land. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Prior to anybody else here, when we came, this was empty. Okay? So we were the Christopher Columbus. Now, we call him Cristobal Culero. That's what we call him. Hold on a second. Fuck that puto. And all you guys that really think that when he showed up here that they saw some other people. No, that's not the case. Let's go. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, brother. I just saw you when I paused. Good to have you here, man. No, hold on. No. Stop. I always forget to go. Good to have you here, bro. By the way, I called you a couple times. Don't be mad at me, man. Call me back. Hey, let's go.
I don't think they really pay attention to us as much as they should, or take our feelings into consideration of what they do with our land. They've murdered Indigenous women, and there's not a lot of light that's shed to that, and I feel like they should, because I know some of my cousins, some of my aunties, and some of my sisters, they've all been through that type of stuff, and we just need to do better.
They never fixed the roads, so one big thing was fixing the roads on the Navajo Nation, putting highways on those dirt roads, but that's what would help the people and save their vehicles.
Immigrants are coming into our land, and a lot of they're doing a lot of land buyback now, and a lot of...
By the way, I do want to clear this up, which she said immigrants, right? So you would think, oh, she's talking about Mexicans. No, actually, because Mexicans ain't going in there buying their land back. She's talking about a different type of immigrant. Let's go.
Our lands are been taken, so that's not good, for our tribes,
The gun laws, I know that there's a lot of shooting going on in the schoolyards now, but, it's just the kids that...
You see this dude right here, border supporting Trump, bro. You see what I'm saying? And he's a supposedly Native American, and they feel like they're not like raza. this fucking paisa right here, bro. Like literally, they would deport his ass if it wasn't because he has that certificate. You know what I mean?
That probably weren't raised right. I'm not sure. But back in my day, if you had trouble in school, you duked it out. You had a fist fight. Nowadays, they take the kids take the guns to school.
Actually, we can still do it, bro. That's the other nations. Let's go.
We're really lacking infrastructure on the Navajo reservation, utilities, water, power, and even roads. A lot of things like that. I'm a retired coal miner, and I realize what burning carbon fuel and mining and processed carbon fuels, it's really hard on our climate. And as the years go on, we realize we have to at least think of our younger generations coming up, that they enjoy a healthy environment.
I'm glad that he has a very good outlook because technically that's the kind of people we should be looking out for our next generation. You know what I'm saying? There you go, right there. Padam Aram filled a plain or tableland in northern Mesopotamia in Aram. So land of Aram, sort of Padam Aram, field of Aram, right? That's why I'm saying it's important to say stuff like that and to read stuff like that. Now, let me remind you guys of something here real quick. Whenever I share with you guys my so-called DNA, white man science and shit, it says that I'm, predominantly this and predominantly that, 92% indigenous of these lands, been here for 2,000 years, and then it puts my bloodline, forefathers over there, like right there in Nineveh, Padam Aram. Oh, Padam Aram. It puts my forefathers' bloodline in Padam Aram, right? So now, but the interesting thing about my stuff, and I'm only can speak for myself, right? And I'm blending white science with history and Bible because technically that's all we got. So, other than the spirit, but nobody can judge you based on your spirit because nobody really can tell. So this is who we are and we prove it. Anyhow, they said that I technically have from the Quechua Aymara tribe. Okay. So now this is from a book called, let me show you something real quick. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Do I still have it? Oh, yeah. So let me show you this book. You know me, man, my little fucking humor and shit. I'm not a funny man, bro, but I try to be. When I try to be, I guess I suck. Anyways, so I got this book called El Pueblo Hebreo. And by the way, so let me before I read this, let me explain something to you, fam. When I first moved in here, I was kind of trying to keep quiet because I'm in a garage. So I managed to put surround sound to avoid from the sound of the background music and me talking, because sometimes I could be loud from going outside, right? So that's why I was kind of in a different mood set. But now I have a little more freedom, you know what I mean? I'm a little more flexible. I know I got my, set up a little bit better. So that's why, you kind of feeling it now, because I missed it, man. I ain't gonna lie. I missed having that freedom of, going into this history without worried about nothing outside. That's the best way to look at things. Anyway, so let's move on. El Pueblo Hebreo, that's what the book is called. Por Julia Rosa, right? Julia Rosa R. Delani. Okay, so we're going to go to page 14. Let's see, okay, here it goes, page 14. All right, so here it goes right here. All right, so check it out. Page 14, and it says, I'm going to read in Spanish, and then, we're going to move on. It says, pero si estas felicianos son ingeniosos, no solo son menos las que corresponden a la lengua quechua y aymara, que proceden del hebreo y del caldeo. So they, in a way, say that we're Phoenicians, right? And I'll take that, whatever. It's all good. People say the shit that they want to say, history, whatever. But if you study your own history, you know that those are just words, right? And it says here that the Quechua and Aymara tribe speak Hebreo, que they proceed of del Hebrew and Chaldean. Así resulta al menos en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas. So they're saying that the similarities that they hear and see between the Quechua and the Aymara tribe in comparison to the Semitic language, Hebrew or Chaldean, right? Those are Semitic from Padam around. Damn it, man. I always get it wrong. Anyways, sorry, fam. It says here, en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas o análogos significaciones, pero por no fatigar el lector, me limitaré a pocos ejemplos. So he's saying, so without like further ado, let me just get to the point. Los vocables México, Perú, cacique, sinato, canoa, macana, ana y racha vienen de los hebreos masi. Let me say it again. Los vocables, meaning the words Mexico, Perú, cacique, sinato, canoa, macana, ana y ruaca. You see what I'm saying? Like ruacan, like huracan wind, because that's what ruach means, is a spirit wind, a powerful wind, right? Vienen de los hebreos masi, dice, me miraron masi para acautín, sinail, canon, macha, ana y raca. Then it says here, Tupac viene de Topa y Tobi. That's why, you got people like that, they steal the name and steal the heritage. Like Tupac Shakur wants to supposedly, his mother was like, oh, we're here and, Egyptians and they fucking traveled. Man, shut your ass up with that crap. I'm sick of that stupid game. So, los vocables Mexico, Peru, Caric. I'm going to go to the top. Peru, cacique, cashi. But they're going to spell it the way they can. Cacique. And remember, the pronunciation and the kind of the reason why Hebrew is so powerful is because that's how it was pronounced. Ka, wa, ha, la, ha. But it's all about how you say it, right? So, for example, no mames, güey. Like, we're saying, like, come on, don't fuck around with me, bro. But then if I say you, no seas güey, that means don't be stupid. Big difference, huh? And only a Hebrew would know that. But all you, wobbles and shit. Hold on a second. All you keep wishing. Anyways, it says Akautin Sinail Canon, like canon, Masha o Ana y Raka. Tupac viene de Topa y Tobi, familia de Israel. Y a los lectores que observen que uno es Tupac y el otro Tobi, contesta el autor que mudarse la O en U fue muy fácil. So Tupac meaning too big, something to that effect. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So let's move on here, because we're going to tackle these things. We are going to tackle these. Matter of fact, let me do something real quick, family. Hold on. Yeah. Give me a moment. I gotta do something real quick. Give me about sorry, man. Shoot, bro. I was trying to get this fixed. Give me about a minute and a half, fam. I gotta run to the bathroom. All right, give me a moment. I promise. My bad.
Kadosh, Kadosh, you are Malak Ha'ulam, Jebaru Ata, King of the world, you are mighty. Wakan Tanka, Mitakuye Boyasin, Great Ruach, we are all related. Yahuwah Ahanu, which hashta oashta. Yahuwah, we love you. Baruch the people, your breath in the wind, your voice in the trees. Yahuwah, we bow on our knees. Who is like you? Shaka
All right, my bad. I'm also watching my son. It's just me and my son, so, you know, he asked me a question. All right, so here's where we left off. Let's move on right here. What's going on here? You going to freeze on me now? Great. Give me a second, family. All of a sudden, I got problems. Anyway, so let's continue real quick. I'm gonna show you guys a picture. A brother posted it. Brother VTC. Okay. And this word right here. So he posted this on his channel. And you know, if you like me, you're always like in and out of the scriptures, you know, every day. Like there's just no way to deny it. It's just no matter what it is, I look into it, check out a word. I mean, not read the entire day, but I will read a phrase. Not read like a chapter or something, but I'll read a phrase or I'll look up a word. Or I'm always in and out of that, right? So when the brother posts this, I'm like, oh, huracan, from Taino, right? Name of a storm, deity adopted into Spanish and English. Now that's what caught my attention, deity. So that's where I was like, deity. Wait a minute, what does that mean? Why would it be deity? So then I started looking into particular things, right? And and then I posted on his stuff after some, you know, little due diligence. I said in the Bible the word wind is ruach, H7307 in the concordance, right? Instead of in S, I should have put N. So keep in mind that time does change the language and pronunciation. So let's consider the word huracan, right? So I was just saying that. So let's consider the word huracan, hurricane or huracan. Now consider the word ruach, but add a kana after. So like ruach khan, right? Like ruach khan or ruach an or ruach khan or huracan. By the way, the Quechua language was very similar to the Hebrew. So let me show you something. Let's see. Give me a moment. Let me see this real quick. So ruach right here, like look, watch.
Strong's H7307. Ruach. Ruach.
Ruach, right? Ruach or ruach. That's a primitive word.
Strong's H7306. Ruach. Ruach.
Well, that's how they say it. Supposedly. Right? So it says wind, breath, mind, spirit. Wind, gas, breath. Hey, you know, brother mentioned it looks like the Milky Way, right? Gas, supposedly they say the Milky Way is made out of gases and shit. I'm just, you know, messing with you. Not really, but you know what I'm saying? Just trying to paint the picture of how things do matter and the origin of it. The scriptures talk about the ruach being a wind. Huracan is the name of a storm, meaning a wind. I should have said Mexico, but whatever. Anyways, I'm going to keep that page up there because we're going to continue. Now, I've shared this with y'all before. So let me share it with you guys again. This is from a book called, here, I have it, but I took some pictures. It says, an Exodus spoken language, the link between the Maya and Semitic during pre-Columbian times. And, you know, I think it's important for us to start asking this question because, you know, they say that there's some people, if you talk a certain way, then you're anti-Semitic. The so-called Caucasians want to claim that they're Japhetic, supposedly. I mean, I'm just saying, that's what it is, like the national norm and shit. So then I'm like, well, who the fuck are we then? It's time to, I'm sorry, it's time to start asking these questions. All right, so it says here, Maya, the hidden language. The purpose of this book is to demonstrate that the ancient Quechua Maya language, once again, I told you guys and I shared it before, that so-called science says that my tribe is from the Quechua Aymara tribe, okay? The Maya language has been identified as having its roots in the Middle Eastern Semitic tongue. If you're saying we're something else, what the hell? This identification comes from stories, words, and phrases from in the famous book of the community Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the ancient Maya, the Título Kogi, I believe, Annals of the Caciques, and the Título de los Señores de Lototo Nicapan, as well as, yada, 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 yada. And it's talking about the similarities between the Maya text and the Hebrew text. Okay? And one particular similarity, let me just get to the point because I don't like wasting time. I like to go to work. That's what I do. That's the kind of man I am. Maya account. The Quechua Maya list is in most of its títulos in Popol Vuh an ancestor called Balam Akab, whose people lived in the east, across the sea, so-called ocean, in a land called Tulan. The Quechian civilization, or Quechuan civilization, like Carmack, you can find this on page 287. These quote-unquote ancestors of the Quechi or Quechua Maya were supposedly white. What a coincidence. Come on, man.
Puto. Fuck that puto.
I don't like this crap when they try to but hey, listen, it's what we call black and white. Both of them. $5 ones. Dark ones. Yellow ones. If you ain't indigenous, get the F off our seed, man. It says here, they claim to be a people of two lordships, one people, two lordships, whose ancestors had come from a region of 7 caves. They listed these forefathers with the title Balaam, which appropriately, in Hebrew means Lord. Okay? So pay attention to that. Page 14, the following page. It says, the Bible has it says Israelite account. The Bible has it that the forefather of the people of Israel and Judah, one people, two lordships, was called Jacob, Yaakov. You see that right there? You see the difference? Show you. It says here, Akab. Next page says, Yaakov. Latest name, Israel. His name is based on the Hebrew prime root Akab, like what we read before, meaning to supplant, as he was to supplant his elder brother Esau, Edom, Idumea. Were you an Israelite of his time, you could have referred to him as Baal Yaakov, meaning Lord Jacob.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
If you're referring to his immediate family or his successors, you might say Balaam Yaakov, Lord of Jacob. To carry this idea a bit further, had you followed the common Hebrew practice of dropping the first vowel, da-da-da-da-da. You can see that right there. You know what I mean? Let's keep it 100, right? Are we going to try to do that? Let me see if I can get to page, hold on, I have it here, page 82. So check this out. So we see here several names: Balaam Kitza, Lord Akab, or Lord Yaakov, and Maju Kotash. Maju or Mahu Kotash. I don't know how you pronounce it. You know what I'm saying? I don't. You know what I mean? To be honest, I don't know. But here it says, Lord nations cut off, Lord supplant Moses, supplant Jacob, meaning Balaam Kitzi, Lord of nations. Balaam Yaakov, meaning Lord Jacob. And then this is Moses holy, or Moses the holy. And then Yahweh, right? Yahweh, like Nahwat. Iki Balaam the Great. Now, we're talking about the comparison. Balaam Kitsi, Balaam Yakakbak, or I'm sorry, Balaam Akab or Yakab or Jacob, Lord Jacob. And they're even expressing it themselves that it makes perfect sense. Lord of cut off nation, nobles of Jacob, Israel, sanctified, Yah's great congregation, meaning chosen people, chosen. So we just looked at page 13 and 14. Give me a second. Let me get something. So we see here, and also, you know, a lot more to come with that. So the next page that we're going to look at is this one right here. Okay, page 36 and 37. Okay, so here we see. Matter of fact, you know what? Did I share with you guys? I mean, you know what? Let me do this. Let me hold on a second, fam. You know, because what I didn't do is I didn't even do this. So let's pull up a name called Jacob. Just any random one. Like I'm just gonna go to random, okay? So you can see I'm not planning this. I totally forgot to. Jacob right here. Okay? Remember we were reading just a little while ago the pronunciation of, you know what I'm saying? Jacob, Yaakov, in the Quechua language. You get what I'm saying? Balaam, Yaakov, or Akab, right? You know that. Balaam, Yaakov, or Akab, right? Okay, so let's not forget. So it says here, Yaakov. Look how he says it.
Strong's H 3290. Yaakov.
Come on, man. Look.
Strong's H 3291. Yaakov,
right? So this is technically the name of Jacob. Yaakov. Look how it's spelled. Yaak, right? And we go back here into the page, and you see this right here. Balaam Akab, but in the next page, you see Balaam Yaakov, right? Okay, so what do you see here? Yaakov. Come on, brothers. You need to stop playing games with this stuff. And this is pretty simple. Okay? But now let's get to the next part. So now we're talking about Shishen Itza. Joy brought forth. So technically it says Shishen Itza joyously brought forth. Now here, let me give you a little bit more meaning. This is page 37. Israel account for actual Hebrew biblical usage of the expression, the exact text used by Popavul, Psalms 105:43. We'll read it in a little bit, but look, Itza Shishin. They say it right here. Psalms 105:43. And he brought forth his people with joy. The term brought means the slavery in Egypt. The word is used in the first commandment, has brought you forth and carried out the contextual meaning more fully. Shishen, joy in the relief, both from slavery and from years of wandering in the desert as punishment for the sins. The Shishin Itza in Guatemala is, in fact, a ceremonial city, perhaps, blah, blah, blah. Now, I want you to keep mindful of these words, these breakdowns, these things that we're getting into, because I'm going to show you how the tamal is broken down in the Bible. Because these are the things that you have to know. If you don't know, then and some idiot can come in here and fucking tell you some stupid ass story and then put a fucking feather in his head and tell you, hey, listen, not only am I indigenous, but I'm a Hebrew too. Come on, man. So look, listen.
Strong's H 8345. Shishi.
So when you see the page, I want to consider also these right here. 8342 and 83, that's concordance. H8342 and H8340 through H8348 or H3318. Joy brought forth. That's what I'm actually, doing. See? Now I'm going back and forth. I'm sorry. I was in this one here. Here it goes right here. Is it this one or which one is it? H1. Hold on. Let me go back. It says it's between these three, H43, H8342. So let's do the work. Because, you got some people that will actually be like, you're lying. H40. Oh, sorry. What's up? Hold on a second. This is my son. Give me a second. What's up, Papa? Huh? Okay, I'll be back. Okay. Give me a second. I got to do something for my son. Bear with me, man. You know what I'm saying? For you guys that know, in case you don't, like, my son's autistic. He's 24 years old. He's just disabled. So, I gotta attend to him. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. I'll be right back. I'll play a song. Let's see. Hold on a second. Because he may take a few minutes. I already know he's asking for. So, hold on. It is what it is, family. It's not a big deal, man. We're here to serve. Remember, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. You guys need to learn about those kind of things. All right? I'll be right there.
The 3 for me, only at Chili's.
Just trying to set it up. It's going to take about a two and a half minutes, maybe worse, maybe 3. I already know what he needs. Give me a second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launching.
$10.99 you can eat.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos.
Okay, all right. Man, my bad. Man, my bad. Anyway, so let me see where I left off. Shishin, right?
Strong's H8344. Sheshai.
Sheshai, right?
Sheshai.
So we're talking about Shishin Itza. And then I believe this was
Strong's H8345. Shishi.
Shisheng. So it talks about it being joyful. But then it's like, okay, unless I got the wrong one. I'm sorry if I got a little confused, family, but man, I thought I had the right one. This little interjection thing, sometimes it gets in the way. Let me play this real quick. Let me see what the hell.
Strong's H3318. Yatsa.
To go out forth, right? To go out forth. So the brother was, okay, that's right. The brother was saying, or at least not the brother. The book is telling us that it's between H8342 through H8348. As you can see, the pronunciations are very similar. Okay, for the sake of time, I'll let you guys do the homework on that. because I kind of got a little bit out of sync. So let me kind of go with my topic. Okay, so forgive me here real quick. Now let me show you something. At least we can get into that scripture, because at least in the way that it's read, you can see what he means. You can see what he's saying. Okay, hold on. It says, Chichen Itza, after 40 years of wandering, they finally reach Chichen Itza. And the way that the meaning is, joy brought forth. Okay? Chichen Itza. Right? So, joy brought forth, brought out of land. Or brought to a land or some sort like that, right? Okay. Let's go to Psalms 105, 43. And it says there, and he brought forth his people with joy and his chosen with gladness. So you can see the similarity in regards to the pronunciation. And again, we can only go as far as the interpretation. But when you compare the pronunciation, when you compare what it actually says, after 40 years of wandering, they finally reached Chichen Itza, which means joy brought forth. And then Psalms 43, and he brought forth his people with joy and his chosen with gladness, meaning to where? To the land that he chose for them. Now let's check this out real quick. This caught my attention. And again, I'm going to the particular details, and then we're going to move on from this book. Because it's not an easy thing to interpret, to be honest. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a pro at this, and I'm not. I'm doing my best. So here we see in page 78 that chosen people, the Titulo Koi or Koyoi, proclaims that the Maya Israelite forefathers were a beloved people. So here somehow he puts Israelites in, and it's I cannot remember what those lines, what the pronunciation of those lines mean is. To forgive me, I'm not a scholar. I didn't go to college or school, or really high school wasn't that great. To be honest, I only really been learning how to read since the Most High woke me up, man. It's be crazy shit, to be honest. I'm sure you guys don't believe it, but it's true. It says forefathers were a beloved Quechian or Quechua civilization on page 288, who after these wandering arrived to Jo Balam Kana. They stayed there a while and they did things there. They passed time. And finally, they arrived in Quiche, Guatemala. So he's talking about this word right here, Jo Balam Kana. Jah or Jo. Lord, people, Canaan. Right? Now he says that the people, the ancestors of the Quechua, dabbled in Canaan for a while. Now we know that Israel was in Tokla. Well, initially was Canaan because, Canaan was invading. He shouldn't have been there. The whole story. So now we're talking about a nation that says in the land of Canaan, and all of a sudden, before they went to Guatemala. Be mindful that when you read the scriptures, that even when you read a verse, one verse could be, for example, 1 year. The next verse could mean like 10, 20 years later or 2-3 months. I don't know, man. I wasn't there at the history, but I mean, they wrote this history into this book as much as they could. Can you imagine? There's 1,440 minutes a day. How much can you record on one little book? Right? So now, let me show you exactly what this means, because on page 82, it kind of tells you a little bit more. It says, as we begin to look at this titulo, we see a different, less degenerate style of Semitic writing among the Maya. The forefathers are listed in the Papabul and the Titulo Koi. They always appear in grouping, usually in this order. Balam Kitsi, Balam Yakab or Akab, and Maju Koal. This is what we read earlier. So it's talking about the where is it at? Don't tell me I didn't set it up. Hold on a second, fam. My bad. Give me a moment. Is this the page? I think I might have left out. A page, fam, and I apologize. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I did get a little distracted. So let me show you something real quick. Let's just go to something real quick. See this moment. Hold on. We got the kids. Oh, here it goes right here. My bad. Okay. So I found this book here. And here, to me, it was very interesting. So I figured I'll share it with you. In regards to what we actually read. Okay. So in this referencing here, right? This name that we just read. This, where you at? This name right here, okay? They got this from this section, this book called Quichean Civilization, the Ethnohistoric, Ethnographic, and Archaeological Sources, okay, by Robert Cormack. So he reads, or writes here, something very interesting. Page 288, I guess he divides it in page 7 of that chapter. They did it there, just the young wasp and bees. They covered themselves with bark clothing. Then they left. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me go up a little bit. I'll start right here because it's just, kind of giving you a little bit of history, but it's not that different. So let's start right here to get to the point. Then they left and arrived there at Tikaj Shalib. I'll do my best to pronounce it. They went up and there they took out the stone that was brought from the east, along with the pison, kakal. There was no fire. One time they ate at Tikaj for far away. Every day in truth, they were beloved people. Listen to this. Every day. Then it says, in truth, they were beloved people. They, lords Balam Kitsa, Balam Akab, and then it says Mahuko Taj. Aki Balam, they, the first people, lords. So this is where they got the reference from. They abandoned that place and later arrived at Jo Balam, Kana Lu Ilue. Now, I've seen a brother on Facebook, and I got to reach out to him, that he used these words like this together. And he said that's a Hebrew word, okay? So forgive me if I don't have the complete answer to this. But this was the reference that they were actually using here. When you go into this book, that word, Jo Balam Kana. So we're just referencing Jo Balam Kana Lu, where he got it from. So you can see. Okay? Now, when you think about the history of our people, the similarities. So, I mean, we can go to the most obvious, right? The most obvious, and I think a lot of people wouldn't doubt, wouldn't argue with this right here. Numbers 15:38. Because you can't argue with that. Speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make fringes in the borders of their garments. I mean, I played the whole video about the brother playing flute, and you can see fringes off his shoulders throughout their generations. Now, everybody here understood that the indigenous people are the only ones wearing, fringes. And it shall be unto you for a fringe. Now, in case you don't know, We call them, give me a second. We call them, here, I'll say it like this. We have a few names for them. Panchos. No, panchos, maybe have panchos to wear. Right? We have those right there. Let's see that? These right here. And what do you got under there? You got fringes, right? We also have something called rebosos. Sorry. What is that right there? Rebosos or fringes. I gotta go to Amazon. Just right here. Rebosos, right here. These are fringed up. We have something called fajas to wear. Not that fajas. Oh God, that's not what it meant. Nah, I guess I won't be able to find it. Let me see. I'll give you this one. With pilas. See this right here? With pilas. Usually they have fringes in the bottom. They have some type of fringe hang right there. Look, like it goes over your body. These are like traditional garments, you know what I'm saying, that our sisters wear, you know, all over Mexico, Central America too. So most of these, they do, you know, they don't have fringes, but some of them do. Now, look, fringes also can be found, here, I'll show you, in shawls, I think they call them. See? See? But it's the same thing that we wear. Now, let me tell you something real quick. I'm just kind of getting started. This is from Ecolonomics, I guess, or Ecolonomics. Harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in God, man, I can't read today. Regenerative agriculture. Harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in the regenerative agriculture. Okay? So listen to this real quick. In a quest for sustainable and eco-friendly farming practices, the amalgamation of regenerative agriculture with indigenous knowledge stands out as a beacon of hope. This unique blend not only fosters biodiversity, soil health, and ecosystem resilience, but also encapsulates centuries of traditional ecological wisdom. Let's delve into how symbiosis of these practices offer a promising path towards creating a sustainable food system. So what does this mean? Okay, what are they talking about? They're talking about a way that we do rotational agriculture. Okay? Here, I'm going to show you something real quick. Right there. You see, at the heart of indigenous knowledge system lies a profound understanding of the interdependence of all living entities. Do you understand what that means? The profound understanding of interdependence of all living entities. That means that we have respect for the dirt, the trees, the grass, the insects, the animals. We have a balanced, a robust, serious way of dealing with our land. Then it says here, and the importance of nurturing a harmonious relationship with nature. Why do you think we are so close to our families? Now, indigenous practice such as agroforestry, intercropping, and rotational farming naturally embody the principle of regenerative agriculture. Now, why do you think that's important? I'll show you why it's important. Okay. Let's go to Exodus 23. It says here, verse 10, in the 6th year thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. See this? In the 6th year thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. See, meaning here we're already, it's setting up a precedent, meaning he's about to clear something up. He's saying, look, by the 6th year, get all the crops together. Do you understand that now? Then it says, but the 7th year, thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And when they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and thy olive yard, meaning the land, you let it be. You let that land rest. You don't touch it. All that food, whatever, don't harvest it. Leave it alone. On the 7th year, leave it be. Let the people that are poor, let it eat from that. Why? Because you have to let the lands rest. Now, why am I bringing this up considering rotational farming? Because obviously, family, you have to already have a land ready to skip those years. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not going to go a whole freaking year empty without farming, meaning you've already cycled in another spot. So that's called rotational farming, which is why you let one land rest because you have another land working. So it's a cycle. Why do you think it talks about jubilees and all these concepts?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
We need to really understand the wisdom that each one of us carries in our blood vessel. Leviticus 25:3, 6 years thou shalt sow thy field. In 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyards and gather in the fruit thereof. See? In the 6th year, get everything. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land. Remember, keep in mind why I read this to you, because apparently some of these people need to be taught these things, right? What did they come to? We're green thumbs, family. You know what I mean? It's called intercropping, rotational farming, agroforestry, simple things called indigenous practices. That's why I called the class what I called it. Okay, some of you, I forgot about it. An indigenous Hebrew heritage. Got to be mindful. It tells us, how can you sow land rested one year without having to feed everybody? Think about that. We got to be mindful of these things. All right, let's continue. Next time your mom tries to tell you to go to church on Sunday, ask your mom where she thinks that we come from. Like, who are we according to the Bible? Literally, who are we according to the Bible? Ask your mom or your dad or whatever, whoever wants to invite you to church. If they're still trying to get you there. Here's why. Exodus 12:8. What does this sound like, family? You that know what I'm talking about. And they shall eat the flesh in that night. Roast with fire. And unleavened bread. I mean a flat bread. And by the way, unleavened means masa. And masa means what? You make tortillas out of what? Masa. So it says, get a piece of meat, roast that shit, excuse my language, with a flat tortilla and with bitter herbs, they shall eat it. That sounds to me like a carne asada taco. It's pretty simple. Can't get any simpler than that. I mean, let's just kind of go with the basics. Okay? Now, the reason I'm trying to teach and share this with y'all is because you need to understand how close we are to these scriptures, because, you know, a lot of people do a lot of things that are in the Bible. You know, a lot of nations were enslaved. Yes, a lot of nations do certain things and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And there's some history in them, but which ones are really known by these things? 2 Samuel 17:28 says something interesting, because he's talking about foods. You know, they're, you know, pitched in land, right? And he brought breads and basins and earthen vessels, you know what I mean? They brought all kinds of sorts of things for the people. And barley, 2 Samuel 17:28, brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and flour and parched corn. I find it ironic that it's corn and beans. Corn and beans, like frijoles con tortillas. Or frijoles o tortillas con lentejas. Come on, brothers. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I grew up with that stuff. Come on, bro. Why are we? I mean, you know, matter of fact, I'll even support it with another verse. Just kind of taking it easy today. You know, proving a point of how simple it is to find yourself in this book. I'm sorry, where am I looking for? Am I looking for this one? No, that's not it. Ezekiel, fool. Ezekiel 4:9. There it goes right here. It says here, take thou also unto thee wheat and barley and beans and lentils. Now, I emphasize this because beans and lentejas is a big freaking deal in Mexico, in indigenous lands, in the Caribbean. We use these two ingredients, or I should say, these two items on almost every plate. I mean, sopa de lentejas. We make a lot of different things. I've had lentejas de tortillas. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, let's be honest here. Now, this is another one that you guys probably never heard of. Hopefully you have if you watch this channel. But I'm going to show you something. So here we see the people complaining after they left Egypt, you know. Complaining, typical. So they're remembering, and they say, we remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely. It says the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but let me show you something. I have actually seen this, okay, before people get confused. There is such a thing, okay, as ceviche de melon. Now, ceviche, you make it with fish. People use, you know, shrimp and shit, and they shouldn't, but they do. So this is why I tell you how, like, for real, you're like, literally, like, even our diet is in here. We remember the fish we did eat. With what? With cucumbers and melons and leeks and onions. So you can see these green things right here. And I don't doubt it, they're cucumbers. Okay? Because cucumbers are fresh. In case you don't do it, you should try it. Leeks is the end of the onions. Some people put garlic and shrimp, some people don't. It's not difficult to find you. We'll show you this quick. Are you serious? All right, whatever. Here, I had this video. Oh, that's right. My bad. VTC, I was going to show your video. But that's the other channel that they shut down. Okay, so I'm going to show you something real quick. Kind of get to the point.
What if I told you one of the crispiest and tastiest street snacks is actually grasshoppers? Would you try this Mexican delicacy? Meet chapulines, Mexico's crunchy, protein-packed snack. These grasshoppers have been eaten for centuries, but they're not just a survival food. Crunchy, protein-packed snack. These grasshoppers have been eaten for centuries, but they're not just a survival food. They're a flavor bomb. They're toasted with garlic, lime, and chili, giving them a tangy, smoky crunch. And guess what? Mexico eats over 500 tons of chapulines every year. Would you try it?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 22. And it says, even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind.
I have concepts of a plan.
Hold on, that's for you guys. How come you guys can't prove this stuff? I mean, seriously, how come you can't prove it? This is from the I got this in the at a library. They were selling some old books. It's called Bible Encyclopedia Condensed. It's a heavy duty book, man. I'm so lucky I even have it. Praise to the Most High for that. Anyways, in this book, it gives you a lot of definitions. It's a lot smaller than the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. This is called the Bible Encyclopedia. Okay, don't confuse them. But in here, we see the picture of who? Locusts. And it says Matthew 3:4 says, and John's food was locusts and wild honey. Mark 1:6 talks about it. Exodus 10:4-19. Moses stretched forth his rod. See this here? Why is this important? Why is this significant? Why does this matter? Why would it matter? Because it matters. It matters. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's go. Look, listen.
Norman's about to eat something, some insect or something of some sort, and here he goes. Go ahead.
What's that?
Still alive.
I ain't gonna try that.
What'd I tell you, bro? Hold on, let me do it again. Hold on, one more time. Come on, bro. If it ain't in you, it ain't in you. Stop trying to be. But listen.
What's the market without local snacks to munch on?
Fam, everything I'm showing today is about you. Nothing but you. It's all about you. Okay? So let's go.
These are called chapulinas, which is just another way of saying fried grasshoppers.
On today's episode, Eating with Rich, I'm visiting my parents' hometown in Santana and Xamaluco, Puebla, which is in Mexico. I'm eating chapulines, aka grasshoppers. They get roasted on a pan. They covered in chile, sal, y limon. Then more salsa if you like it spicy. Growing up, I used to eat these as a snack when I spent my summer vacations in Mexico. Would you give them a try? Let me know in the comments.
All right, man, I'm having fun with this shit, man, because guess what? This is our history, bro. And you should damn well
See this? These are grasshoppers, and you're gonna eat them with me. Toss them onto a sheet pan. We hit it with a little bit of oil, salt, and chili powder, and then toss it in the oven to get nice and crisp. Those are little grasshopper legs. Rub them together to remove the legs, and roast at 350 for 10 to 15 minutes. As soon as it comes out of the oven, we hit.
Even the Edomites want to have some of that shit. Yeah. Let's go. One more.
Would you ever try a grasshopper? They're super good. My girlfriend, on the other hand, that didn't go so well.
Oh my god, it literally, the body
The body freaks me out, and the little legs and the head is like staring at me.
I'm telling you, man, this is heavy duty. Now, listen, this what I found so interesting, aside from these things, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, this is simple stuff. You know, like, as a matter of fact, look at this. Let me see this right here. Listen, I'm gonna skip it and hop away from Tijuana, bro. Let me know if you guys want some. I'll get some for you. I'll pack it up, and I'll mail it to you. Just let me know if you guys want some. I'll fucking hook you up. Okay. So, anyways, but now here's a beautiful point. I do have a beautiful point because there is, you know, again, this is why I say don't get stuck with translations. You know, because some translations will say one thing and another translation will say another thing. So in this translation of Psalm 68, 7 through 10, it says this interesting thing. It says, God, when you took the lead with your people, when you marched out into the wild, earth shook, sky broke out in the sweat. God was on the march. Even Sinai trembled at the sight of God on the move, meaning the mountain. At the sight of Israel's God, you pour out rain in buckets, O God. Thorn and cactus become an oasis for your people to camp in and enjoy.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Man, come on, bro. If you guys don't understand that cactus does have liquid, and you can eat cactus, you can fry it, you know what I'm saying? You can eat it raw as long as you peel the outside. It cures a lot of your shit. It'll keep you freaking alive, in case you didn't know that. Who else is known to deal with cactuses, family? Come on, man. Let's stop lying here. Let's stop lying. Now, I'm going to show you something. Yeah, we eat cactus too. We eat cactus all the time, bro. We eat this shit all the time. Tamarindo. 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 Yeah, nopales and shit. Well, it's cactus. It's the same thing. There you go. Cactus, nopales is the same thing. So now, here, in case you don't know, these are called tamarindo. Tamarindo. I want to make a song about that. Okay, so check this out. Tamarindo. Again, we don't gotta go to no curses, man. I'm taking my time because listen, you can't prove me wrong. Facts tell, stories sell. You can get emotional about stuff, but you can't get rid of facts. You can ignore your emotions, you can ignore your thoughts, you can ignore your feelings, but you cannot ignore facts. Now, remember the brother was posting earlier, Padam Aram. It says Deuteronomy 26:5, and thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian, somebody from Padam Aram, ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. You know who he's talking about? You know who he's talking about? Be mindful of these things. The Syrian. Now, let's go back to this here real quick. Genesis, look, 21:33. It says here real quick, right? Watch this. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there on the name of the Lord in everlasting. Planted a grove, right? What is a grove? What is a grove? Okay, what is a grove? Let's go here. Genesis 21:33. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. A tamarind tree is a tamarisk tree. Okay? Supposedly, that's what you see, right? They say that's what it is. But there's no point in this tamarisk tree. When you look at the breakdown of the word itself, you see that what it actually means. It's tamarind tree. A tamarind tree, I'm going to tell you something. He planted, even in the scriptures, I believe, let me see if I can remember. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. First Samuel. Let's see. First Samuel 22, I think. 22. Let's see. This is from First Samuel 22 and 6. And Saul was sitting under a small tree on top of the hill at Gibeah when he heard that David and his men. Is this it? Hold on. Let me see. Is this the one? There's a translation that I wrote down, family, and for some reason it's not matching to this. I don't know why. The translation that I have says on 1 Samuel 22:6, one day Saul was in Gibeah, sitting under a tamarisk tree on a hill with a spear in his hand. Okay? Now, the reason why I believe this is extremely important is because the tamarisk tree is a tamarind tree. Okay? Don't let that fool you. Now, and also one point to make regarding the spirit of Abraham. These tamarind trees, when you plant them, they take a long time to grow. Do you understand? They take a long time to grow, fam. So the fruits thereof, like they don't get the benefit of it when usually in your lifetime. Now, let's move on. Numbers 11 and 7. This is very interesting. And the manna is a corindor seed. And the appearance of the appearance of hoar frost. Now, in case you guys don't know, do you guys understand that the corindor seed is that we eat the plant of the corindor seed all the time. Okay? We eat the plant of the corindor seed all the time. And you know what that is? The plant of the corindor seed is the cilantro. Or coriander seed. I'm sorry. Coriander seed. Watch this. You can look it up, do your own diligence. Cilantro in the U.S. term is fresh leaves terms from the plant. The term cilantro and coriander refers to different parts of the same plant.
What
are we talking about? Tony, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Cilantro. Who the hell does cilantro? Who else eats cilantro in the entire world, family?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Yeah, I'm having fun with my buttons today. So what? You can't wait. I hardly ever do lives. I was busy all week taking care of business meaning working, taking care of my family, paying the bills. So I'm gonna enjoy tonight. Because listen, man, it's all over. It's just so easy for me. For me, it's like easy. It's so easy. I don't even know how to say it, family. It's just so easy for me. I see our heritage all over this book. You know what I mean? I'm halfway. Let's put it this way. I'm halfway through who we are. So we now have determined that cilantro is coriander seed, which is manna, okay? So let's get that clear. Now, let's move on. I'm going to show you this real quick. I used to have this book, and like a dumbass, I let it mess up, and it's unfortunate. Hopefully I can borrow it. All right, but in this book here, it's a very interesting book. It's called The Aztec Man and Tribe, right? Okay, well, let me borrow it, fool. Oh, it's like that? Okay. All right. So there are some pictures here that I want to show you. Sorry that I'm going to take my time on this. I just want to make sure that I don't miss it. It's an interesting book. I had the physical book, and now it's just pages. And I'm sure it's. I mean, I have it still, but it's just. I'm sure it's missing a few, maybe 2 pages. I don't know. Once it misses pages, it's just it sucks. Yeah, you used to have that book too, huh? Yeah. I don't know. They didn't glue them real. The manufacturing company fucking sucks. Okay, so here we see. Right? Here we see our sister, a beautiful sister. Look at this right here. You see the millstone? This is the millstone, the grinder, okay? The comal. All right? So, these things have to be considered. You're talking about who you're trying to claim a history. Well, you need to come with receipts. You can't just assume because you got pictures, fool, because you put feathers on your head, you automatically think you are somebody. Because they said copper, that don't mean shit. See, all of these things were in the Bible. Millstones, grinders, comal. How else did they cook unleavened bread? Explain that to me. Nah, but that's not the point. That's not the point. That's not even the point. That's not even the point, fam. Hold on. Let me just get to it real quick. Sorry, my bad. Oh, here it goes right here. Okay, so check this out. On page 73, okay? So they talk about the Egyptians. To give one pertinent example, according to the papyrus, knew over 30 types of breads. The Aztecs had one. The Egyptians' diet was varied. Peas, lentils, watermelons, artichokes, lettuce, radish, onions, garlic, leeks. Yeah, that's cool. We just read about what that meant. They had fats, both vegetables, animals, Aztecs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so check this out. Corn made settled life made possible in Mexico. Since these people had but one such grain, it is understandable why it plays such a great part in the ritual and practices, which, when you read history, it's like, we had a variety of shit, so shut up. But here's what I like. Egyptians making bread from a mural on Thebes dated 1900. You see this right here? You see that grinder? You see how our sister tenía the thing made it of, that grinder, right? It's kind of like standing, it's kind of declined. And she's just like, right? The same thing. And look at this. Look, what is this right here? So it explains to us what it is right here. This meal is ground on a stone mortar. This is a stone mortar right here. And the unleavened bread is baked in a flat oven. Those are Egyptian pictures, by the way. And then look at this. The grinder, the mortar, and the things hanging on. The sister teaching the young girl how to cook. The comal right there with the bread already made. Comal right there. Matter of fact, here, let's get the Bible. Leviticus 6, I think it's Leviticus 6:21. Leviticus 6:21. It says here, and it shall be with an oil in a frying pan. He shall offer it knitted in rolls, an offering of fragments, an offering of sweet savor unto the Lord. A frying pan. How do you think they had those frying pans? Leviticus 7:9. And whatsoever flesh shall have touched an unclean thing, it shall not be eaten, and it shall be consumed with fire, and everyone that... That's not the one I wanted. Why would you give me the one? What is wrong? Come on, man. Excuse me. Caught me off guard. All right, let me show you something real quick. This is a girdle, okay? All right. So that looks like a fucking plancha that Mexicans are used to. Raza is used to this shit. All right, dude, you can't deny it. You can't deny. Let me see. Look. Comal. Hold on. Comal. Cooking. Sopes. Watch this. I'm sure you guys are not familiar with this. You see that right there? Comal cooking sopes. These we eat these. If you're indigenous, you know what the hell this is. You know what I'm saying? Sopes. You know what I'm saying? There's just ways to prepare them. See, comal, right? Now let me show you something real quick. On Hosea 7, it says something interesting. You know, they always want to use this scripture for stupid shit. They like totally ignore themselves in regards to what it actually says. But that's not my point. Hosea 7:8, Ephraim is mixed among his people. Ephraim became a cake not turned. So let me give you a translation because I have it here different. Here, it says here, let me just read it. Ephraim has allowed himself to get mixed up with the nations. Ephraim is a unturned bread baked on a griddle. Right? Baked on a griddle. A flat. And again, which people still use this? Listen, family, I actually have one of these planchas in my house. Para hacer tortillas así, güey. You know what I'm saying? Sopes. Oh, shit, Sizzy. Oh, you know what's up, Sis. Sopes are the shit. Sopes are the shit. You could fill them in with cheese in the middle. I mean, those are not sopes. You could fill them in with the middle. Like, they're a little chunkier. Sopes are chunky, a little chunky. Like, kind of like that in a way. No, that's not it. That's not sopes. They're like this, basically. They're thicker. Man, can I get some soap shit here? Oh, you know, I got the wrong one. They're like, well, I mean, yeah, this is a style of sopes. So you can do it like this, where you make the edge on the edge on the rim, or you can make sopes where it's just like you can put the cheese in the center, inside. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. And again, that's unleavened bread. Speaking of which, what does unleavened bread mean? Hold on a second. Concordance, please.
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
It says here that unleavened bread is what?
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
And what do you make sopes out of?
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
You can't make sopes without masa. And by the way, you can't make masa without what? Corn.
Strong's H 4682. Matzah.
Now check this out. I'm going to read something to you because I think the brother... Oh, let me see if I can find it. I think I didn't get it. Let me find it over here real quick. Hold on. Let me see. I think I found it. Okay, so I found Vickerstown Chronicles. In case you brothers don't realize, you know what I'm saying? They knocked this brother's channel down. He's got a few subscribers. Go subscribe to his channel, man. So this is the same brother that we was posting a bunch of stuff before. He had a lot more subscribers, like 100 and something thousand and shit. And then, then they knocked it down. Anyways, so there's a word here that I'm looking for too. That's where I got the huracan thing from. Right? Let me see. I think it's this one. Tamal, right here. Okay? Now, we know that you have to make tamal out of corn. You can't make it out of nothing. And then when you make tamal out of corn, it's not leavened. It's unleavened, technically, right? But it's in like a little fat, little patchy thing that you have to fill in. You have to fill it in. Now, I always hate, I don't want to say I always hate, but one of the things that you also have to determine of who the people in the Bible are is you got to look into also like what they follow and what they do and their practices when they do it. Jeremiah 7:18 says this. It says, the children gather wood and the fathers kindle the fire, and wood and women knead their dough to sacrificial wafers to the Queen of Heaven. Sacrificial wafers, really? 7:18, the children gather wood and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven. Now, in case you guys don't know, cakes, or like in Puerto Rico, for example, in the islands, from my understanding is they call tamales pasteles. And in case you guys don't know, the Queen of Heaven is unfortunately worshipped in the indigenous lands mostly. And she goes by La Reina de los Cielos. And almost every year they fucking celebrate to her shit December 12th. All the time. And they make tamales and atole and drink offerings and all kinds of shit. They make cakes out of her, especially tamales. Every December. Do you know there's a high order of tamales every December? You guys know that. Jeremiah 44:19 says the same thing. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, La Reina de los Cielos, and poured out drink offerings, we did make cakes to worship her. Pasteles meaning tamales. Now, if you look into the word itself, you'll find out at the end of the day, it's the same concept. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. Is the meaning of the word. So you guys know that when somebody says, let's say they're not familiar with your household, and you say to them, would you like to eat something? And they're like, yeah, sure. You go, do you want a tamal? And they're like, well, what is that? So you have to explain to them what a tamal is. So what is the best way to explain a tamal? I'll give you an example. A tamal is like this.
Strong's H 8372. Ta. Strong's H 4390. Mala.
See?
Mala.
Ta.
Second entry. Strong's H 8372. Ta. Ta. Strong's H 4390. Mala. Mala.
So, tamal, so to speak, or tamal, tamalit. Now, ta means chamber. Okay? And mala means to fill. So if somebody says, what is a tamal? You could just say, it's like a little fat little piece of bread that you fill it in with meat. It's a little chamber that needs to be filled in. Remember that the Hebrew language is a very powerful language. If you read Sirach, the prelude, it tells you that, we lost its translation. But Hebrew is a language that you can take one word and mean it three different ways. Just why I said earlier today, where I can say, ¿Qué onda, güey? Or I can say, no seas güey. Or I could say, eres un güey. You know what I'm saying? Three different ways, and it's all about the expression. That's really the concept, and that's no different. And again, it's just, that's why, here. I'm glad I actually took the picture. Let's check this out. Let's go back to this book here. And I think I saved it for last. Here it goes, right here. Watch this. Tamale, Aztec food. Tamal, little chamber, filled. Tamal, little chamber filled. Because technically, that's what you do with a tamal. You fill in the little chamber in the middle. Or else, what's the point of eating tamal? You know what I'm saying? Now, let me show you something too. Let me continue. I don't think we're almost done, but we're pretty much closer to the end. Check this out. Let me see if I can find it. Please don't tell me that I have it. Is this it? No. I have a. Well, I kind of wanted to show y'all, but I don't have it. But I do have a book. I don't remember exactly. I think it's from The Great Migration. I think. The book is called The Great Migration. Again, don't quote me on it. Let me see. Great Migration. And there's a word in there that the Spaniards used in order to interpret the animal that they saw. And the animal that they saw, you could basically say that they thought looked like a peacock. But here, our people, we called it something else. We called it a turkey. Or, to better pronounce it, a tuki. And that's what I wanted to show you, but it's not in that book. So I owe you that. Now, in case you don't know this, in the Blue Letter Bible, let's see, 2 Chron 9, watch what they say about turkey. And again, I'll prove it to you. I've done a class on it, okay? So don't think that I'm wrong. You know, you brothers have heard, you know me, man. I don't F around about this shit. I don't make stuff up like that. So here we see that, you know, here, let me read it to you. It says here, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haran. That's Tarshish is like the West Europe, Spain, Portugal, all of that region, a little bit of Britain, maybe. They were actually digging for tin. I did a class on that in 2022. I don't got to go back. I already set my roots. Anyways, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haran. Over 3 years, once came to the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacock. Now, peacock is the point. Remember, I told you guys what the word that we hear, right? Listen to this right here. And I have the book. If I kid you not, family, I have it. I'm sorry if you're new to this channel and you're barely watching this, but I showed you guys that they said we call them turkeys, tukis.
Strong's H 8500, Tukiyim, and second entry, Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
Now, as you guys can see, and you know, I wish I would have added this to the end, but I want to show you something real quick. I believe I have this here. And maybe this is the correct one. No, it's not the correct link. But it's all good. Okay, let's move on. Now, let's go to another proof. In 2 Ezra, chapter 10, verse 25. You start, 2 Ezra talks about a weeping woman, okay? Basically. But the story starts at 25. It says, and it came to pass that while I was talking with her, behold, her face upon a sudden shine exceedingly, and her countenance glistered, so that I was afraid of her, and mused with what it might be. And behold, suddenly she made a great cry, very fearful, so that the earth shook at the noise of the woman. And behold, I'll just read this. And behold, the woman appeared unto me no more, but there was a city builded, and a large place showed itself from the foundations. Then was I afraid, and cried with a loud voice, and said, Thou sawest the woman, and said, here, let me skip it real quick. Let me go here to the translation, okay, to get to the point. So the angel tells Ezra what he saw. Thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. But now seest thou the likeness of the woman no more, but there appeared unto thee a city builded. Whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is the solution. this woman whom thou sawest is Zion. And whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest as a city builded. So here we see an example of a weeping woman. Okay? Of a weeping woman for her children. Now, I have this amazing book, and I invite you to read it. And forgive me if I may be slowing down on the locations of this, but I haven't read it in a while. But here we have a book called, okay, La Llorona, a spirit unable to rest. So you see, La Llorona has a lot of stories, a lot of different theories of where she came from. Do you understand what this means? So, all in this book here, it explains what the meaning could be. Some people took it to be this. Some people took it to be that. Right? There is one story in this book. See right here, La Llorona, a spirit unable to rest. Remember the concept of the weeping woman. So here, we go through the story, blah, blah, blah. She's having a conversation, right? They blocked me here at this point. But I believe it's in this section here. If I'm not mistaken, let me get to it. I think it's here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. It is no coincidence that La Llorona is central, pivotal, and seminal to a catastrophic time in the history of the American continent. While Cihuacot, the early Llorona, was already crying for her children that would be decimated, invaded, and colonized up to our present time in spite of the revolution and days of independence to come. The footprint and the iron hand of the sword and the cross were already being planned at the Vatican in Rome. So you see this right here? So let me go back here because I think I might have skipped it. She married against. Okay, so there it says that she marries against her will. That's one story. Whatever version you hear, Llorona is a tale, blah, blah, blah. This particular screenplay, blah, blah, blah. The legend inspired many, blah, 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 blah. Right? So here we're saying about different stories of La Llorona. So let's start here. In the Mexican and Mexican-American community in the United States, also referred as the Chicano, Latinos, Hispanics, everyone has heard of La Llorona. Many grew up being scared as children. Of course, we all fucking knew her, man. Like, La Llorona, güey. No te portes mal porque ahí viene La Llorona y te lleva. Right? My parents would say that shit. With its origin in the heartland of Mexico, its ghost legend spread north to the borders with Canada and into Colombia and in Brazil and South America. And it is iconic ghost legends of the Americas, vying for continental popularity only with the Virgen de Guadalupe. It is no exaggeration to say that these two icons, La Llorona and La Virgen de Guadalupe, best reflect the character. You see what I'm saying? That's why when you follow my channel and you go to certain classes and you look up Sumarraga, you'll find out that that is the bastard that gave us the Virgen de Maria, because he knew that we had the understanding of Second Esdras that our people were like a weeping woman soon to be. It says here, La Llorona and La Virgen Maria de Guadalupe best reflect the character, the history, the spiritual religious foundations of the present-day Mexican people of both sides of Mexico and United States border. Both of these defining personalities, a secular ghost and a religious spirit, goddess, existed, blah, 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 blah. So check this out. Okay? It is no coincidence that La Llorona is central, pivotal, and seminal to a catastrophic time in the history of American continent. While Cihuacot, the early Llorona, was already crying for her children. You see this? So this weeping woman, she was already weeping for her children who would be decimated, invaded, and colonized, meaning destroyed. Is this not what this woman's crying about? Zion, this woman, thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. 2 Ezra 10:41. It's talking about the weeping woman. So when you think about La Llorona, it's talking about the weeping woman. Like, listen, I ain't lying to you, family. I had access to this book a lot more. And I don't know why. Can I go further with this? Let me see here. The concept of La Llorona crying for her children is therefore more than a legend, a myth, or metaphor, or simply ghost story that fascinates due to its violent gaslessness. It is a representation, a reflection of what has already come to pass and will continue to exist in terms of violence, rape, and extreme cruelty. The screenplay has an early scene of Llorona cage, blah, 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 blah. So you see what I'm saying? They made a movie about it. But in reality, when you dissect our history and how they, remember, they make movies out of this shit. Come on, man. You guys don't think they do? Now, let's go to this right here real quick. Check this out. I shared this with you guys before. But it's true. I don't know who this guy is right here. Hold on, here it goes right here. Is this it?
De la guitarra mía al despertar la mañana quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo le canto a tus volcanes, a tus praderas y flores que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores, México lindo y querido.
The reason I'm sharing this is because look at the instruments that they use, bro. Come on, man. The harp, the guitar, the violoncello. Come on, bro. Check this out. So there is this instrument here. I think it's called psaltery. Let me see if I can find it. I thought I got it from the book. It sucks if I didn't. No mames, way. No mames, way. Give me a second. Yeah, right here. Yeah, I didn't take a picture of it. Hold on. Here it goes right here. Alrighty. So check it, okay? Check it. I want to show this to you. Para que vean, güey. Para que vean que somos estupendos, cabrones. Hold on a second. Hold on. Here it goes.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
So here we see this instrument. Where are you? Cistern, sackcloth. Is this one? Yeah, there's another one. It's called Soul Street. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. No rush. I gotta find it anyway, so if I can find it right away, so we'll move on. maybe, let's see, maybe it's over here. Well, look, I'll do it as best as I can, but I know for a fact that I got some brothers here that can help me. So check this out. We're getting into details here, all right? So check this out. This is in the Bible right here. Instrument that they use in the Bible, family. And if I can have a brother like help me out with this, I think it's called the psaltery, but I can't find the picture. Anyways, I'm gonna find a verse, but I'm sure this is what it is. Let's go. I found it. That's what it is. It's called psaltery. Okay, so look what it looks like. All right, so check it out. Okay, vean, güey. Okay, vean, güey. Remember what it looks like. Remember what it looks like, right? You see how it looks like this shape right here, right? It looks like that, right? Okay, so now let me give you the verse. Psalms 108:2. This stuff is easy. You want to know why it's easy? Because I love my heritage. And I show it because I love my family. Even though I make errors and I'm stupid sometimes and shit, I still love my family. I love who I am. I love what I know about us. And I don't got to have hate for individuals. I can dislike your ass a lot. That doesn't mean I need you to be like hung on a fucking tree or shot in the chest or burned alive. Nah, that's not how we roll. It says here, Psalms 108:1, a song in Psalms of David. Oh God, my heart is fixed. I will sing and give praise, even with my glory. Awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will awake. Psaltery and harps. That's a psaltery right there. And who's playing with harps? And who's playing with psalteries? Hold on a second, let me remind you.
Voz de la guitarra mía, al despertar la mañana.
The Bible's there to play with? A psaltery and a harp. Give me a break. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Let me show you this real quick. And then I'm going to give you one video and then maybe a couple more and that's it. The word Mexico. Mexica. The word of Jesus, or the MESHIACHA, in the original Aramaic is detailed biblical and historically account of the original message preached by Yeshua. Or no, it's Yahushua. Yahushua. So Meshiach. Well, this is Arabic. Mexica. Right? Let's go to the next one. It says here, the word inspires means to breathe into. Jesus, or the Mashiach, was inspired, of course, by the Holy Spirit. In Aramaic, Christ is Meshicha. Meshicha. Yeah, man, I'm going to let it play in a little bit. Let me get through this. Look, Yeshua. Yeshua, I guess they call it like that. That's not a name. MESHIACHA. MESHIACHA. Christ is MESHIACHA, meaning anointed. Don't let no one steal from you. Let it play real quick for the sake of the beautiful psalms of psalmistry, like the scriptures say, because that's what we're supposed to do. Educate and love our nation. To love everything about us. Everything. Not dislike anything. To love everything about us. You see, when you have a history like this that people took away from you, then it matters. Like, wait a minute, hold on a second. So manna is coriander, and coriander is cilantro, and what the hell? Yes, sir. So who's going to answer those questions when they try to tell you, like, wait a minute, Yaqab sounds like a word in Quechua that was like actually practiced here? Yeah. You telling me that I might be a Hebrew? Man. I'll be right back.
La guitarra mía al despertar la mañana quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo le canto a tus volcanes, a tus praderas y flores que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí. Que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti. Que me entierren en la sierra, al pie de los Magallanes, y que me cubra esta tierra, que es una de hombres caballeros.
And in case, by the way, you guys don't know, and you guys think like, oh, these guys are heathens. These guys are heathens. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Okay, sounds good. The Bible says to praise what? Psalms 102:21 says this, to declare the name of the Lord in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem. 16:19, I'm going to go real quick. 16:19 says the same thing. It says here what? I will pay my vows unto the Lord now in the presence of all my people. So when we sing to Mexico, we ain't singing to a fucking land. We're singing to our people.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
That's exactly why. This is the only nation of people that sings to their own. Who else sings to their own? Psalms 147:12. Check this out. 147:12 says this right here. And praise the Lord. O Jerusalem, praise thy God. O Zion. Come on, fam. México lindo y querido, cabrones. That's before we are land or government or laws or pesos or dollars. We are people. And that's what it means.
Que me entierren en la sierra, al pie de los Magallanes, y que me cubra esta tierra, que es cuna de hombres cabales, voz de la guitarra mía, al despertar la mañana, quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra.
Well, you guys are still asleep. That's our fact. That's our fact, Jack. Let's continue going, family, because we're almost done on this real quick. Let's see what we got. What else even we got? Okay, now here's the thing. Now a lot of you guys don't want to hear this shit. A lot of you guys you guys don't want to hear it. But I asked a Christian the other day what this means. Now, some of you guys know. Well, a lot of you guys should know by now that, history is vague. And when people say that they came here and saw us sacrifice our enemies, a lot of us hesitated on that shit. But in case you don't know, the Bible does say something to that effect. This is the spoils of war. Numbers 31:40 says this, okay? So I just want to get to it because you decide what was at the altar, like the building structures, right? The building structures here have a similar building structure as over there. They call them ziggurats here. They call them pyramids here, right? So in these ziggurats or pyramids, they sacrifice things, correct? Okay. Well, the scriptures talk about doing that, tribute to the Lord and go up to an altar and do all that shit, right? Numbers 31:40 says, and the persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. Now, that's a hard pill to swallow for you Christians or anybody else that thinks that know what the hell they're talking about. It says, and the persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. Verse 41 says, and Moses gave the tribute, the Lord's heave offering. Do you guys know what that means? We've been on Blue Letter for a little bit. Right? Numbers 31. So we're going to match these people to the T with good and bad, because guess what? That's what we are. The good and the bad. Or you know what? You ain't part of this shit, because you can't take, I don't like that. That's not the way it works. What is a heave? Heave offering. Offering. An offering to God. How else does that happen? There's no other way that it happens, but it only happens one way. I'll let you on board. But come on. Come on board. It's an actual. Come on board. Let's see. It's an actual fucking offering. Okay? So this is heavy duty stuff. You have to understand exactly what we're dealing with here. You can't take it and then not embrace it. Now, do I know exactly what it means? I mean, I don't know, fam. But it says here that out of 16,000 of these virgins, 32 of them were supposed to be sacrificed to the Lord. Now, Christians say, oh, the Old Testament is wicked, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? I find it so funny because you believe in the deluge, meaning like when he drowned everybody. And that you believe in that. You believe in Egypt when he drowned the Egyptians. And you believe in Canaanites being Sodom and Gomorrah. You're okay with that. Right. A portion lifted up to God. You know what I'm saying? And if you believe that you are a Hebrew and you find out this shit, you better take the good and the bad when it comes with it. And don't get wavered by not having faith. Because again, we have things in part. Yeah, exactly. We did that shit and offered our enemies to the God. And here it says to do the same thing. So do I blame them? I don't know. Would I misunderstand it if this is the way it is? Man, shit, I don't know. Am I planning on doing that? Nah, I ain't planning on doing that. You know, not not the way the New Testament is written, unless, you know. But again, I gotta take the good with the bad, right? Do you guys forget of all the wars that occurred that Joshua went through? Do you guys forget what Joshua did? The commission to him? Do you guys realize that Deuteronomy 4:38 said this? Let me just share you with this with you. Look, listen. It says here, verse 37, and because he loved thy father, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought thee out of the sight with the mighty power out of Egypt, meaning, Abraham. Because he loved Abraham, right? And then he says he took him out of Egypt, and then it says to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Mighty and greater. It's like me fucking trying to fight Shaq. I'm like 5'9", maybe, by like a few centimeters, but 5'9", right? Shaq is fucking 7 feet tall, 7'2". I'm a grasshopper compared to him. Not right now. Oh, wait, hold on. What do you need, Bubba? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey. Oh, I thought you were asking me something. So, you make that decision. Now, we're going to tackle Ophir. In case you guys don't know, I went into Ophir with this. About 30 minutes. Let's go. All right, let's see. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, let me go back. Okay. Let me move this here. Perfect. Okay. So, okay, family. Hey, by the way, in case you guys don't know, if you're kind of late or you're going to be late, if anybody can just kind of update the brothers here and just let y'all know. But anyhow, let's go back. So now we're live also on MESHIACHA Chronicles. All praise to the Most High for that one. I think we're live. Let's see. Yeah, we are. All praises, bro. This is good, dude. This is really good. At least we're good here. You know what I mean? I think people can go back to the beginning too. It's all good. Excellent, man. All praises for the Father. Yes. I'm out of the house. Okay, so here we go. So let's stay to the point. It says here, I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. So the golden wedge of Ophir caught my attention, and it should catch yours too. So I looked this up. All right, so we're looking at, let's see what it means. We're talking about what? Isaiah 13? Isaiah 13, right? Isaiah 13. Okay. And it says here, we're going to look for the word. Well, it says here, then the golden wedge. Okay. So now, if you look at the word for itself, it's just talking about gold. But then it says something in
Strong's H 3800. Kethem.
So it says supposedly fine gold, right? Pure gold. But then as I'm looking through, well, I was first looking for the word wedge separately. But I first read this. So we'll look at the word itself separate, wedge. But look what it says here on the bottom. Properly something carved out. Or, what is that? Right? Rock, sediment that contains one or more valuable minerals concentrated above the background levels. Now keep in mind, okay, that they needed concrete as well to build. So it says something carved out ore, hence gold, purely originally mint, fine gold, pure on wedge. Okay, so that just tells you, like, you know, gold, right? The gold of Ophir. Doesn't say much. But then when you do this, like, okay, sounds good. Let me do a better one for you. How about we look up the word wedge? Just the word wedge itself, right? And you can see it's only a few times. So I'm like, okay, let's check this out. Joshua 7:24. Then it gets even more interesting. It says, and Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Sarah, and the silver and the garments and the wedge of gold, and his sons and his daughters and his oxen. So now I'm like, okay, well, let me look at the word wedge by itself. And this is what got my attention. Wedge. H3960.
Strong's H3956. Lashon.
Right?
Lashon.
Lashore, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so it says tongue. It's like, what? Tongue? Tongue of men, tongue organ, tongue of fire. Then it says wedge. Bay of the sea, tongue shaped. So I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Use literally instrument of licking, eating, speech. Figuratively, wedge. Right? But it's talking about something a little bit different here. If you read the full entry, both genders, both often, the tongue of animals, yada, yada, yada. It is a language, but not Phoenicio-Semitic. It says the original idea is that of the lapping a power which is found in the syllable, a secondary root, under the tongue or any used Hebrew, especially as a column or malignant tongue, a man of tongue, slander, come let us smite with the tongue. So it's like talking about, like, it is supposedly a tongue, right? But it's, what does it say? Bay of the sea, tongue shaped. What is tongue shaped bay of the sea? So this is, again, this is what is it? H3956. Right? Okay, so tongue shape, right? So check this out. This caught my eye. Let me see if I can get it. And I thought I added it on my link. Not sure why I don't have it here. Should have had it. Okay, that's cool. Let me look at the history. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. I had the. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta go back, family. Man, I hate to do this stuff. On the stars, way on the stars. Hold on. Let me go back to class. All right, it's almost here. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second, family. Give me a second. I know I had it. I was looking for it earlier. I'm not sure why I didn't save the link. Perdóneme, güeyes. Hold on. That's not it. It's close, but no cigarros. Let's see. Let's see here. Hold on. Just bear with me, family. Because I already have something to show you, which is going to, make it clear. But I want to show you this too. Where are you? Something carved out. So I'm like looking at something carved out, right? I'm like, dude, where in the world did I see this? And then I found it finally. Give me a second. Let me see if I can just get it to the point. See, no me what the nick is. Nah, I don't want to skip it, man. I need it. Damn it. See, why don't you save it, bro? Give me a second, family. Close this up real quick. Come on. For real, dude. Trying to clean this up so I could find my stuff a little better. I had this page. I'll tell you what I had. I had this page, which was regarding the wedged part, which is actually, let me see if I can get it here. If not, I'll just go to the map because this is not going to be helpful at all while we're over here wasting our time. Let's see, it's 10 p.m. So I was looking at it around 7. And give me a second. So it started off with like me looking at, there it goes right here. Let's see. Forgive me, family. I know I'm making you wait, but you know what? I can't move on this because it's really going to defeat the point if I don't show you, because it's talking about a winged tongue. And I also have a map, but it's the importance of the winged tongue shaped. This is what I'm talking about here. See, the land of the winged tongue shaped, okay? See, that's what I'm talking about right here. Okay. So I will make a man more precious than fine gold. Even the man, or even a man, I'm sorry, or even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. So we know that Ophir is the son of Joktan. Well, we know that this is Yucatan. And we know that this is what a tongue is shaped like. So we're talking about Joktan, Yucatan, Ophir, the land of Ophir, where there's a lot of gold. And what is this land shaped like? It's shaped like a tongue, the golden wedge of Ophir, which is where they came in their ships. If you look at the actual same freaking way that Christopher Columbus came. Isaiah chapter. You think it's a coincidence? There's no coincidence in this, okay? It's literally right here, the golden wedge of Ophir. Why would it say that? Why would it say golden wedge of Ophir? You think it's just because? No, not just because. It's literally telling you right here. Let's go back to it real quick. Watch. Wedge. Because when you look at just this one, it picks up the golden wedge of Ophir. So it just talks about gold. But if you look at just wedge for itself, you see the actual meaning of wedge on its own. And it says this right here. H3956. I'm not making this shit up. It's literally right here. Bay of sea, tongue-shaped. What is tongue-shaped? Let me show you guys again. Bay of sea, tongue-shaped. Yucatan, Ophir, Peru. You think that's not enough? Okay, I'll give you one more so you can see it. And this is coming from a map that I have. This is called the old, hold on, the old antique. Again, you got to be mindful when you're reading these things. The golden wedge, oh man, I don't want to close it anymore. Sorry, family, let me get the history here again. Where are you? The golden wedge of Ophir, right? No way. This right here. The golden wedge of Ophir, like a tongue, shaped bay at the sea. This is shaped like a tongue. If you look at the tongue in the skeleton, how does the tongue look like in the sideways? Look, sideways way, not front. Sideways, side a profile looks like profile. Perfil way. So you see this right here? I think we just out there. Well, hold on, I just had one. Like that. Look, tongue shape, curvature. If you curve your tongue, you can curve your tongue, family. I mean, it's not complicated. You know what I mean? I don't have to stress my shit out here. Like either you get it or you don't get it. Okay, so now this is from the old antique double hemisphere of map of Benito Arias, 1571. What does it actually say here? Okay, so now let's get to the nitty gritty. Sanders maps.com. Let me show y'all something. Hey, by the way, family, you guys that are back, thank you. By the way, Mexica Chronicles was shut down for a whole week. We were running on the other small channel I have. That's where you're getting a lot of the class. You missed a lot of it. Okay, so you know what I mean? For y'all that don't know, you know now. In case I ever need to run on the second one, I'll run there. So you see this right here? What is this land? This is America, North America. And then we see South America. And then, oh, what do we see? We see Africa. We see Africa. You know where Africans are from. You know, the ones that are saying that they're from here. Okay, then we see Europe over there, right? Now, what the hell is the point of the numbers? So you can see is Japheth, Gomer's seed, right? You see Shem's seed, right? You see Ham's seed, right? All up in that Africa. Okay, so now what are we doing over here? So let's prove a point. Let me prove you. Let me hold on a second. If you still believe this is the old world, you're going to have to reassess your ass. Okay? 19, right? This was in year 1574. And I'm going to also confirm it with Napoleon Hill, knowing when he was ruling the Jews, that they knew that this was Ophir too. Okay, so here we go. 19, right? So what does it say on the bottom for Ophir? Right here on the bottom. To the left. To the left. You see 17 is Abamel, 18 is Sabah, 19 is Ophir. So where's 19? In North America, all of this continent, by the tongued or the golden wedge of Ophir, the shape of a tongue, like a mouth. Hello? And then where else is 19? In Peru, cabrones. Okay? So in case you're still confused, stop the cap. Wabo, stop the cap. You don't know the Bible. You wish you did. Your Kabbalah white boys helped you understand that shit, Nate the Snake, because your dumbass don't get nothing. There's no prophecy that man has brought out. Nothing. Deuteronomy 28 is fake. Willie Lynch letter is fake. Swati Pete's story is fake. What more can I tell you is fake? You didn't rule Europe. And if you did, then that means you're not part of Deuteronomy 28, because then that means you knew Christianity, dumbass. But now that we know, most of those Moors were North Africans. And yes, they did have black slaves, but a lot of y'all were more the artillery. No. You were not the rulers in that joint right there. However, I still want to make sure that you understand. No philosophy, no prophecy whatsoever has came out of these fools. Deuteronomy 18:20 and 22 said, if you prophesy something that doesn't come true, he's a liar and you should die. That's what the Bible says. What did you guys teach? Everybody in every camp, IUIC, FOPI, all of you dumbasses had taught that the world was going to end in 2000. Isaiah. Stupid. That was dumb, bro. Let's continue. You see this right here. Where you at? Okay, here we go. So now we're gonna move on to Kindle map. Hold on a second. Let me go back because actually, you know what? Let me just show this. Okay, look, see this map once again. Okay, let's not forget, family. Let's not forget. Japit. Where are the numbers? Right? 6, 5, 4, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? X's and all that. Where's Ham? F, G, H, I. See all that? Check this out. But the point is this. Ophir. 19. Ophir in Peru. 19. Ophir, North America. 19. And where is Ophir located? Here's the hint. I will make a man. It is Isaiah 13:12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. And what does the golden wedge of Ophir mean? The wedge stands for bay, or bay of sea, tongue-shaped bay of sea, like the mouth. Like the mouth. So now check this out. This is from The Conquest of Mexico by Thomas Hugh. Excellent book, family. I ordered it and I have it on this because it's a hard to find book. Okay. You cannot find it right now. Apparently it's, I don't know what the hell. So now, hey, Wobbles, explain this to me. Oh, sorry. My bad. How in the world, here, I'm going to take a picture of it. Check this out. You know what this dude looks like? You remember that brother, Mighty Guide? Here, I'm going to put Mighty Guide and shit. Mighty Guide. Picture. I wonder what's up with that brother, man. I know he took a break. It's all good, dude. It's all good, dog. We still got love for you. Look, that's him, dog. Hey, oh, sorry, my bad. Erase it. What the hell? Erase it, Fulio. Okay, you see this right here? Who is that? You know what I mean? Thank you. Look at that. Look at this. They don't look like Africans. Look. It looks like Raza right there, bro. They don't look like no West Africans, man. Culo miados, you're a doofus. Anyways, let's look for this. Look at this. In this book, I found this. No way. Hold on, dog. Seriously. In this book, I found this so interesting. Watch this. We're going to look up Solomon. He's in here, right? So now we see Solomon. What does it say? As much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, right? So then now we go to page 175. Hold on, let me see. The letter said, look, 217. It says, the letter said that the land was as rich as that from from which Solomon took the gold with which to build his temple in Jerusalem. Okay? So now, what is it saying? The surviving letter from the municipality surmised, hold on, let me make this smaller. Let me see. Oh, let me go back. 217. Okay. He's talking about, this is like, in 1500, okay? Had their own instructions, 73rd there, surviving letter from the municipality. Okay, the surviving letter from the municipality summarized the journey of Hernán de Córdoba and Grijalva in the dismissive terms. It discussed how the Council of Villarrica de la Veracruz had formed itself and how it had dominated Cortez for the commanding office, both King Charles and Queen Juana, right? So now check this out. Here's the point. We're talking about this book. It actually says this here, okay? So now we're going to look at statements, comments, okay, that they knew this was Ophir. As much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, it says, it seems to us that one should believe that in this land there is as much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple. This is Cortez of the land near Veracruz. All right? So now, they're not saying, oh yeah, we know this is it, but man, there's as much gold here and as fine gold here as the temple with the gold that Solomon had taken. Okay? So now check this out. This is from the sketches of Mexico. And in this book here, let me show you something. We're going to go to page 67, maybe? Yeah. Start 67. Let me see something. Maybe I'll skim through it. Okay. Watch this real quick. 67. It's just from the sketch. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me show you the first page. This book is called Sketches of Mexico in the Prehistoric, Primitive, Colonial, and Modern Times. Lectures at Syracuse University on the Grave of Foundation, 1894. Which, by the way, I believe it's an Ivy League. Maybe. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not part of their course. Okay, so let's go to page 67. It says here, the Jewish theory. Probably no theory has given origin to the greater discussion than that the lost tribes of Israel were the first populators of all the Pacific states as far as Peru. Let me read that again. The Jewish theory. Probably no theory has given origin to the greater discussion than that the lost tribes of Israel were the first populators of the Pacific states as far as Peru. Peru, Ophir. Learned men are found array on both sides of the question. Father Diego Duran, a vast erudition, in the ancient history of Mexico, is the first author of note to publish this plan. He wrote in 1585, from a study of traditions and pictures, paintings, aided by the aged Indian of Cholula, who had lived nearly 100 years, he came to the conclusion that these natives are of the 10 tribes of Israel. That Salmanassar, king of Assyria, we read that throughout today, made the prisoners to carry in Assyria in the times of Hosea, king of Israel, in the time of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, as it has seen in the 4th book of Kings, 17th chapter. We read that in another, book, right? And then again, they reference Ezra. So you see, this is pretty common. So this is Duran's, you could say, argument of what he stands by, right? A lot of referencing in this book. By all means, please make sure you get this book. You can't get it in archive right now. Archive is down. But they're working on it. Anyways, the character and history of Christ in Huitzilopochtli, I believe, presents certain analogies. The Mexicans apply the blood of sacrifice to the same use as the Jews, right? See the resumes, yada, yada, yada. James the Deer is mentioned, which, by the way, James the Deer always knocks and destroys the stupid doctrine of wobbles. I really don't understand it. Hey, oh, what up, experto? Hold on a second. No, I like saying name, bro. Experto! Oh, shit. Oaxaca, Ophir. Hey, check it. You missed it, or I don't know if you came late, but the whole point was the golden wedge of Ophir. The golden wedge of Ophir is the actual Gulf It's shaped like a tongue. That's what it means. Tongue shaped by the sea. Bay of Sea, tongue shaped, right? So if you look at Yucatan, it's like this, tongue shaped. Como la lengua, way. Tongue shaped. That's like a tongue right there. The tongue shaped, right? And then not only that, check this out. I got a map here that proves it. You see this? 1574. The number 19, right? The number 19 right here. Check it out. It identified by Ophir. Ophir right there. Ophir, this whole land. From here to here. The most beautiful gold and precious stones and peacocks like turkeys. This tongue right here. And you know what else so funny? That's exactly where Christopher Columbus landed. Right here.
Who are you?
In the Golden Wedge of Ophir by Joktan, because Ophir is the son of Joktan in Yucatan. Right here. Here. Oaxaca too. You know what I mean? You're on point, brother. You on point. Anyways, James the Deer always knocks down on the wild with bullshit, so I don't know why you guys keep using them. Pretty stupid. So, oh, here we go. In my library, I have an old book published in Mexico in 1807, Decree of Napoleon, Emperor of French and the Jews. Wow. That is the killer right there. He talks about elephants being around here, the migration, Aguascalientes, which is about an hour and a half or two from Guadalajara. In 1795, it says that the Jews brought them across the Straits on the raft, meaning Straits of Anian. You know what I mean? My bad. DJ EZP, Anahuac. I don't have a cat, bro. I study on my own. I wish I did. Indians Hawaii. Indius Hawaii, I think. Well, we found that the name is Yahwa, like Nahu, like Nahuat, Yahwa. Nahuat, Yahwa. Or you can put the TL. It's very similar. Nahua, Yahwa. Very beautiful, dude. Very beautiful. That's our language here, by the way. And I'm sure you know that. It said, I care not for mankind's inherent bigotry. Okay. Yeah. Le Petit Gulf. I don't. Le Petit Gulf. Is that a different language? AG. Salvador Zarco. Yeah, I know. Salvador Zarco. El pinche Colón. So here we go. And Mr. George and Jones in his work colonies this continent. Oh, sorry. Mr. George Jones in his work colonizes this continent with a remnant of the inhabitants of Tyre who escaped from their island city when it was besieged by Alexander the Great in 32 BD. No, it's wrong. Because remember, when King of Assyria let the Israelites go, the 10 tribes, right? The majority of them left. By the time Alexander came, it was already past 538 BC. Way past that. An assumption, good attempt, but not good enough. Let me get to the point. Page, here it goes right here. We read on the other account regarding Solomon, right? Where it says here, it seems to us that one should believe that in this land there is as much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple. As much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, right? Okay, so here in the Sketches of Mexico, it says here, check this out. Same concept. Locates it in Peru. Here, I'll go back here. Let me go back. I'll start here. Here, some 20 years after beginning of their pleasant relation, the two kings built a navy. In Hiram sent in a navy his servants, shipmen, and had knowledge of the sea with the servants of Solomon. Kings 9:27. 1 Kings 9:27. We are told that they went to Ophir for gold, that their ships were built large and strong, and after the pattern of the ships of Tarshish, and that once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. You see that? That once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish. That didn't mean they went to Tarshish and are located, they were getting shit. No. When you have a ship and you're traveling, you got different locations to stop. So check this out. Bringing gold and silver, ivory, apes, by the way, because there are apes here too, and peacocks, which if you do really understand the translation is Tuki, meaning turkey. Now here it goes. Where was this distant Ophir, this fruitful region? Ooh, this is why I call the class this right there. Watch this, okay. Ophir, the fruitful soil. Right? Our commentators and encyclopedias agree that it is difficult to ascertain its situation. The majority say that it was either in Arabia, India, or Africa. But an old Spanish author, Arias Montanus, locates it in Peru. And his view doubtless accounts for the following passage of Ben Jonson Alchemists, which we know studies the Kabbalah. Freemasonry, okay? Come on, sir. Now set your foot ashore in Novo Orbi. Here is the rich Peru. And there within, sir, are the golden mines. Great Solomon's Ophir. That's just, you know what I mean? Like a pretty good example. But like, dude, it's very obvious here. They're consistently telling us, right? Let me see if I can see something real quick. Look, let me show you this picture. Watch what it says. This is from, I believe, Los Indios Somos Israelitas, or I don't even know if it's mine, to be honest. I don't remember where I got this book from. So it says here, de Sem, hijo de Noé, su descendencia tuvieron principales los indios. Reconocieron dos por sus padres los hebreos del linaje de Pheleg y los gentiles de Jactán y su undísimo hijo Ophir, por quien las Américas septentrional goza el nombre de Ophir. ¿Ya vieron? O menor Perú. Y una vez de sus provincias, Yucatán tiene el nombre de Joctán, su padre.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Los mexicanos son originarios de las 10 tribus captivas por Salamán, rey de los asirios, en tiempo de Osea, rey de Israel, por los años del 3036 y 10 y 6 de la creación. Esdras 4:13, that's what it's talking about right there. Capítulo de Esdras 13, versículo, well, 2nd Esdras chapter 13, right? Que no era canónico, but we know that they use it quite often, right? We know that they use it quite often. So then let's get to this point here. Let me see that. Let me get it real quick. Tratan, hold on. ¿Dónde estás, güey? Tratan. I think I wrote it down.
A ver, que alguien
Okay, let's see.
me explique.
If I can get it. Let's just get to the point. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Oh, that's what it was? Oh, that's right. Let me not move it. Hold on. No. That's right. Let me see if I can get something here. Yeah, I'll read it. I'm going to read it after. What the hell? Okay, here it goes right there. That's what. I think this is it. No? Is it now? Yeah, I think this is it for that part. Tratan de here, let me see. Hold on a second. Hold on. Which page is it? Un momentito, no se agüiten. A ver. Which page are we talking about? Page 66. Page 23. Page. ¿This is the tratan, güey? 66. Are you sure? Give me a second. This is weird. I don't remember marking this. Espérate, güey. A ver. 66? 67? I don't know what that's about. It's okay. I'll come back to it. Let's check this out real quick. Proof of the mystical gold of Ophir discovered. It's just kind of most of, check this out. This is from Armstrong's Institute of Biblical Archaeology. The ancient region of Ophir, a place of wealth and gold, has captivated the imagination of men for centuries. You might recall the book of Henry Rider Haggard, the title King Solomon's Mine, or maybe the 1950 movie of a similar name, or perhaps the TV miniseries. The location has been a common quest for ancient explorers. A Portuguese explorer, 15th century, claimed that it was the Shona Lands of Zimbabwe. Christopher Columbus thought that he found Ophir in Haiti. Sir Walter Raleigh thought that it was the jungles of Suriname. A Spanish captain in 1668 discovered an archipelago and believing it to be Ophir, named them the Solomon's Island. So a lot of people think the same thing. assumptions, right? Now, am I saying that I'm 100% correct? I don't know. But, that's an understanding that I never heard anybody bring out, which to me, it kind of seems awkward that Ophir, Joktan, Yucatan, the son of Ophir, and then it's the golden wedge of Ophir, the golden wedge, and the wedge itself is a tongue by the sea, a bay by the sea, tongue shaped. Well, that's the Gulf of Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't speak your language, dude. I wish I knew what you were saying. So it says here that either way, the Ostracon confirms the veracity of the Bible in the reference to the Ophir in the ancient world. Professor Woltz, the Ophir gold, so-called after the country of its origin, is apparently as a special fine quality. The Bible repeatedly describes the gold of Ophir as precious, Job 20:16, that wisdom does not have a price. Yes, true. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx or the sapphire. Isaiah 13:12 says that in the day of the Lord, a man will be more rare than the fine gold, even a man than the pure gold of Ophir. So it's like the golden wedge of Ophir, meaning the bay sea of a tongue-shaped land. So that's the gist of it. That's the understanding of it. That's what we know about us. How long have we been told that we were just Indians, dumbasses, that the white man, at least from that small understanding, came here and civilized us? We were made to believe that shit. That we, somehow, some way migrated from that stupidity right there. And it wasn't just a white man's agenda to fucking keep that history from us. It had involved a lot of people. Black, white, brown, yellow, all them nations that do not consider themselves indigenous to this continent right here. So this is why I bring out this type of history before I need to go to like every other fucking Hebrew channel that says, look, we're the Hebrews of the Bible. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28 and the curses and the white man. Shut up, man. If you cannot find yourself in this book without going here, then you're not of this book. Because I remember last time I recalled, there was a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as quick as the eagle flieth, that somehow, some way, was going to bring these things over. Deuteronomy 28:27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch whereof thou cannot be healed. Somebody brought that shit over here, and it wasn't the white man. They brought French pox. So, I find it very interesting, and this is why I'm so proud of what I do, because no matter what we say, nobody believes it. And even though it's in our fucking face. Here, check it out. Like, for example, we're from here, this continent. I don't give a hell what you guys can say. You can say, oh, well, you guys are white. Okay, well, if they were white, if we were white, then why are they deporting our shit? And that's like I'll give an example. This is the kind of man I am, okay? So I have a 125-gallon saltwater tank that I'm working on. It's acrylic, all right? So I've had it before. I put it up, put it down, saved it, but there was a lot of scratches when I first bought it, and I just never went to work on it. So now what I'm doing is I'm sanding that shit down and making sure that it looks very good. I went all the way to 200, I think 400 grit, to 600, 800, 1000, 1200, 1500, 2000, 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000. That means that I've gone through every single process of sanding that shit down. Wet sand, you know what I'm saying? Wet sanding, wet and dry sanding down to make sure that my shit looks clear. So, you know, I'm a pretty methodical individual. So when I look at this history and try to determine who I am before I include anybody else, I make sure that I check all my fucking, you know, measurements. You know what I'm saying? I do my due diligence. I take my time. I go through the processes. I take off the layers, the ones that seem to be confusing, where I can be blurry and not see things clearly. I don't do that. I don't stay there and say, I'm tired of sanding down shit. I'll just stick with the blurriness because I can't really see, but I'll try my best to interpret that fucking letter. No, that's not what I do. So before you go on, try to say that you understand anything about us, claiming to be you, make sure you hit this link right here. And before you move forward, try to debate me about this topic. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing this shit. And the next shit I'm going to show you. Let's go.
A mistaken traffic stop landed a teenage girl in ICE custody. She's facing possible deportation. And it has some in her ruby red community of Dalton, Georgia, rethinking their politics on the issue. Look, about 1/3 of the people who live here, they're immigrants, and some of them are undocumented. At the same time, more than 70% of the voters in Whitfield County, they picked Donald Trump in the last election. But today, some of those same supporters say, while they do want enhanced immigration enforcement, they don't want this.
A lot of these people have been here for 20 plus years. They're on our kids' football team. They go to church with us. It's always.
Hold on, this is funny. Wait, hold up a second. What? I just got recommended your channel because my phone picked up a gringo. Call me a beaner. Wow.
Que alguien me explique. Who are you?
I'm gonna keep this post up here for a little bit. I want you brothers and sisters to pay attention to this stuff right here. He said his phone is just, you know, randomly. I'm assuming is what you're talking about, JV. You're just, you know, doing about your business and somebody fucking called you a beaner and all of a sudden like you're watching YouTube and it says, hey, check out this guy. Oh, wow. Hey, guess what, bro? Hey, listen, this for you, brother. This for you, my brother.
Viva Mexico, cabrones!
And that guy that called you a beaner?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
That's probably why it makes sense, huh? Hold on a second. I'm going to tell him again.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I'm glad for once they actually get the algorithm correct. Let's continue.
Always been my contention that let's focus on criminals and people that are doing real dangers to society, because the reality is this community doesn't exist if you haul all the illegals off. It doesn't exist.
Jimena Arias, who has lived here undocumented since she was 4, remains in immigration detention, despite the fact Dalton police now say she was pulled over by mistake and dropped all traffic charges.
I know it's difficult because you...
Hey, let me tell you something. I don't just like frijoles, bro. I like grasshoppers, and I like arroz, and I like tortillas, and I like masa, unleavened bread, and I like everything that the Bible says we're supposed to eat. And guess what? I like grasshoppers too. And that's what the Bible says. So, you know what I'm saying? If there's anybody here that's, I don't know, what they claim to be Christian, even though we're not those people. We are those real people. The brothers of the Meshiach.
Viva Mexico, cabrones!
In case you didn't know, Mexico means Meshiach, means anointed. Mexica, in case you didn't know. You're probably new to this, but let's stick around, bro. You may like it.
You have so many criminals, they have to be deported. But in the same time, I feel the situation like Jimena can be fixed.
You can be on whatever side of the spectrum, but it was injustice.
and it's created a lot of fear.
Now,
Yeah, it sucks that she got fucking. The matter of fact, let's go back to the point because that was rude of me to go play this, and I didn't even like. Oh, that's my brother Rich. Look at this brother right here. That's my brother Rich right there. What up, bro? Okay, so check it. I rudely. Well, first of all, I played this and then I rudely interrupted, man. So let's watch this. Let's let it play, and so we can see the point, okay? Because we're gonna move on.
A mistaken traffic stop landed a teenage girl in ICE custody. She's facing possible deportation. And it has some in her ruby red community of Dalton, Georgia, rethinking their politics on the issue. Look, about 1/3 of the people who live here, they're immigrants, and some of them are undocumented. At the same time, more than 70% of the voters in Whitfield County, they picked Donald Trump in the last election. But today, some of those same supporters say while they do want enhanced immigration enforcement, they don't want this.
A lot of these people have been here for 20 plus years. They're on our kids' football team. They go to church with us. It's always been my contention that let's focus on criminals and people that are doing real dangers to society. Because the reality is this community doesn't exist if you haul all the illegals off. It doesn't exist.
Jimena Arias, who has lived here undocumented since she was 4, remains in immigration detention despite the fact Dalton police now say she was pulled over by mistake and dropped all traffic charges.
I know it's difficult because you have so many criminals.
So we saw the end of it. And the reason I want to make sure that plays out is because, listen, man, like, look, I went through this Bible, in case you guys just got here. I went through this Bible the entire time. And I just barely hit the curses. Like, we don't even have to go through this. Really, if I'll make it very simple. I don't know, just enjoyed my time expressing who we are without having to be so aggressive and hating other people that what they've done. Now we can leave that at the end, because guess what? At the end, someone's gonna fucking pay. I'm not gonna be griped about this. I'm going to be happy and loving my gente and showing them who we are according to the Bible. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to get mad at that shit. I already done my work. I already destroyed Canaan. Canaan never doesn't even come mess with my channel. They're too scared. They understand who Joshua is for the first time in their life. You let anybody know, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Chakari, we know the peggers, any day of the time. You invite me to your place, I'll debate you, and I will smash your shit in pieces. Because that's how we do it. You guys call those people Jedis, like in the movies and shit. So now let me show this. Let me show you this to you. Let me show this to you. Is this it? Yeah.
Most people are forgetting.
Before we move on, well, let me play this right here slowly. You know, that girl that was arrested, by the way, I want you to see her face, okay? Before we move on.
A mistaken traffic stop landed a teenage girl in ICE custody. She's facing
Okay, look at that. Look at that girl, right? That's our sister. And before we move on, in regards to like why things matters, it's this stuff right here. This is why I keep expressing that if you're indigenous and you can hear my voice and what I truly mean, please understand that this is not hate, man. These are facts. So now, that sister earlier got arrested because supposedly she looks legal. This is a so-called Native American. These people here.
I think either political party, either political candidate is giving enough attention to tribal issues.
I don't think they do as much as they should, being that we're the Aboriginal landholders of all of the land. So
he said we are the Aboriginal landholders of all the land, but guess what? He's in Canada. I mean, at least that's what he said, something about Canada. But this mofo, this brother of mine, I should say mofo, but this brother of mine would get arrested real quick. Especially this guy. He'd get pulled over and I used to be like, hey, where's your papers? What are you talking about? You're going to Mexico.
Never fixed the road, so I mean, one big thing was fixing the roads on the Navajo Nation, putting highways on those dirt.
And you know what the sad part is? Voter supporting Trump. Fucking shit.
Roads, but that's what would help the people and save their vehicles.
Immigrants are coming into our land and
And see, she's supporting Harris, but she says immigrants are coming into the land. Now, she's not talking about raza. She's talking about like other immigrants from other nations that are not our people. She's not dumb. The other ones are like, hey, Trump's going to help you. Yeah, he's about to take your land, dumbass.
a lot of they're doing a lot of land buyback now, and a lot of our lands are been taken. So, that's not good, for our tribes,
The gun.
By the way, listen, bro. If you're raza, understand. This is your fucking neighbor. This is your primo. This is your tío. This is somebody related to you, bro. And this is a Native American, so-called. And look what he does.
Laws, I know that there's a lot of shooting going on in
Trump supporter
schoolyards now, but it's just the kids that probably weren't raised right.
You see the job that these people have done? They've separated us so much that we really assume that we don't look nothing like each other, bro. This is, it's like, what the fuck?
Right, I'm not sure, but back in my day, if you had trouble in school, you duked it out, you had a fist fight. Nowadays, they take the kids take the guns to school.
We're really lacking infrastructure on the Navajo reservation, utilities, water, power, and even roads. A lot of things like that. I'm a retired coal miner, and I realize what burning carbon fuel and mining and processed carbon fuels. It's really hard on our climate, and as the years go on, we realize we have to at least think of our younger generations coming up, that they enjoy a healthy environment.
That's what I love about the elder right there, man, because he's thinking of the future, bro. Like, we have to think about our families, our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of president are you going to... What are you going to set up when you let other people either dictate what your future is or tell you who the hell you are? You're out of your mind. What kind of man are you when you allow your children to learn some shit from somebody else? What kind of man are you when you accept somebody to tell you, hey, listen, you came from the nutsacks of somebody else that has nothing to do with you, that doesn't even look like you? Your child looking at himself in the mirror and you're telling him, hey, tú eres como ellos, güey. Tú viniste de los huevos de ellos, güey. That's your 12 tribe chart bullshit. And look, listen, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Sakari, every single one of those fucking camps are wobbles en route. You want to know why? Because they believe that you were never Hispanic looking, so-called, that you came from, that you look like them. And the reason that you don't look like them is because you mixed with supposed to be white people. And the only way that you're going to be accepted in the kingdom is when the Messiah supposedly comes back and turns you back into a black man. Ask any fucking camp about that truth. And listen, I'll give you the scriptures. You come to my channel, come back and say, give me the scriptures. Because I asked them, okay, I'll give you the scriptures. Do the homework before you go do that. That's why they don't show up to my channel, because I could check them real quick. I already know their little script. You try to give somebody real truthness of who they are, spiritually speaking, but they hold you to the fleshly roots of what you should appear to be. How the F is that even anything related to the Bible?
We are not our ancestors. We have a rich history here in America, which we built this country. We are strong people. Again, we are not our ancestors. Please stop.
I wouldn't have a problem with he's saying, you know what? Okay, so that's good. But what you guys are saying is that we look like that when Christopher Columbus showed up. That's what you guys are saying. That's why. You know what? I have a lot of respect for this man right here. You know why? We ain't the same people. We ain't the same nation. What the fuck he represents his history. And that's what I care about. That's what I care about. Represent your truth. Don't go lying
What
about
the-
shit, man.
what
You
the
can't prove.
fuck is
You
going-
can't prove
what
none of
the
this shit.
fuck is going on in the black community?
No children. Yeah, it's the stolen land. Run it up, got it with the band.
What was a slave ship called at Christopher Columbus?
Now, some of you guys will probably be upset, like, why does it bother you? What, are you guys not paying attention to the shit that these Edomites are saying about us? Deporting our own people from our own land, making it seem like we're not even the originals. They're making us feel like aliens. Come on, man. Let's go.
What was a slave ship called that Christopher Columbus was on? Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat? Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background?
What was these folks' race? What were you talking about? Shut your fucking ass up, man. Everybody knows how. Okay, well, no. Let me rephrase that. Not everybody knows the history. You're right. Let's continue with this bullshit.
Painting dates from shortly after Columbus died and features what's considered the first and most accurate portrait of the great explorer on the left. It's also thought to be the first painting of Indians.
You want to know what I find so funny? It's like he's looking at the painting, right? Okay, yeah. So you know, those black people, those black people. Okay, so let me ask you, black man, what fucking damn Christianity did they implement in those people? Because I can show you what Christianity they implemented in those people. So without even me saying, oh, you know what, those guys are us. What happened to them? Who implemented those? You know what I'm saying? Those things. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this for a second? Let's understand exactly what we're talking about. So you see those people? I'm going to read it in Spanish because I have it in English. You see those dark people right there, right? Here's what they did to those dark people. I read it so much in English. I'm going to read it in Spanish. This is from the Mexican pyramids, the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. And this is the translation in Spanish because I have it in English. It says, de acuerdo con los españoles, el único conocimiento que podía adquirir un indio era el Padre Nuestro, el Ave María, el Credo, los 10 mandamientos. Leer y escribir se consideraba que era para ellos tan peligroso como el diablo. So, before you go and assume, oh, look, you see these people? You see these black people? Okay, let me ask you, what the fuck were they being taught in that year? And if you relate to them, how come you guys have no idea of Ave María, Padre Nuestro, el Credo, los 10 mandamientos, o el Rosario, cabrones? I can destroy you with the diet. I'm just trying to show you the curses. If these people came and did this to you, claiming you to be you, right? How come we don't know nothing about you? How come you don't worship the Virgin Mary like Shumaraga did? Taught the natives to worship the Virgin Mary. How come you guys don't do that? Wobble-ism. It's a ism. It's a schism. When you look at the psychology of that shit, it's what I call, what is that word called? Confabulation. Psychotherapy, it needs to be done. Let's continue.
Done in Europe.
What was a slave ship called that Christopher Columbus was on? Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat? Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background? African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more.
So he don't want to be connected to African Americans because you don't have no history. But if you come to this channel, you would definitely not want to be associating with them because I really proved to you who you guys are. But again, let's continue.
It's a system. That's like connected. Say, hey, he's a bad guy. You don't hang with him. Well, hey, I find out for myself. I'm not African American at all. My folks is not from Africa. And a lot of people in this room, folks, ain't from Africa. Might be a couple.
This is where we have to stop this bullshit right here. This is where the fucking bullshit has to stop right here. Right here. At this point, right here.
Ain't from Africa.
This right here. You're getting attacked from the white man trying to deport you for no fucking reason. You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about that. Look at this shit, man. Look at this.
A mistaken traffic stop landed a teenage girl in ICE custody. She's facing possible deportation. And it has some in her ruby red community of Dalton, Georgia, rethinking their politics on the issue. Look, about 1/3 of the people who live here, they're immigrants, and some of them are undocumented. At the same time, more than 70% of the voters in Whitfield County, they picked Donald Trump in the last.
But he's saying that this is he.
Hey, he's a bad guy. You don't hang with him.
Hold on a second. And who's supporting this shit? You see these right here? These motherfuckers right here. Let's not forget where this comes from. Stop being nice to motherfucking people, man. Let's go.
Let me find out for myself. I'm not African American at all. My folks is not from Africa. And a lot of people in this room, folks, ain't from Africa. Might be a couple, but people just don't understand. I asked my girl, like, yo, grandma, what's your background? She's like, Redfoot and Blacktail Indian.
Pancho Villa didn't matter. None of that fucking fighting mattered. None of that fucking, all that bullshit that we went through mattered. No, all of a sudden, because supposedly they're dark, all of them, they went through that. This is the ridiculous most, matter of fact, we're in the best times of our lives, man, because guess what? You better hold on to your heritage. You better hold on to it, and you need to fight for it because you got a lot of idiots being misled. But when you have a sword like the one I got, they don't show up. Hey, matter of fact, like I said it before, listen, I've said it before. Any camp can get it. Any BHI camp can get it. You invite me, show up, FOPI, whatever, BHI, any group can get it. I haven't even gone through this to the curses just to prove who we are according to the Bible. Let's continue.
100% Indians. That's my other grandma. We got Cherokee in us, and European, and Italian, a little Dominican. It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why all Africa, y'all look at me funny. Like, nigga, I'm African. Like, you're not, though. Like, you're not. 80%.
And you know what the sad part is about these people, man? The worst part is about the fact that they use this writer called Samuel Morton, and he wrote a couple books. And this guy, this idiot, I'm sure he deals with culo miados or culo meo, right? That bastard will never debate me. Hey, culo, come on, bro. Just let me know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, invite me to your channel. You can ask money for your people. I don't need no money from you. Just let me to your platform. Request money from your people. You keep it. I'll go on for free. I don't need none of that. Just invite me to your channel. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So like, this is where he learned it from. And they always go to this writer called Samuel Morton, but they always leave a book called Crania Americana. And in this book called Crania Americana, written in 1828 or 1838, something around that time, it clearly states that copper-colored people should not be applied to our indigenous people because we come in a variety of colors. We come very white and we come very dark, and we use oil and we use red shoe to get us tanner, or, you know what I'm saying? We just enjoy our skin, and we try to figure out ways of what to do with it. Matter of fact, it even said that we don't have a black color like these people. We have more like a lion's mane, meaning orangey, not brown, just orange. And if you suntan like me, like any Mexica does, we have that orangey tan color. But you see, these people will ignore the facts and will always go with the feelings. But again, who's supporting this bullshit? Who's supporting this, man? You know what I mean? Like, come on, fam. Wake the fuck up.
Slaves are already here. It was natives. It's crazy.
Hey, Deep, where you get that number from?
Don't know.
You see this shit?
Do you care?
Why do you think they hate the fact that Raza rules boxing? If it wasn't because of us, they would be ruling boxing. Canaan would be ruling boxing. But Canaan cannot rule boxing because the Hebrews are gonna pee the fucking wall.
Americans now, that's what we're talking about.
I love America. I love this country. I fought for this country in the '96 Olympic Games. And I'm gonna be the first one to tell. I'll be the first one to tell anybody. I'm not an African American. I'm an American.
You see how they want to sneak that shit in? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, fam? It's okay, but let's continue with the facts of what really happens to the indigenous people. If you guys really were indigenous, how come you're not getting deported?
Last election. But today, some of those same supporters say while they do want enhanced immigration enforcement, they don't want this.
A lot of these people have been here for 20 plus years. They're on our kids' football team. They go to church with us. It's always been my contention that let's focus on criminals and people that are doing real dangers to society, because the reality is this community doesn't exist if you haul all the illegals off. Doesn't exist.
You said if you haul them all off, it'll work. Because, you know what I'm saying? We need their help. They got to feed us. They work at restaurants. Let's not forget the fucking reality. Hey, listen, fam. I know that some of y'all probably show up to this channel. You think like, yeah, he's motivating and you know what I'm saying? He speaks truth. He brings the Bible. And then all of a sudden I say some shit and then you guys get offended. You're in the wrong channel. You're not in the right channel if you bring emotions. Because this is how they really truly feel. Listen, let's be factual here, man. Matter of fact, this guy right here, he don't even do this no more. He's pushing Republican bullshit. But let me give you a history of where he came from.
My mama, I will put one of y'all in a motherfucking bag, boy. I swear to God, I had my first body at 18. Well, y'all better get the fuck on. Y'all weak as a motherfucker, boy. We live a lifestyle y'all don't know shit about. See, all this internet shit y'all doing, I just go back and forth with y'all for entertainment. But on some real shit, I really put one of y'all weak-ass Mexicans in a fucking body bag, on God.
Hey, look at this shit. You're a simple-minded. You pray, you take these Negroes, the other real Jews. You need to shut your ass up. They're the ones that brought smallpox to Americas. How come you don't say that shit if you really care about history? Why don't you guys say that stuff? The white man brought Frenchpox. We know that. But you can't fool us no more. And then with your little simple-ass-minded last name, Flores, oh, that makes it better? You probably have like a fake-ass... Anyway, look at, oh my God. Matter of fact, let me show you something, fam. Let me show you something. This is exactly why I don't like this bullshit, man. You know what? You get different directions of attacks. Look, for example, you get that person to come, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say you're like trying to get to know the Bible, right? And you know, you come to this channel and you're like, hear me, and we're just talking about stuff. And you're like, yeah. Well, maybe he don't agree that we're the same people, but you know, it's all good, man, because, you know what I mean? We all suffer together. And then he reads this shit right here. You're simple-minded. Pray you, da-da-da-da-da-da. The Negroes are the real Jews, right? The Negroes, you know, this supposedly person. The Negroes are the real Jews. Okay? Even though they're the ones that brought smallpox over here. Now, you're going to go into this video and like, all of a sudden, you're like, hey, you know, but see, this brother's wrong because... You know, these guys are saying that we're the same people. So check it out.
But this what the so-called white man, no. What he do to y'all, he done to us. Right. What he done to y'all, he done to us too. Right. The same people that the Spaniards, Europeans that came over and conquered, the Taino Indians, the Arawak, the Gad Indians, all of them was Spaniards. They was Europeans. Right. They just had different names. The white man over here is the same. The one in Russia, the one in Germany, the Spaniards, all them the same people.
So, you know, they also say that they ruled Europe for a fucking long time, right? And they're saying that you're not a wetback or Mexican because they're saying that the white man called you wetbacks and Mexicans, right? Because, you know, like this, whatever. Let's listen to it for a little.
They don't teach that in your church? Okay. But these people right here are the ones that's in their Bible today. Is the Spanish Bible here?
All right. Okay, so they know Spanish Bible. No one's gonna translate that for you. You see, this is where I like. This is where I like. I think it's funny. You get a person like this, Jasmine Flower. This is a dude right here. This is probably a dude, which is funny. You're simple-minded. I pray you take heed to the truth, not this blasphemy. Oh, there's an E after the R, by the way. All right. So check it out. They said that don't let the white man call you a wetback. Okay. See, this is why I don't like people that don't know history. Let's listen to this.
Put up themselves on Facebook under women's names. It'll be a man posing as a female.
Yes.
You know who you are. Posing as a female.
Yes.
The Conquistador doing that too. Posing as a female on Facebook and saying, yeah, I am IOIC, putting up incriminating pictures of us.
Right.
I am this, I am that. You think you slick? You know
okay. All of a sudden these memes come up where everybody picture and stuff typed on it. You started that. We know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you. That's
the Weasel. The Weasel?
That's right. Okay, the Conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback? And guess what, wetback?
Yeah. Sure. You're not a wetback. Fucking joke. You guys are a joke. Matter of fact, listen, I've invited you guys or asked you guys to invite me to any one of your fucking little places so I can debate you. And no one invites me, especially these camps.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Cierra la boca. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Numbers chapter 15, verse 8. It's a free country. This was your country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk. Like, when the y'all thought was gonna happen?
I'm sorry, man, but I don't give a shit what nation you are. I will never talk to your mother like that. I would never do that. Never. I will never talk to any older white woman, older black woman, older Asian woman, older Arab. I will never. There's no need for that. She doesn't agree with what I'm saying. Okay, man. It's okay. I understand that. I completely understand that. See, this is why the Hebrews know what the fuck they're talking about. And we don't have to go aggressive about who our heritage is and what we need to do. We don't have to rip it off somebody else. Nah, man, we just, you know what I'm saying? We just slowly peel the onion peels. You know what I'm saying? We just slowly peel the layers of the onion. It smells bad. It's like, fuck, I gotta go through this. Yeah, and it makes you cry. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this shit sucks. Yeah, but it's our heritage and it's all good. Before we get even to the real point, because the scriptures talk about before you get to know me, get to know the scriptures, get to know you. You want to hearken to the word, hearken to your Abraham father, get to know his root, meaning get to know yourself. Because again, vengeance is in his hands, not yours. So that means you're supposed to feed off the fruit of this word, the good news, meaning who you are according to the Bible. It says Psalms 146:3, put not your trust in prince, knowing the sons of man in whom there is no help. Now, why am I saying this? Because listen, we came to Christianity, BHI, you know what I'm saying? Like we went through all that shit and none of it helps. None of it helps. None of it. And I'll tell you what, man, if I really thought that Christianity could give us the answers, I would stick to it, man. I'll be the first, man. I'm always really legit about. This is what I don't like about this shit. They want me to buy the membership, and I'm not gonna pay for the membership. Sorry, man. I don't collect money on my channel, and I'm sure as hell. Well, then again, I don't care. You know, I paid it for like 2 years. I just don't want to pay it no more. All right, so check it out. This is why I read what I read. This is why I read what I read. Put not trust in princes, nor in the sons of man, in whom there is no help. Why would you think Trump is going to fucking help you?
So you're telling me that MAGA doesn't want people like my father who work their ass off, who pay their taxes, who are a part of the community and loved in the community. But you guys want the white South Africans, right? Those people who have
Hey, hold on a second. I'll be right back, fam. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom, let this woman rant, but I got more scripture before I end.
never paid taxes, never contributed to the economy, never even struggled a day in their life. You're okay with that? You're okay with it? Them coming over here with our tax dollars and getting housing and free phones and getting government aid and fast track to citizenship because they're white?
Guys, maggots only want white people here.
Well, aren't these just the healthiest looking refugees I've ever seen? The most nourished, the most well kept, the cleanest, most well dressed refugees I've ever seen. I've never seen such stunningly healthy, good looking refugees in my life. Thank God America offered them refuge from South Africa. Thank God. They look like they could not have even stood another day there. Thank God.
The population in South Africa is 90% black, but black people in South Africa only own 4% of privately owned land in the entire country. But somehow Trump is convinced that these 59 white South African refugees deserve to be housed and fed on the taxpayer dollar in the United States because they were being discriminated against in their home country. It makes me so fucking sick to see that in the same week that a 16-year-old girl had her face slammed into the concrete by ICE because she was brought.
Do you realize what she was saying? Let's play that again because technically that did happen.
It makes me so fucking sick to see that in the same week that a 16-year-old girl had her face slammed into the concrete by ICE because she was brought here as a minor into the United States by her parents, that our taxpayer dollars are simultaneously being spent on an expedited refugee process for white people in South Africa, where they only make up 10% of the population, but they own 96% of the fucking land. Are you kidding?
It's called white racism, man. These white people in power are just fucking racist. I don't know why you white folks realize just now that your own people are just fucking racist. Or at least people that look like you. It's not our fault that you mixed with Edom. You know what I'm saying? You Japhites that want to act different and think the same or different, well, you fucked around with them. That's his shit. This is who you guys are. You know, and I kept saying in my channel, you guys are collateral damage at this point. And you just found out that they don't give a fuck about nobody. No, of course not. I mean, if you go back to your own history, you guys have been fighting each other for a long time, just for the sake of fighting. So it's always your leaders that just want to fight and make you dumbasses fight. It's a sad case. But the end is near.
Me, and their justification is that they believe that white people are being genocided in South Africa. So all of a sudden they have a problem with genocide. Meanwhile, the United States is literally funding a genocide in the West Bank. And for the record, that's not even happening in South Africa. It's been disproven and debunked multiple times. And it's just Elon Musk spreading right-wing bullshit, white supremacist bullshit, as usual. That's all this is. It's just white supremacist bullshit all over again. I'm so tired.
When we think about refugees, we need immediate.
This thing looks like a man. I don't know. I don't understand this right here. This is the man right here. Republicans always argue about like West wingers, you know what I'm saying? Or West, like, what do you call them? Leftists. They always get mad about leftists and shit, you know what I'm saying? But this is a dude right here. That's a dude.
Why did Amazon send me 20,000?
Hold on a second. Let me get rid of this real quick. So as I said before, how can you trust these people? I mean, they say they know the Bible, but they sure as hell don't know how to read it. They don't act the part. They don't show no wisdom. Sirach 12:10, never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Meaning, you know, let's say you have a knife and you think, you know what, I'll run it through water. It'll be okay. I just clean it up. I made a mistake. You see, the thing about iron rusting is that when you touch it with water, it becomes rusted. And do you understand that the water in the Bible means the word of the Most High? So when it touches the word of the Most High, yeah, at first it seems like it's getting it, but eventually it'll rust once it gets a hold of the word of the Most High, because the word is the Most High. It's like water. And if you leave water on this type of thing, it rusts. You see, that's why you have to understand what the Bible is talking about. It's very metaphorical. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
Were allegedly fleeing racial discrimination and violence in South Africa. Take a look at this.
So this is for all of my Latinos for Trump, which I will never forgive you for putting this man back in office, especially because your roots, he was never going to pick you. Anyways, so remind me again how you guys were for a person that wanted to get all the people that didn't belong here or came here the wrong way. Why are we trying to fly back white South Africans? Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring in some white South Africans. If you don't get the message now, like, you guys are probably the type of people that, like, your ex told you that they needed to focus on themselves, and you believe them. Like, that's the type of people that I believe you are. Because this man was never going to pick you. He was never for you. And the fact that you fell for the BS is beyond me. This was never about getting criminals out. This was about getting people like them back in and back in control. So, like, that whole rhetoric, it was a lie. I don't know if you've noticed, because you guys have been very quiet. I haven't seen a single Latino for Trump come out and like defend their stance, because you have no stance. They want us out. We are the target, okay? And you were complicit in getting this man back into power. But it's fine. Like, we'll have a whole therapy session about it. But yeah, it's very clear what they're trying to do. And you know what? Like, you can still like make amends, but you have to start standing up. Like, you have to start speaking up. Just like you were so loud to defend this man, like, we need you now to step up and
Nah, these fucking Cubans aren't gonna sing like, yo voté por Trump. ¿Dónde están bailando, pinches cubanos, cabrones? ¿Dónde están, cabrones? Where the fuck are you at? Why are you dancing your fucking night away, you damn bitches?
get united with us and back our community up and step up, because it's getting more radical out here. And they're only doing it step by step. They were never going to come out like in, like, you know, Star Wars Death Troopers style. No, they were going to do it piece by piece, and it's getting worse. So We need all the help that we can get, and you guys need to make this right.
The fact that white South Africans only make up 7% of the population in South Africa, yet they own 70% of the land in South Africa, says everything it needs to say. And then you've got people saying, oh, they're being slaughtered. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just being told that they have to now live in equality. And their land is not being stolen from them. They are being taken to court for stealing the land of other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your land was stolen by somebody, wouldn't you want to take them to court to get your land back? Absolutely. Absolutely. So these white South Africans are not running away from being slaughtered or injustices. They're running away from equality.
I just saw a video.
Well, you know, it's funny because they stole our land. And a lot of you guys always talk about it from a fucking distance. So who's the real bitch? Oh, they did this. Listen, as Lamentations 4:17, as for us, meaning us, indigenous, that we can prove with our DNA that we're fucking from here, our eyes have yet failed for our vain help. Because you guys, oh, well, you know, maybe Trump, maybe Harris, maybe somebody will save me. Our eyes have yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. Do you guys forget who the fuck came? Black and white conquistadors came. Do you don't think they're playing fucking mindset psychology on every single person here? Why do you guys believe the simpleness of simpleness? Look, listen, we had about 26 people watching this channel for a little bit, right? And I walked away and they all got butt hurt because whatever. I don't care. But as soon as I started bringing up some really fire shit, about 10 of them left. So that means we got wobbles watching this channel, or BHIs that supposedly care about you people, and then they get offended. Or a lot of people that watch my channel because they get educated, and then they go and teach it to their little group and shit, and then claim that they got it from their own sources. But this is what we deal with. Let's go to the facts. Are we going to be watching Prevain Help? But for people that cannot save us? Matter of fact, she said it herself.
That Trump has brought in the white immigrants who are being poorly mistreated in their country, so he wants to save them. You Latinos for Trump, come to the front. Come to the front, you fucking disgraceful pieces of shit, you. What a fucking embarrassment you are to our people, to our culture, to our ancestors, who fought with their freaking lives against this very same regime that you got up, got dressed with your own right and your own free will, and voted for this piece of shit.
Yeah, how the fuck can you wake up and cook arroz and frijoles in the morning and fucking carne asado or bistec cabrones and shit? And then go and fucking say, well, I'm gonna vote for Trump. Voy a votar por Trump. Voy a votar por Trump and I'm gonna shake my culo porque soy cubano. And they're deporting your stupid funky ass. Most of you motherfuckers are the ones that voted for him. Puerto Ricans too. About 30% of y'all. And I'm playing it low. You see, I'll excuse Mexicans in this town because guess what? Those motherfuckers never left. They never left. The border just crossed them. So a good portion of y'all think you're white. And you know what? It's okay with you to be white because we're not asking you to be indigenous. Indigenous people understand exactly what we're about. We look out for our people. We're communalist, not communist. Communalism is a total different thing than communism. Meaning we care for our people. Meaning I will take care of my elder. I will take care of my neighbor because I assume that he'll take care of me. Because you know what? I grew up in that town. Matter of fact, I had a good conversation with a brother earlier today. You know, we're not from the same. We're from the same environment in the sense of California, but I have a little different heritage. And I was telling him that, you know what, bro? If people in America or like the FBI wants to go in there and get the cartel, it's going to be hard because everybody in Mexico knows each other. Like if you live in a block, you know the neighbor. You know the neighbor to your left, to your right, to across the street, to the person behind you. the person's down the street, the person's at the store. You pretty much know everybody within the vicinity of like maybe, I don't know, 500 yards around you. That's how raza moves. You know, so because I'm from Guadalajara. Matter of fact, look, I'm gonna go deep with y'all. Look, I'll show you. I'm gonna go deep on you guys right now. Guadalajara, right here. Okay, so let's go into the fucking microism, not the macro, because I always give you the macro shit. I'm gonna give you the microism of Guadalajara. Okay, so I'm from this town right here. I'm this city right here. Okay, so I come from somewhere over here. The Colina Miravalle or some shit over here, right? I don't know where it's at. It's about 15 minutes over here. Okay? And as you can see, this is a city. And you see every little line? Those are fucking streets. And every line has houses and stores and shit. So like we had generational soccer players, like meaning like I had a brother that's like, okay, first of all, I'm almost 50, right? My oldest brother is almost 70. Okay, so he got me by like 70 years. So they had an 18-year-old little soccer team. They had a 12-year-old soccer team. They had a 7-year-old soccer team. They had a 5-year-old soccer team. So everybody in the block had generational like experiences. Like you had a big brother, you know what I'm saying? So if you got in a fight with somebody and he was bigger than you, you had a big brother that would like go in there and fucking kick his ass and shit. Or like, hey, you know, measure up to my big brother. Cause you know, I'll fight your little brother, but don't be fighting with me. Cause I'm not as big as you. So it's pretty heavy duty right here, right? You see what I'm saying? This is the city shit. This is real talk, fam. Look it up. Colina Mira. As a matter of fact, here, I'll say it like this. Mira Valle, Guadalajara, H. Bustos. That's where I grew up. Or at least that's where I was born. I mean, technically where I was. Let's see if this takes me to that link. It was a surprise here. What's going on here? Okay. So see that's it. So here, man, you see. So okay. So check it. This is interesting. Okay, so let me go here. This right here is Guadalajara, Jalisco, right here. Okay, so that's El Oxxo, like in the city that I'm born in, like the Oxxo right there in the corner. This is H. Bustos and Menejilos. That's what they call it, H. Bustos, right? And my house, my parents, this is the house that I was born in, right here, right there, that little house right there. My brother still owns that house right there. Okay? So that's where I'm from. Like we understand exactly what's going on. So when people say like, oh, well, they're going to go in there and they're going to find the fucking cartels. No, man. These people are connected with everybody. Everybody has cousins. So when you kill one of them, you're going to kill one of them. Dude, bro, you attacked everybody else. So it's stupid to go assume and say you're just going to go in there in that town. You don't understand your people. And this is why I love the fact that this sister said what she said, because the way that you guys voted is because you don't understand your people. So guess what, fam? Don't feel bad. These are not your people. And that's okay. It's time to move on because not everybody is an indigenous bloodline. Not everybody is interested in having power. Not everybody is interested in making the other nations suffer. I know what you did to my people. I don't want to see you suffer. I want to let the Most High deal with that shit. In the meantime, well, let's make it work. But eventually, you're going to have to pay. Let's go.
White immigrants who are being poorly mistreated in their countries. He wants to save them. You Latinos for Trump, come to the front. Come to the front, you fucking disgraceful pieces of shit, you. What a embarrassment you are to our people, to our culture, to our ancestors, who fought with their freaking lives against this very same regime that you got up, got dressed with your own right and your own free will, and voted for this piece of shit president that's here now.
Cubanos.
And we all, as a whole, the Hispanic community, get looped in with you all. as, oh, your people voted for him because you want to be white aligned so f***ing badly. You know that when Christopher Columbus went to the island of Puerto Rico, I'm talking to Boricuas right now. When he went to the island of Puerto Rico, he found the Taino people to be so warm and welcoming and giving that he went back to Spain and told the king, yo, give me 50 soldiers, I can take over the whole island. These people are giving to a fault.
What? I have a video that I was going to play, and that's very true. He was like, they're so loving, they're so willing, they're so helpful. We can enslave them to the max. Because we weren't enslaving each other, fam. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, regardless of how you slice the Bible, we are those people. We love our brethren, right? Well, we'll kill our enemy. Correct? We thought these guys were brethren, right? They treated us like enemies. Correct? The Bible talks about that. Israel, our people, have a way of saying, it's okay. Maybe next time.
He went over there and captured all the natives, tortured, sold, and raped the women. And you pieces of shit voted for the same type of motherfuckers. I'm so pissed. I can't even stop cursing. There's not even a word to describe what I think about you Latinos for Trump. There's no, because you are disgraceful beyond measure. And to get a pat on the head that you didn't even get. You're nothing more than a whore for a white man. And I'm talking to men and women alike.
This being appeared, over 6 foot tall, had a very large elephant nose. So then I just...
Oh, this racist.
You know what? I'm glad that that video showed up after that show right there, that what I showed you guys. Because, like, this is what we're dealing with now. Like, oh my God, fucking aliens. They're the ones that are here. No. Nah, man, that's not the way it works. Let's go to Jeremiah 17:5, man, just to be safe on this. Thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man and make it flesh his arms. Why is that a problem? Why does the scripture say, do not trust in man? Well, that particular man. Why? Sirach 12:11. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. Didn't they show up in 1492? Didn't they need our help? You think they would have survived without us? No. He said, oh, I'm sorry, I can't survive. Can you help me? He crouched down. And he humbled himself. He like, oh, I'm sorry, man. We're brethren. Man, I'm sorry, man. I'm Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? These are the British motherfuckers that showed up in the Mayflower. He humbled himself, man. You know what I'm saying? The same fucking bastards that are talking shit right now. The ones that look like Trump, Donald Trump. Those British motherfuckers that showed up in the Mayflower, they're the ones that crouched down, humbled themselves, and oh, I'm sorry, I don't know. They were eating themselves, family. In 1690, please do your homework. When they first showed up in the Mayflower in Jamestown, they were eating each other. They could not survive without us. This is who they fucking are. But you know what? If you're stupid, then so be it. You want to be white? Go ahead. Get over those. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet he take good heed and beware of him. Oh, you know, I don't know. I'm sorry. Do you really believe this shit? Okay. Do you really think they care about you? Let's go.
This administration terrorizes Latinos across America. Some who have been here all their life, have done the right thing, go to their appointments, to do the right things, and then be arrested at their appointments. And then some who just go to work and live their daily lives day by day, graduate from high school, go to college, not committing criminal acts, working jobs and paying taxes like everybody else. Yet this administration, they're racist thugs, go and kidnap these people, terrorize their kids, make their kids cry. And they were going to welcome open arms these people right here. If this ain't all out racism, I don't know what is. Sickening, man. Sickening. And I shouldn't hold no ill will toward these people because it's not their fault. And I really wouldn't have no problem with them coming here if the other side was treated the same way. But this is about what it is. Make America white. And treat Latinos who have worked in this country and paid taxes like shit. But you Latinos for Trump are the biggest embarrassments to your old damn selves. Look at your self in the mirror. Ain't nothing white about you, pendejo. Donald Trump and his racist supporters.
I don't ever want to hear that Trump is a racist because what's happening right now is 1000% about color. He's targeting innocent Latinos and deporting them.
Second, but see, here's the thing. Like, here's what you guys are missing. And this is what bothers me. Channels like mine. I don't think I'm the only one doing what I'm doing, unless maybe I am. Maybe there's other channels that are trying to do what I do, but then they want to bring up that whole fucking trope type chart shit, and you come out of the nutsack of black people and all kinds of weird fucking shit. They don't make you feel proud of who you are according to the Bible. Or you're a Christian and you think you can celebrate Christmas because it's in the book. I don't know. Maybe the problem is you guys. Maybe the problem is you guys. To believe bullshit from left and right, to not be rooted, to understanding your own book, from the get-go to the beginning of time. I have a bunch of people, every now and then, I get people come to my channel and try to tell me like some weird shit. But you know what? I've been standing strong in this place since 2022. Never taught nothing different. Never changed my tune. Never changed my tone. And I've always asked, hey, listen, if I'm wrong, show up and correct me. The link is right here. I'm not afraid. I'm not IUIC. I'm not ISUPK. I'm not GMS. I'm not Sakari. I'm not FOPI. And every single one of those places always run from this place. I am what you call, what is that thing that Superman deals with? Kryptonite. I am their kryptonite because they know who I am. See, look, we got an idiot. Don't the Mexican Mafia and Aryan Brothers team up against blacks in prison? See, so, okay, what are you doing here, Latasha? What is it that you're trying to do? You trying to say that Negroes are the Hebrews? Do me a favor. Before you go and assume that shit, then tell me how come, where did smallpox come from? Just answer that question, and then I'll pay attention. Until then, you're just a silly dove.
Tearing families apart, even deporting Americans. He's deported American children with cancer without their medical supplies. On top of that, he's deporting people that are actually in the legal process of becoming Americans. Meanwhile, on Monday, he is welcoming white, keyword white, South Africans into America. He's providing them housing, prepaid phones, weather-appropriate clothing, groceries, house furnishings, all while also saying that Latinos are draining the economy. Are you, be so for?
The funny part is he deporting any black people? Since they're being so oppressed? And since they say that they're the indigenous people. So if he's getting rid of the indigenous people, why would he not get rid of those people? I'm just saying.
for real. Be so fucking for real, because these are the same Latinos that work multiple jobs. When have you seen a Latino immigrant begging on the street? Oh, wait. Latino immigrants work multiple jobs, don't even qualify for the benefits that he falsely claims.
You see, this is what I mean. You see, family, I always wait for the veneno to come. She comes in and said, she's asking questions. This is what you call a passive aggressive idiot. They're like, so do you believe this? Oh, so you believe that? Oh, well, you know what? I don't agree with you. Mexican crying now, but always under the. No, we're not under. Matter of fact, Negroes under the white man's nutsack. You guys are like 40% of who they are. Black folks and white folks have been mixing with each other for a fucking long time. Matter of fact, a lot of you black folks cannot claim to be black. Nor can a lot of you white folks claim to be white.
That they are abusing.
You are the real. What did Nate the Snake call? Mamsers. Yeah, the real mamsers. There you go. That's the word.
Babe, they can't even get these benefits. They will sell you flowers, wash your car, wash your house, wash the dishes. They do everything. They don't qualify for these benefits. You think if they qualified for these benefits that they would have all these multiple jobs, babe? Oh my God, like, at this point, I just don't want to hear it. I feel like there's so many people that I know personally that have been gaslighting me, constantly saying, oh, Trump he's not racist, he loves Latinos. Then make it make sense. Make it make sense. And then the ACLU has already reported there has been so many.
Hey, fam, listen, how many times have I heard this? Bro, you a Spaniard. So you're a dude. I don't believe anything. You're a Spaniard. See, typical fucking Canaanite. Yeah, your Canaanites talk all the same way. It's funny, man. You guys all sound the same. Canaan sounds the same. You guys always say the same shit. It's so fucking amazing. You're no different than the
U.S. citizens that have been arrested and detained because they have been racially profiled. Yeah, for the color of their skin and for speaking Spanish. So please, I don't want to fucking hear it. It is about race. It is about color. If you are black and brown in America, you are targeted. And right now they're trying to get rid of habeas corpus, which is going to eliminate your right to resist arrest. So yeah, for all the Latinos that voted for Trump, babe, it's you or me next at the end of the day. Like, this is about color. This is about preserving whiteness. This has always been that. And, you know, I don't think that we are at a point to like blame the people, the Latinos that voted for Trump anymore. I think it's just wake up. Like, there's literally nothing that he's doing that's going to benefit you.
You know what the beauty is about seeing this video? That it's like, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I'm not the only channel that's been saying, we've been saying this shit for quite some time. It's like, you guys really want to be involved with this bullshit? Really? For real? For real? For real? For real? For real? We've dealt with this so long. Man. It's even embarrassing just to even deal with it. You know what I'm saying? It's even embarrassing to deal with it. Oh my God, it's just a headache. Yeah, they are. No, well, the average, but most of them are like 40%. You know what? I don't even understand what is. And Latasha calls me a bro. Let me guess, she's or it, whatever. I don't know, man. Listen, I don't care. Whatever. Let's move on.
Nothing. And I don't think that you need to wait for it to like personally affect you for you to wake up. I really beg and implore you to do your own research and just wake up. This isn't right. This is so sad.
When I say certain people have the complexion for protection, this is what I mean. These are the white South African refugees that are coming to the United States after Elon Musk lied and spread misinformation on Twitter, saying that these white South Africans were experiencing G-side by the political party in charge. Here's a timeline of events. On July 31st, 2023, Elon Musk tweets, they are openly pushing for G-side of white people in South Africa. Then he tags the president of South Africa and says, why do you say nothing? So as you can see, Elon Musk has been fueling this fire and spreading this misinformation for years now. Fast forward, Elon Musk spends $300 million getting Donald Trump elected.
Hey, and you want to know what's so funny, fam? Just recently was I like bashing on like, I guess, her tribe, right? But the entire fucking time, this dumbass right here didn't say shit when I was bashing on, you know, egg whites. But as soon as I say something about her, I'm assuming dark skin, now she's all offended. Interesting. Is this a race war? Is this a bot? Is this FBI, DEI? Is this somebody here trying to start some argument with our people? Because the whole time, I was just showing love to our gente. And as soon as I say, hey, listen, man, you know what I'm saying? There's some people stealing our heritage. All of a sudden, now this bot shows up. Supposedly, they're offended. What if I say that I'm an African? And that all the Africans in Africa are not from Africa. That the Africans in Africa look like Mexicans. That's exactly what you guys are doing. Let's continue.
Donald Trump wins, and the first day in office, January 20th, 2025, when he gets inaugurated, Trump signs an executive order ending the refugee admissions program. An executive order that basically says the United States lacks the ability to absorb a large number of migrants, and in particular, refugees, because of the availability of resources for Americans, essentially declaring that the refugees coming to the United States were competing for resources against Americans. Elon Musk then uses the power of being in Trump's ear all the time and up his and turns Trump against South Africa. Even though the claims of white G-side are ruled not real by a South African court, literally 4 days later signs an executive order called Addressing Egregious Actions in the Republic of South Africa, where he cuts off all funding to South Africa. Then he fast-tracks white South African citizenship while rejecting all other refugees. Here's where the story gets better. Here's where I say that they had the complexion for protection, because these white South Africans are descendants of mainly Dutch and French colonial settlers who first came to South Africa more than 300 years ago. They were at the heart of the apartheid government that systematically oppressed non-whites. Yeah, they're the ones who get to come here on an air-conditioned plane, walking through the airport, welcome to the United States, given flags for a photo op.
They're about here because they hate people of color. And they taught their kids to hate people of color. So it's easy to manipulate them to, you know, believe in Trump and say, it's all black people. It's all brown people. And listen, I'm not disagreeing that the white man don't like black folks. I'm not disagreeing that you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we need to look at the whole entire history of these people, because these are not our people. If you're indigenous to this land, these are not our people. These are not our ways. Now, why am I saying this? Because I live this way. I have children. I'm married. I don't practice, multiple wives. I don't do none of that. No. I teach my children, according to what I understand of what we are reading, that we have a creator and we have certain rules and certain conducts that we have to follow and certain respect for ourselves. And there's things that, you know, when it comes to the flesh, that the moment that you open up sexuality to the flesh, you will never be able to shut that down. You will never be able to say to yourself, I'm never going to have sex no more. So this is why I teach my children, you have to make sure that you choose the right person, because if you don't choose the right person, that flesh of door is going to make you fucking have sex with all kinds of people, because you can't stop the flesh. As soon as you have this, like an urge, so to speak, you can't stop it. Which is why I warn my children before it happens. I give them the psychology of why, and I give them the spiritual understanding of how come. And I show them the love of my appreciation of why, listen, I can do my best, but I'm not going to force this shit on you. And I pray, and I'm thankful to the Most High that, you know what? I don't have to try that hard. My children are actually practicing that shit. Why? Maybe because I was able to express that to them. You can, listen, fam, let's be real. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be the first one to be with it. When I was 16, 17, I wasn't thinking to have sex, man. I was like, trying to have fun, play sports, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden I got this urge in me, and then I was showed masturbation, and then masturbation led to something else, and then all of a sudden I started having sex with a bunch of people. That's exactly what the fuck that means. The moment you give heed to that fucking spirit, it'll take you. And this is why I so stress to the brothers that I talk to, or at least the ones that want to hear this, of how I do what I do. My family doesn't do that. I'm so thankful. I have a daughter, she's 21, going on 22. She ain't doing that. I have a 12-year-old going on 13. He's not doing that. Why? Because I've used this book to help me understand myself in regards to what I went through, and how can I better explain these things to my children so they can understand it, so they can understand how to go through. Because this shit is hard. How the fuck are you gonna be young, full of cum and shit, and you're like, oh my God, I'm so anxious. Like, I don't even know what the fuck this means. Okay, well, let me explain it to you. There's levels to who you are, son. There are levels to who you are, daughter. If you're Hebrew, you will understand that. If you're a heathen, you will never understand that. And this is the division. This is exactly what comes to be of who the fathers are and who are not. It's time for us to differentiate ourselves, not with hate, but with wisdom. Differentiate yourself with wisdom. Talk to your children before they get to that point. Explain to them what the fuck that means. You can't stop the urges of flesh, but you can stop the urges of flesh with your mind before it occurs. That's why you got to talk to them young, because the moment they open up that quiver, it's over. Are you kidding me, man? You're gonna try to tell your penis to fucking not get up? Are you gonna try to tell yourself after you had sex never to have sex again? Nah, man. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. It starts in the mind, it starts in the spirit, and it starts in a young conversation. And it starts with a simple way of just, it's like, listen, I'm not trying to tell you not to do these things, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is that the moment that you open that door, you're never going to close it. You're never going to close it. So I advise you not to ever open it. At least not until you know for a fact that's the right door. Because if you pick the wrong fucking door, that door is going to be open all the fucking time. And then you're going to be horny all the fucking time. And then you're going to be promiscuous all the fucking time, because you're going to have a lot of other motherfuckers that don't even understand that shit. And they're going to be promiscuous with you. And then you're going to have like 4 or 5 kids. And then you don't even realize how the hell you ended up there. All because somebody didn't say to you, listen, the mind and the spirit and the flesh fight all the time, mama. Block it. That's why I tell my daughters, the mind and the spirit and the flesh fight all the time. And I love my daughter. And I'm so happy that she honors me to this day. And I'm not saying it to like, oh, hype it up. Nah, man, listen, I worry about her too. You know, like, is she going to meet somebody that like looks at it like that too? You know what I'm saying? But guess what? If she's the beginning, then that means that she's going to be the last. That means that we're setting precedent to our people, our children, our daughters, our bloodline. Stop lying to yourselves. Let's go.
Meanwhile, the Afghan refugees who helped the U.S. military during the U.S. military operations in Afghanistan are in dangerous limbo after the Trump administration ordered a pause on the refugee resettlement program. Meanwhile, this is how Black Haitian immigrants are welcomed to the United States. Meanwhile, other refugee populations that are non-white, this is how they come to the United States. I'm not saying that motherfuckers gotta look like their story or look like they struggled, but there's a clear differentiation between people who have valid concerns, valid refugee claims, and seeking asylum versus these motherfuckers that are coming in shorts and look like they're well-fed and look like they have good clothes on their backs. And if you really want to deconstruct all the hypocrisy all the way, why is it that the reason that the U.S. refugee resettlement program was scrapped was because the refugees were competing for resources against Americans, yet the literal website that's helping them resettle into the United States is openly saying that these white South Africans are going to receive financial assistance, a one-time federal grant, $1,275 per person, cash assistance.
And I say, you know what? Let them fucking have it, man. Let them have it. Let them have it, fam. Let them have it. Let them have it. Let them have it. Are you going to stop them? All righty. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to stop them? You're not going to stop them. Let's see what time it is. Let's see. It's 12:34. Damn. Okay. So, let me ask you guys a question. I can continue with the video that I wanted to show you guys from like a year ago, or I can shut it off now. I kind of want to show you guys this video real quick because it relates to the topic. And I believe that this is going to attract a lot of wobbleism. And I kind of like the fact that it attracts wobbleism so you guys can understand exactly what's going on in this society of ours. Because, you know, we got the Anglo-Saxons. You know what I'm saying? They're over here interested in getting rid of our heritage. But they're not the only ones. They're literally not the only ones trying to get rid of our heritage. There's other people too. So maybe we should play it. It's like an hour, 2 hours in that shit. Matter of fact, I'm going to play it 2 hours. It ends at 12:35. Let's go, man. I'm going to jump in and out. Let's go. Shit, I don't know why I lifted there. Okay. Let's see if you guys can hear me, first of all. What up, what up, what up? Hold on. Okay, the sound's good. Cool. Sounds good, man. All right. Let me, first of all, welcome you good brothers that are here. What up, ETC? What up, what up, what up? Who are you? All right, let's see. Hold on a second. Bruh. Exotic Tribe, bro. What's up, bro? Good to have you guys here. I'll give you guys some props. What's up, brother? I hope you're doing well, bro. All right. So anyways, let me show you guys something. In this channel, and I've made it very clear to a lot of people what I do. Okay? It's not a BHI, not a dumbass 12 chart. This is not a Hispanic only channel. What I mean by that is because I'm always going to stick to my roots. I believe I've discovered enough evidence to show who we are, at least like who I am, but some of y'all don't believe it. Now, I also, you know, don't subscribe to Christian shit either. So what we do here is that we teach that Negroes and Gringos together came as conquistadors, along with Arab Moors or Moors, white, black Moors, that's why I put that, fake Jews, Khazars, the fucking animals that I really dislike. You guys are just like, man, you guys are just chosen people that do just chosen things and just like to chosenly destroy innocent, unchosen children, right? That's what you guys do. Black, white, because Khazars, Sephardics, and other nations all work together to destroy our indigenous heritage. Investigating biblical doctrines and destroying strongholds that are against the truth. Ezekiel 3:8, behold, I have made thy face strong against thy face, and thy forehead strong against their forehead. I need to know that in this channel here, I do debunk a lot of shit. First of all, regarding that Genesis 2:7, that's a lie. First of all, hold on a second. With that crap, Wakanda, you know how they made a big deal about it? proved you guys what the origin is from that stuff too, exactly. And I have been calling out exactly BH as what's going on, and I told you.
That puto. Fuck that puto.
After what he said to that old lady, bro, I don't have no respect for him whatsoever. All right, so in this channel here, I also showed you guys, and no one else does this because no one else does the homework. Okay, I've debunked that stupid ass Willie Lynch letter that they so eloquently impressed upon us. Why? Especially when it came to BHI. So I'm just calling it for what it is. That right there. What else? The Deuteronomy 28. Okay, I've done that too. All right, you guys can go through these things. So today, I am going to debunk this idiot right here. Colomiados once again. I don't know, honestly, man, what his agenda is. I don't understand it. Are you saying you're black like them? But then when you talk, you say them. You don't include yourself. And then what do you get out of this? If, let's say, what you were teaching was true, what do you get out of it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you get out of it? So today, we are going to find out if you guys want to walk with me, or you can skedaddle the hell out of here. I don't give a shit. What I am going to do is I'm going to debunk these motherfuckers. Because that's what I am going to do, okay? That's what I'm going to do. So we're going to start from the top, though. We're not going to watch the video first. So in the video, what he does is he gets into this particular concept of, like, you know, California, Califas, Califern, right? All right, I'll get to it. So he references, and so do other people, these books, or this book called Las Sergas del Esplandian. Now, I am I could say a decent reader, not a good reader, a decent reader. I was going to say very good reader, but no. I'm a decent reader. I can read some of these things, but it will take time. So, like, for example, entonces el marinero, antes que convenía pie, allá llegaban con gusto la barca a las orcillas. So there is a patience required to read this material, which is why people translate this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to bring you to attention as to who this guy is. Garcia Rodrigo de Montalva. We're going to hear about it. Now, between 1450 and 1505, you know what I mean? So obviously these wobbles, anything that has to do with so-called old times, and then out of reference of just something that just may be them, they'll work with that. Okay, so hold on, let me see something real quick, because I heard about something yesterday. Oh, yeah, thank you, bro. You had to post it on Facebook. It's all good, dude. Thank you very much. And you know, by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up, too, is because there's somebody that's posting on the channel, right? And they're all, like, just all over the place. Now they're Asians and shit. Anyway, so Las Sergas Esplandian. By the way, I want to let you guys know that in this channel, I do speak Spanish and I do read in Spanish. So we're going to read English and Spanish. We're going to read English and Spanish, okay? But I'm going to try to hurry up because I have my mom here and we're going to eat some pozole today, bro. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's going to be good. Anyways, so in this book, you know, as I said, it's kind of hard to read. So we're not going to do that. All right? But what we are going to do is we're going to obviously reach other ways to read it. So now I'm going to bring you to a story here called Stories Behind the Myth of California. Now, in case you guys don't know, here in the States, when you hear or see something like the novel, you're like, oh, a novel, wow. It almost seems real. No, dumbasses, it is not real. It's like what we call novelas. Novelas are not real. They're not real. They're imaginary. And a matter of fact, they are made for what we call people que son ociosos, that have nothing to do and are just like instinctive and will react to shit like that. Yeah, right? So this is why, like, for example, La Llorona has not really ever been seen, even though you have people, oh, I saw her. I saw La Llorona. I fucking saw her. No, man. So let's reassess this shit, because guess what? This is what I'm making fun of this dude, bro. Straight up. And the reason I called him the Negro Master is because he's your master. He literally is your master. You believe the shit that he's telling y'all. And I'm going to show you like that video, which I'm gonna play at the end. I'm gonna first present what it is, and then y'all decide at the end what it is, basically. I'll say it like that. So let's begin. William Roos, PhD, by the way. Okay, so it's not Culomiados who lives in a fucking barn and shit, and like a half-ass home that, you know what I mean? Like he ain't even got fucking drywall inside of that thing. All right, this is a PhD individual. So I think I may just kind of lean a little bit towards it. Plus, it's confirmed. So let's read it a little bit. So let's read the story behind Califia and her two spirits. Now, I do want to say this, brother VTC, I really appreciate you, bro, because you do get it. You know what I mean? And what I mean by get it is, you know, you're not like just getting concept just because you want to create hate. Now, bro, it's like you got questions. You know what I'm saying? You got questions, so obviously, you know, you're gonna want answers. So, brother VTC here, he's been posting stuff about certain things, about certain people that have been doing certain things. You know what I mean? And there's something that seems to be very common among these individuals lately. You know, so you may want to consider looking at some of these things here, right? So the reason why I'm saying that is because in the same breath, this is where that two spirit sister concept comes from. You don't like, instead of mayates, mayatas. You know what I mean? Like instead of that. All right, but let's continue. All right, so in 1524, Hernan Cortez was at the peak of his fame and power. I'm only going to read about 4 pages, so I'm going to hurry up. 3 years earlier, through his guile, luck, and violence, he had crushed the Aztec Empire. Now, we're talking about Hernan Cortez, who they actually will reference, okay? Wobbles always do that shit. Now, and had crushed the Aztec Empire. The Holy Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, Carlos V, which, remember, in case you guys don't know why we have those chocolates, it's because, you know what I mean? He's a swarty mofo. Let's continue. Appointed him governor, captain general, and chief of justice of New Spain and Ocean of the Oceans. But his penchant for defying orders and making enemies, and indeed his impious towards the king himself, had weakened his standing. So we do know of this history, right? So let's kind of skip a little bit here. I don't want to supposedly hide shit, because you know what I mean? These wobbles and their king, their daddy, you know what I mean? This guy right here, their Negro master, they like to hide shit, and I'm going to show you how. So if we continue, it says, most tantalizing was a report from his trusted lieutenant, Gonzalo de Sandoval, excuse me. In 1522, he had sent the towns and the people of those provinces to bring to me all the reports and secrets of the land that he might learn. Sandoval traveled as far as the shores of South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, where he founded the city of Colima before proceeding north along the coast. Reaching the towns of Cihuatlan in the present state of Jalisco, where I'm from. The lords of the province gives him a report in which there is affirmed to be an island. Okay, so let's read this. Inhabited by women without any men. Although at certain times they are visited by men from the mainland, and if the women bear female children, they are protected. But if their males are driven from their society, this island is 10 days' journey from that province, and many have gone there and seen it. They also tell me it is very rich in pearls and gold, respecting which I shall labor to obtain the truth and give your majesty a full account of it. And indeed, Sandoval had returned with pearls in his hand. All right, so now we're like, oh, shoot, maybe this is true. I don't know. Let's continue. Cortez wasted no time, he says. I'm going to go get the gold. Even before he wrote to the king, he dispatched his cousin to Colima with instructions to look for in a district inhabited by women without men, where in a matter of reproduction, these women follow the peace practices of the Amazon described in the, I want you to pay mind to this, Historias Antiguas. So think about this. This is in 15 and change, 1505, 1510, right? So why is he saying Historias Antiguas? He is just referencing Amazon, referencing Historias Antiguas. So, and again, hold that into your thought because we will touch on it later. Okay. Cortez letter was recalculated, I believe. Cortez letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women, all right, who live without men might exist was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Oh, not remember. So remember, keep in mind. So this right here, this dude right here, okay, this dude right here, Culo Miados right here, right? Okay. So he is teaching people, right, in this book, which I just told you, right, which I'm going to get to. He's saying that shit is real, right? Cortez' letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women who live without men might exist as was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Okay, so now, second point. He called it a fantasy, right? He is not calling it a fantasy. They understand it is. However, let's continue. The Greek myth of a tribe of women, the Amazons, so not the Amazons in Brazil, dumbass. That term has been used in the past. So anyway, let's continue. Living on the margins of the civilized world was persisted through the Middle Ages. At the time the Spaniards arrived in the New World, an island of women was the subject of one of the most popular novels. Listen to this. So remember what I said? Novels, novelas, right? Novels, novelas. So this is not real shit. At the time the Spaniards arrived in the New World, an island of women was subject to one of the most popular novels in the history of Spanish literature. Do you understand what this means? First published in 1510, Las Sergas Esplandian, translated the labors of the very brave knight Esplandian. So just to kind of interject, and I did read a little bit about this, and I think we'll read later in a bit if I have time. It's really more of this knighthood. And this supposedly Khalifa's chick, she runs off and leaves with his ass. Anyway, let's continue. Was the second of the two romantic pot boilers written by Garcia Rodrigo de Montalvo. He was a storyteller, man. Anyhow, drawing on old medieval chivalry tales. Las Sergas de Esplandian was a runaway bestseller. You see what I'm saying? So we have Culomiados, a.k.a. Curimeo, okay, going around telling people that soul situation over there in Califas or California and that picture that they use, which is very recent, all right, that shit is real. So we're tackling it one step at a time, saying here, yo, this is the bestseller shit. Over 21, okay, first of all, romantic, written, bestseller, over 21 chapters, Montalvo gives an account of an island named California, which was inhabited by black women, which, by the way, I just want to remind y'all that in 1500, the terminology black woman didn't mean an Afro woman or an African-American looking woman. I mean, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Hold on. Come on, bro. Get this shit out of here with that shit. Anyways, without a single man among them, right? So they see, supposedly, it's a black woman or black women, that they lived in a manner of Amazons. The island everywhere abounds with gold and precious stones. Whenever a man came to the island, he was promptly killed and eaten. I guess they forgot to leave that out, right? Culomiados, did you forget to leave that out? Now, it says here, its ruler was queen named Califia. All right? So this is what Culomiados is saying. The black queen of California. Let's continue. In fact, stories of New World Amazons had been making their way back to Spain well before Las Sergas de Esplandian was published. Columbus relayed reports of an island of women engaged in men's pursuits in his official account of his first voyage. It is quite possible that these reports inspired Montalvo because he's a storyteller. In any case, they kept coming, storytelling. In 1517, while sailing along the shorelines of Cozumal, Juan del Grijalval expedition found a tower on a tip of the land that is said to be inhabited by women who live without men. When Cortez departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, so listen to this, right? So Hernan Cortez, remember. So he's like, shit, because he believed it. He believed this stuff. Okay, but let's continue though. And again, it's like everybody, every single one of us. You know, you guys believe one thing, I believe another thing. Some of us believe me, some of us don't, whatever. But it's like it's your belief, right? Whatever it is that he was believing, he had this book and story, and like, I think it's real. When Cortez departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, the following year, his instructions included, among other things, to get a hold of an informant who will give you news about other islands, and you will also inquire where and in what direction are the Amazons. All right, so we're seeing this so far. Okay, so it's not fake that he's bringing up a book or material, and even in this shit here, again, this is why I call him the Negro Master, because you guys swallow everything he's giving you, bro. Everything he's pouring down your throats. It's unbelievable. So you might as well call him Big Daddy. Anyways, so it says, okay, the soldiers with Cortez knew Montalvo books well. Bernal Diaz, let me read that again. The soldiers with Cortez knew Montalvo's books well. Bernal Diaz, who chronicled Cortez exploits, recalled how at first sight of the great city of Tenochtitlan, the Spaniards could not help remarking to each other that all these buildings resembled the fairy castles we read in the Amadís de Gaul, which is his first novel. Now, so they're even referencing or suggesting that Tenochtitlan may be what these broads are. Like the movie, you know what I'm saying? Wonder Woman. I mean, let's be real, man. What kind of dude ain't gonna think, hey, that's a good idea? An island full of beautiful women, right? Supposedly. Meanwhile, back in Spain, Cortez later backfired. So check this out. It gets interesting. The crown was certainly interested in pearls, gold, and new territories. Amazons are not, but authorization to undertake their quest was not forthcoming. Meanwhile, Cortez was called away to suppress the Enduro revolt, yada, yada, yada. He returns to Mexico. He found himself in controversies. Let me not waste too much time on little stuff here. Okay, so he returns. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. In 1529, now the dates changed. Nuño de Guzman sets out with a force of more than 300 conquistadors and some 8,000 Nahuatl allies in the lands west of New Spain to find the pearls and gold of Amazons. All right, so listen to this. The expedition was, in the words of one historian, a genocidal enterprise. You understand this? So Núñez de Guzman, which, again, they may be referencing that he believed this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? That he believed this stuff. Goes on the quest himself. Takes with him 300 conquistadors of 8,000 of our Nahuatl people, hopefully, you know what I mean? Or if not, sells, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And finds the pearl and gold for them. They're looking for it. But it says the expedition, in other words of one historian, is a genocidal enterprise. Guzman attacked the natives' villages. So listen to this. This is why this is why I call him this right here, bro. El más puto, bro. This is why I call you, bro, that.
Fuck that puto.
Because you don't do your homework on what actually occurred in this history, that you want to paint a picture of some shit that is you only talk about the fairy tale and don't give the real shit that happened. Guzman attacked the natives, villages, stole their food, razed and burned their dwellings. Why? As he's looking for this place that you think it's so grand. Oh my God, he had a black woman, man, and tortured their leaders to make them reveal the location of their riches, of that so-called island that Montalvo wrote. And it says in July 1530, which is a year later, okay, so we're going by years here, he had reached Omitlan on the western Mexican coast, where he wrote to the king, I shall go to find the Amazons, which some say dwell in the sea, some in an arm of the sea, and that they are rich, and accounted of by the peoples for goddesses. Guzman ravaged his way up the coast until he reached Ciguatlan, where Sandoval had heard of an island of women, gold, and pearls. But the only women Guzman found were cowering in fear and clutching their children. The men had fled to the mountains. There were no pearls or gold. Such news might have discouraged another man, but Guzman's denouncement only emboldened Cortez. Now it was his chance to find the island of women and their riches. So that now we're going few years later, between 1532 and 39, he mounted no less than 5 expeditions. 5 times he attempted it, to at an end, all financed at his own expense, all ending in disaster and disappointment. In 1532, he sent 2 ships under Diego Hurtado Mendoza into the seas of the coast of western Mexico to find out whether the natives were adorned with gold, pearls, and precious stones. 1 ship mutinied. The second disappeared without a trace. The following year, he sent 2 more ships under Diego de Becerra to find Mendoza. Again, a revolt broke out. Becerra was killed. When the mutineers turned back to Mexico, they came upon an island they named Santa Cruz, where, according to all accounts, there were fine pearls fisheries. Its inhabitants, however, were a savage tribe of Indians who attacked and killed the landing party. As the survivors straggled back to Mexico, stories of the newfound islands of the pearls reached Cortez, who, in the words of Bernal Diaz, felt a great temptation to visit the above-mentioned Pearl Island. Now, we're almost done here. The conquistadors now took matters in their own hands, and now in 1535, remember, between 32 and 39, now in 1535, he set sail with 3 ships, 380 soldiers, and settlers for the island of Santa Cruz. On May 3rd in that year, he landed at the present-day La Paz, claimed the land for king, and founded the town. Then 2 of his ships ran aground. Waiting to return, Cortez ran out of supplies, and his men began starving to death. According to Bernal Diaz, in order not to witness these miseries, he left Santa Cruz to discover other lands and came upon California, which is a bay. Then it says, the men of Cortez abandoned. Well, hold on. Do you see this? He just left them. There's nothing there. The men of Cortez abandoned the Santa Cruz, clung on for almost 2 years, a miserable colony on the coast of Baran Peninsula, where there were neither gold nor pearls, let alone a queen named Califia. It took 1 more expedition in 1539 under Francisco de Ulla up the coast of Baja to convince Cortez of that fact. Bam. Well, so now, this is what I find so interesting, because when you do a simple Google, right? Because I'm going to keep going. When you do a simple Google, you're like, Califia is a fictional queen. Fictional. Wobbles, please tell me, you're going to let this dude here, rule your mind? You're really going to let him sell you some bullshit, bro? For real, bro? For real, man. Come on, bro. Y'all adults now. You guys are adults now. It's a fictional story. If you look into this actual situation, it's really a story. And we're going to see some things real quick, because there's some history to it, right? Which, by the way, I think he references or he ignores in this video here. Okay? So, let's see. Reconquista, chivalry is what is actually the meaning of it. The character of Califia is used by Rodrigo de Montalve to portray superiority of cavalry, I believe, in which the attractive virgin queen is conquered, converted to Christian beliefs, and married off. Did you happen to leave that shit out there, Colomiados? I mean, I don't understand why you guys don't actually consider thinking of where the hell is this even about? Or what does it even mean? It's a novel, una novela, way, like what you see on TV. You know what I'm saying? Califia is a pagan warrior queen who ruled over the kingdom of black women living in an island of California. It's convinced, raised an army, blah, 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 just like Wonder Woman. No different. You see the book? All right, so let's continue. Now, we're going to get into the Spanish part. Now, I think I can translate this. Can I? Translate. All right, let's see if it translates properly, okay? It's just from Lecturas Hispánicas. So, you know what I mean? It's from Barrica I'm sorry, Barrica de Letra Hispánica, some shit. Here, let me give you guys a link. So you guys can see it yourselves. Okay, so what I think about is like, okay, sounds good, man. So instead of listening, and this is what I would tell you, Wobbles, instead of listening to Horseface right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Instead of listening to your master, I would say, why don't you actually listen to, or maybe go to the horse's mouth? You know what I mean? Like go to the Spaniards. Why don't we do that maybe for once and for all? This is from them. I am not making this the same. No, let's read what they say about this situation. Let's read a little bit. Hopefully it's all translated properly, okay? Again, bear with me. I clicked on the translation. But let's go. Prophetic spirit or sarcastic spirit. Dreams of wonder. It cannot be denied that the imagination, they were scrambled, excited. Okay? The discovery of America, gold, pearls, riches, sometimes the books of Calvary that tormented Europe. In the same critical epoch of the transition, they had a powerful influence in the minds of the end of the 15th and 16th century. All right? In the year 1493, Columbus speaks in the relation of his first trip from an island where only women live. Those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality. Do you understand that? Do you understand what it's saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, hey, what's up, Vladimir? I think Vladimir is the Impala de Serpents. Son más pendejos. Because you want to know something? They believe this dude right here, literally, this dude here, because he shows like a video, some pictures, a few sentences, skips, brings other things that support the few sentences that he reads, but doesn't give them the reality. So those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality, although unknown, what came out of the pen of Ordóñez de Montalve has in no account Spanish psychology, has not the account of Spanish psychology. What he's saying, because I read it in Spanish, what he's saying is you're not holding into account the Spanish psychology of that time, right? How do I know? Because it says here, nor the fact that it was forbidden to send to the Indies the novels of Calvary, because they had believed them to be intended for idle and poorly entertained people.
That's gonna hurt.
So it's like ocioso, gente ociosa, bro. Like, don't give people that don't do shit, don't know shit, don't read shit, don't give them things to get confused about. That's what it's actually saying here. Then it says, yes, although prohibition was flouted, it would never be so large as to be could form among soldiers in the popular masses. That atmosphere, which some pretend is excited, perhaps the most prepared. Remember, this is translated, okay? So keep that in mind. I can read it in Spanish, but I think I may lose some of y'all. So let me continue reading it in English. If it gets bad, then I'll go back in Spanish. Perhaps the most prepared, they could read the copies that arrive. And remember that the Pizarro could not read. And remember that Pizarro could not read. That Cortez was too cultured to let himself be led by those books. Well, it says he did. And that in any case, almost all of them or all the conquerors condemned such books and laughed at them. Anticipating Juan de Alves Cervantes. If the Spaniards read the books of Calvary, did not do in such a way that they thought only of it, nor did they lose their minds. Otherwise, in the 5 parts of the world would be islands of capes, mountains, or cities, or nations that would not be called Philippines, God Hope, Mendoz, Mother of God. They would be Palmerines, Rogeles, Prima Leones, or Luciartes, Floriceles, or Orianas, or Amadises, or perhaps Urganda, the unknown. Like what he's saying is that, listen, if that shit was real, they would have not named these lands Philippines, God's Hope, Motherland, Mexico, whatever, or New Spain, they would have named them all kinds of weird shit. Because in that story of Montalves, in case you wobbles don't understand, it talks about hideous animals, monstrous beings. Are you saying they were here too, bro?
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Que alguien me explique.
Nelly de Bangray, according to well collected at the beginning of the chapter, it says that not a single argument is given to support the humiliating theory. Oh shit, bro. Yo, for real. Hey, listen, family. Look, I'm not, y'all ain't my family because you on that side. This is your big papi right here. No. I love you long time. This is what he says. This is a humiliating theory. And that is why he flatly states that. And there's little doubt our noble state received its charming name, not in mockery, but rather in helpful anticipation, almost in a spirit of prophecy of the riches and wonders to be found. Like, hopefully, bro. It's like wishful thinking. Yeah, I want an island full of broads and money, dude. What dude would say, nah, I don't want that. Hey, listen, I believe in the scriptures, man. I believe in the Most High and all that, but I'm going to lie to y'all if I say, no, I don't think that. I'll be like, you know what I mean? Come on, let's be real, bro. Anyways, let's see how the Spaniards react in then before the books of Calvary. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as jokes. Oh, that's gonna hurt. So, culomeados, when you read these things, you're probably doing this on the backside, huh? When you go like into your bathroom and shit.
What?
Just laughing at these bubbles. I wonder if you are actually doing it on purpose, man. I sometimes wonder if you do it on purpose. It says here, let me read it again. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as a joke, as a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous, or as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise. Hadn't I done classes on confabulation, simulacrum? You know what I mean? Like imposter syndrome, schizophrenia, bipolarism, all related. Sedition. Oh man, I know that's gonna hurt. Right. That's gonna hurt y'all. As a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous, as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise, never to express the goal to which they aspired or kingdom longed for. A much less did they ever express collective desires. No examples are you can quote as a refutation in our thesis. Pedro de Ircio, who walked slowly without tormenting himself to seek danger, from which he placed himself to a good distance, and who told all the times of the exploits of the Count of Ruyena, his son, Don Pedro Gorón. This is going to make sense in a little bit. Check this out. Bernal Diaz de Castillo uses phrases in sense we affirm, putting them in the mouth of the conquerors, as if to draw the line between lie and deed positive. So he's, basically saying that he made sure to understand what is true and what is not. Sometimes that seems like a fable or enchantment, like those of Amadis de Gaul. But it is very certain, we were amazed and said that it looked like the house of enchantment that is told in the book of Amadis because of the great towers and the buildings that they had in the water and all the lime and pebble. And even some of our soldiers said that if what they saw was in their dream. And it is not surprising that I write in this way here, because it is necessary to ponder a lot that I don't know how to tell, see things never heard of, seen, not even dreamed of. So it's like, I can see people imagining things, and I could see buildings, and I could see that, but to write about stuff that I've never even seen or heard of, or even dreamed of, bro, that's stupid. They then didn't dream. Even when he used phrases such as those referred above, because there was much to ponder, and it was not well known how to express it in any other way. Diaz del Castillo excuses himself from using Amadis translated by his countrymen from Medina del Campo as a point of comparison. He doesn't want to offend them, is what he's saying. We are not surprised, in spite of everything, by the interpretation they give to the imposition of the name of California. Who wants to judge one's psychology with another totally diverse? It is true that Columbus, Cortez, and a certain enemy of his Neva Garcia narrated naivety. A century had to pass before Belisarius in year 1647 described by the western coast of North America and spoke of terrifying griffins. This is not a fable, but truth, Champ says. Now, let me go into here real quick. It had Spaniard believe it is hard for a Spaniard to believe that the environment of all those expeditionaries was so charged with that sentimental phantasmagoria and ridiculous illusion that was to lead them to admit the real existence of a more or less ingenious invention of romanceros and minstrels. And on the other hand, the historian is sure that such an environment did not exist, at least with those characteristics around California.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
It is not enough to look at the relationship of the appendices of those books this book reproduces. And then there will sometimes be ignorance, sometimes even imagination, delusion, never. So why are you guys so fucking delusional, bro? For real, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is going on with y'all, bro? For real. I'm like, sure, bro. Dude, somebody tell me, please, bro. I mean, I hate to tell y'all, but this is a fucking lie. Okay, so now let's go here. The same page, the same chapter. You can look for the options here on the bottom. You'll see here, right? I don't know why it looks like that, but you'll see the scroll down. It's a lot of information in here, okay? And it's obviously from España. So now I'm going to try to read it in Spanish so you guys can get an idea and see that I'm not bullshitting, okay? So let's go. ¿Quién inventó esta palabra de agradable ritmo que quizás existe desde hace 1200 años?
¡Que alguien me explique!
California es una palabra agradable al oído, casi musical y fácil de pronunciar, con características muy particulares si se le compara con los nombres de los estados mexicanos, pues además de ser junto con otros de las otras dos de la palabra más larga en ese conjunto, es la que tiene el mayor número de letras distintas. Se trata de uno de los vocables más antiguos entre los nombres de las entidades nacionales. Y su significado está rodeado de interesante leyenda. Ahora, escuchen. El origen de la palabra se pierde en el tiempo. Cuando aparece en la canción de Ronaldo Juarland, novela épica con escenario en la Bretaña francesa del siglo VIII.
¡Que alguien me explique! Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Chis pendejos, güeyes. This name has been heard of before. Que se refiere a la derrota sufrida por la retaguardia del ejército de Carlomagno en manos de los vascos de los desfiladores de los montes Pirineos, en una parte del lugar llamado Califerne.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Pendejos, güey. ¿Saben que do you guys know that in Mexico there's towns that are similar names to Spain? Guadalajara, what else? There's another city. Any more? Shit, look them up. I'm telling you. Aunque sin otorgarle mucho importancia. Lo cierto es que el hallazgo de la palabra fue hecho por Edward Everett Hale en 1862 en la obra mencionada. Una de las primeras copias se escribió en los fines del siglo XII y es probable que haya sido leída por Cristóbal Colón, quien anotó en el diario de su primer viaje. A story. ¿Ok? Once again, dirigiéndole a los indios que por aquella tierra hallaría la isla de Matinino, que dice que era poblada de mujeres sin hombres, y que cierto tiempo del año venían los hombres de ellas de las dichas islas del Caribe. El Caribe, güey. Pero si estamos acá en el pinche Pacífico, cabrón. Ah, no. Hay que continuar. Que dice que estaba a 10 o 12 leguas y si parían niños, si parían niños, enviaban, they would send them to the men, and if they had women, they would keep them. Okay, that's the story there. En 1510 se publicó en España la novela, güeyes. You guys know what a novela is, bro? You know, novelas are very famous in Mexico. Las Sergas de Esplandián, cuyo probable autor, García Rodrigo de Montalva, la integró como quinto libro a la obra, Amadís de Gual. En la primera parte de Amadís se menciona Calafía, reina de las Amazonas, que vivía en la isla California, muy rica en los oros. Estas novelas de aventureros, estas novelas de aventureros heroicas, con 5 ediciones de 1510 a 1561. These were novels, stories about adventurous heroes. Not adventurous.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Not adventurous Negroes, bro. None of that shit, okay? None of that shit. There was 5 of them. Alcanzaron gran popularidad en la ciudad en la época. They were very popular in that time. So if it was real, where the hell is it? Colombianos, tell me where it's at. Because, I mean, apparently it was very popular at that time. How come they didn't find this? But we read earlier that people died because they were looking for, and our gente were great, by the way. Mind you, Colombianos, mind you. Then it says, en una parte de la novela, dice, sabe que a la distria mano de la India, en una parte de la novela, ¿ok? Novela, güey. Como quinceañera. You know what I mean? Like the novelas back in the days and shit. You know what I mean? Soñadores and all that stuff, right? All right, remember. Sabed que a la diestra mano de las Indias, muy cerca de aquella parte del paraíso terrenal, hubo una isla llamada California, la cual fue poblada de mujeres negras. Once again, at that time, negra didn't mean Afro, woolly, or African American looking. It just meant dark skin. You keep it native, an Indian, or an African, and you would be more likely considered negro, or in your case, more blackamoor, or Ethiopian maybe, but usually it all referenced to people with dark skin, not hair. Sin que ningún hombre entre ellas hubiese, que casi como las Amazonas eran su manera. See, remember this, que casi como las Amazonas. Now, if we're talking about 1510 and 1505, we know that they were not in Brazil at that time yet. So, they're not talking about those Amazons, idiot, colombiano. Era su manera de vivir. La ínsula en sí, la más fuerte de rocas y bravas peñas que en el mundo se hallaba, sus armas eran todas de oro. So they had gold weapons, like Wonder Woman. Que en toda la isla no había otro metal alguno. Y algunas veces que tenían paces con sus contrarios, había ayuntamientos carnales donde se seguía que quedar muchos de ellas prenadas sin paría. No, but it's basically saying they would keep the men, and you know they would give the men to the men or kill them. Yeah, they would kill them. If you were a man, they would kill you, basically. Supposedly, this is what these black, quote unquote, black women did in the story, in the novela, in Wonder Woman, like it's in Wakanda. Y'all love to get shit out of movies, bro. Wakanda is here in the Americas, by the way. So is Wonder Woman. But apparently you think it's a real story, but it's just a story. Es imaginable que la tierra o isla descrita de la canción de Ronalda. Listen, es innegable que la tierra o isla escrita en la canción de Ronaldo, en el diario de Cristóbal Colón y en las sergas de Esplandián tienen las mismas características. Y por lo tanto se trata de la misma fantasía, güey. Bro, for real, bro. Come on, Julio Meados, bro. Sit down, bro. You're really distorting these people, bro. En 1523, Francisco Cortés de San Buenaventura Por órdenes de su primo Hernán Cortés, salió en busca del Mar del Sur. Remember that Cortés sent his cousin on the other book. Hombre que se daba entonces el Océano Pacífico. A su regreso, después de haber estado en la costa de Colima, rindió el correspondiente informe al conquistador, quien en la cuarta carta, relación fecha de 15 de octubre de 1524, dijo el emperador Carlos V. Los señores de la provincia de Xihuatlán se afirman mucho de haber una isla toda poblada de mujeres sin varón alguno, y que en cierto tiempo van de la tierra firme hombres con cuales han acceso, y las que se quedan preñadas y parecen mujeres, basically the same thing, right? Diciéndome que here you start here, que dice es la isla que a 10 jornadas, basically how far it is. Dícenme que es muy rica de perlas y oro. Yo trabajaré en teniendo aparejo de saber la verdad y hacer de ella larga relación a vuestra majestad. So he writes to Carlos V, el chocolate. Es posible que Cortés y su primo hayan leído Las Sergas de Esplandián o la canción de Ronaldo, dada la completa coincidencia de la descripción de la isla, pero además pudieron haber escuchado de los indios de la costa, listen to this, narraciones sobre una isla en la que había perlas y oro en abundancia. Después de todo, listen, ya los naturales del país habían aprendido que la forma más rápida de deshacerse de los españoles era decirles que más adelante es como decir, güey, hey, güey, ¿sabes qué? No me robes a mí, cabrón. El vecino tiene un chingo de oro, güey. Ese güey tiene un chingo de oro, güey, róbale a él.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. ¡Quítese a la verga!
Era decirles que más adelante, güey, más adelante había tierras con grandes riquezas. Y ¿sabes qué, güey? ¿Sabes qué? Y en este caso, güey, también hay un chingo de morras y no hay hombres allá también. Con grandes riquezas. En este caso, casi es seguro que los indios de Colima recibieron en alguna época la visita accidental de algunos californios o inversamente, como lo informa Carlos V. Y así fue como supieron de las perlas que usaban de adorno los aborígenes californianos. So we're seeing that this was also to tell you, listen, way over there, bro, that's where they are. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. It's over there. Agregado a lo interior, los expedicionarios encabezados por Francisco Cortés quizás escucharon el mito religioso de los aztecas, en el que se habla de un lugar rumbo al poniente hacia donde el sol se esconde, habitado por las almas de mujeres transformadas en diosas por haber muerto en su primer parto. It's just a story, bro. Damn, y'all are gullible. I can see why now you wobbles are really into this shit. You're very gullible people. Combinados la fantasía novelesca medieval, los mitos indígenas, la ambición y los deseos de impresionar favorablemente al emperador forjaron en la mente de Cortés, y además aventurados que se adentraron por el Mar del Sur. La imagen de una isla rica en perlas y oro que debían conquistar, la cual con el paso del tiempo sería llamada California. Sin embargo, Cortés nunca le dio ese nombre a la península.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Pues al desembarcar en La Paz el 3 de mayo del 1535, bautizó el lugar como Bahía de la Luz de Santa Cruz. Lo que sí es probable que es el regreso de los viajes que se hicieron desde 1533 a la península. Los marineros hayan empezado el emplear la palabra California para nombrar las cosas y tierras cuya exploración que se iniciaba, because they were looking for this place, which was never found. Quizás en forma de burla. Oh, listen, this even gets better. Palabra California para nombrar las cosas de tierras cuyo exploración se iniciaba, quizás en forma de burlar o ironía, pues meaning for joke or as an irony, like satire shit, like making fun of him. Pues la desnudez de sus montañas, la irradez general de la tierra casi siempre desértica y la ausencia, ya no se diga de las ciudades, sino de las modestas aldeas, contrastaban con la supuesta abundancia de oro y en la fabulosa isla. Lo cierto es que para 1540 la palabra ya era de uso común.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
You see what I'm saying, family? La califerna de la canción Ronaldo es, pues, la primera expresión escrita del antiguo vocable. That's what he was saying, de antiguas historias. Aunque su origen se pierde en el pasado, ya que se ignora de dónde sacó la misteriosa palabra el autor ánimo de poema. So, okay, that's what he says. So now, this is the book that Funky Con Medina brings out. So he brings out, sorry, not this book here. This one. So that's what he touches on, okay? We're going to do this quick because we're done. So here he goes here and he's like, you know, his little way of fucking talking and shit. Right? All right, so let's see where you at. Where are you at? So here he's reading about the story. I give you guys the history of it. Okay, just want to show you guys something. The island itself is one of the most wildest in the world. On the accounts of the bold, craggy rocks, the warlike and beautiful queen Calafia was leagued with the pagan princess leader Christian Dome. Blah blah blah. The city country California, we understand now, which along with northern barbarian tribes and with other Sicilian Africi, we're going to kind of check into it real quick. I'm trying to look for this. Where is it at, man? Hold on a second. What the hell, bro? Isn't this it? No manches, way. Hold on a second. This is it. I know this is it because this is what it looks at. Give me a second. Let me slow down a little bit. Here it goes. Black woman. Okay. But he doesn't read beyond. So I'm not going to touch this. I'm going to touch this. So it goes here further and says, in the old French epic, the Song of Ronald, at least 400 years earlier, mentions is made of a pagan city of country, California, Sicily, Africi, California. All right, he's going to touch on that. But at last, the veil seems to have been lifted. So check this out. Whether it was taken by Montalvo with some slight acceleration from Chanson de Ronald, or whether both got it from a common source or related source, the ultimate origin or etymology was obscure as ever. But at last, the veil seems to have been lifted. At any rate, in his very thorough study of the Chanson de Roland, just off the press of Champion, Bossinade, Dean of Literacy Faculty of Poitiers, offers a scholarly and appealing explanation which will convince many and entertain all. Of those interested in this subject, the sum substance is as follows. There were a number of fortified cities located in strategic points of Musalman domain in northwest Africa. Some of them famed for their magnificence as well as for the strength. An Arabic word for this type of town was called Kala or Kalat, which there is a translation in the Bible called Kali, but I'll look into that later. This word was used as a prefix in forming their names, and numbers of such names were known to the Christian world. The Arabic geographers have preserved for us many of these mouth-filling appellations. Among them was in particular which designated a city of this type apparently very famous among the Western Christians. It lay 4 days' march south of Bug, was the capital of a great empire founded by the warrior called Beni Hammad. Those renowned for magnificence revealed that of Solomon, and was named after Berber tribe of Beni Ephraim, who was his vassal Kala-i-Freni, or Kala-i-Ferni. You see this? Kali-Freni, like the Amazons. It was the queen of the city. It was the queen of the city of Barbary in century 11. And recent excavation on the site have confirmed the glowing accounts left by Arabic geographers and historians as to the extent and splendor. It was the Kala'a par excellence in the eyes of the imagination. Professor Bossinier considers it undoubtedly to have been not only the Califerni of the Chanson de Ronald, but also the California of the Sergas de Esplandian. As a sort of epilogue, he comments, I don't know if I pronounced it right, he comments on the singular destiny which was which was in store for this name from Maghreb in a Spanish romance added to the Amadis de Gaul in the 15th, 16th centuries. It designates the imaginary country of the Black Amazons. And finally, it is applied in America to the land since becomes famous under the name California. So that Arabic word Caliph appears not to have been bad as a clue. So, hey, you know what? Pulimados.
Fuck that puto.
So listen to what he says. And I'm going to speed it up because he talks really slow. Really slow. Listen. And then I'm going to probably cut it. And then we said, I have some other books to show you. I mean, here, technically, I'll give you guys a quick reference here. Here in Las Indias, bro, this book here, you guys can download it, okay? It's very easy. Historia de las Indias. I've given you guys this book before, okay? In this book, it has enough information to prove these idiots wrong. The conquest of the Mexican, the history of the conquest of Mexico. Hernán Cortés himself. Watch what he says, okay? I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. Cortés was informed of the approach of the fat cacique, who shortly appeared born in a litter of his principal nobility. And on his arrival, he immediately joined with the chiefs of this place in bitter complaints of the tyranny of Moctezuma. So, you know, he's talking about these other people that he's complaining about, right? The Mexicas. That demands heavy children, So look, this is interesting to me. So he's talking to him. Then Cortés consoles them, promising readiness. And while they were thus conversing, a person came to inform the chief that there was just then arrived 5 Mexica officers or to collect of tribute, the people of Moctezuma. So what happened to them, bro? What happened to them? This intelligence, meaning like their countenance, drove the color from the cheeks of all the natives. Come on, man. What are you saying, bro? If you guys were dark skinned, how the fuck could he tell that your cheeks got red because you got scared, because you got nervous? You know what I mean? That happens. You ever seen people get scared of you and say, whoa, they turn red? Just like that. And this is people that saw us. And this book here talks about the complexion of our gente here. I think in page 79, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. This is Cortés, by the way. He's wishfully thinking of seeing something. But that doesn't mean that he's seeing it or that he saw it. Let me see if I can find it this way. And then we'll move on, man, because I got to eat some pozole today, bro. Look, we're talking about Cortés. Cortés, right? Hernán Cortés. Go to the horse's mouth. Why y'all over here bringing up books from like 1948, 1960? I don't understand that. Check out what he saw. Cortez, you know, the same guy that you're like, oh yeah, the black woman, black. And you got these idiot wobbles like swallowing your sperm, bro. This is some nasty shit, man. Y'all are nasty for believing this stuff. And you are completely insulting your own people, your own ancestors, and spitting on the grave of ours who do and have suffered, bro. Man, no, it's for real. The great Moctezuma was at the time age about 40 years, of good stature, well-proportioned, and thin. His complexion was much fairer than that of the Indians. He wore his hair short, just covering the ears. When can you have woolly hair and cover your ears, bro? Come on, bro. Come on, somebody, please. With a little beard, well-arranged, thin and black. His face rather long, with a pleasant countenance. I don't understand. Help me understand this. Guatimotzin in the page, the other one was 138, page 313. Guatimotzin was of a noble appearance, both in person and countenance. His features were rather large and cheerful, with a lively eyes. His age about 23 or 4, and his complexion very fair for an Indian. Like, for example, I'm kind of brown reddish, right? My son is very fair. The very fair looking kid, right? He's my son. His queen, Denise Moctezuma, was young and very handsome. Let's continue again. This is Hernan Cortez way. I will now proceed. Oh, sorry, page 479. Take it from the horse's mouth. Go to the actual Spaniards and ask them, hey, where did this story come from? They'll tell you, bro, that shit is a joke. Well, let's continue. I digress. I will now proceed to describe the person in disposition of the Marquis. He was of a good stature, strong built, and rather pale. Pale. Hold on a second. Pale.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Complexion. Pale complexion. And serious countenance. His features were is salty, rather too small. His eyes mild and grave. His beard was black, thin and scanty. His hair in the same manner. His hair was black, thin and scanty. His hair in the same manner.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's not woolly hair. Do me a favor, man. Do me a favor. Wobbles, listen. Listen, Wobbles. No, hold on. He is laughing his way to the bank. Y'all are giving this fool money. You think he's going to really help you? He's taking your cashola. Now, look, this is a book that I was going to show you last time, right? Just to let you know, let me move on from it, and then we're done. I'm going to show you the video so you can laugh at his ass. This is Wobbleism to the fullest extent. So now that you have a history of what they're going to go over, rather enjoy the stupidity. And no longer should your spirit be at any moment shaken or disturbed or bothered. This is why I do what I do. I give you information and resource because it is the spirit that is moved. Because when you read this shit, it should bother you. And if you don't know how to answer it, you're like, man, what the hell? Well, now I'm providing you real facts as to where this idiot is going and who these people are and how in reality, you shouldn't even get mad anymore. This should be a joke to y'all, bro, because they're leading them to destruction. Here's why they want your shit, okay? Tratado Único de Singular de los Orígenes de los Indios, del Perú, México y Santa Fe en Chile, por Dr. Diego Andrés Rocha. This is reprinted in 1891, but he was here in the 1600s. Let's go to this particular area here, because that's really what I wanted to get to. All right, so here he's going over explanations in regards to examples as to what they believe is the true origin, right? But here he says, let me see if this is it. Hold on. Let's see. Quiero poner España por vecino del mundo. ¿Qué otras letras? Hold on. Let me see if I can get it real quick. I'm not going to lose my thought this time because last time I tried to show you guys and I didn't. Oh, maybe is this one or is it that one? Oh, hold on. Let me see. How many pages is this? 248. Let's see what pages it's on. 4. Hold on a second, family. 134. Oh, okay. That's what. Check this out. I'm going to leave you with this gem. This is why. And then the other day, this idiot did a little Jew and like, you know, supposedly. Now he's trying to say that they're Jews. I told you, man, Wobbles were going to try to do this shit. Now they're trying to say that these Negroes are Jews and Hebrews and shit. I'm telling you, the only way that they do that is by infiltrating through your history, because the BHI shit didn't work. So Colombianos is just part of the whole game, bro. Don't let these people fool you, man. It's so ridiculous. Check this out. This is why they want your shit. It says here, this is what this Rocha guy was saying. Después de haber puesto los lugares que me han parecido más a propósito. And again, this is what I believe. You don't believe it, you can skedaddle and move on. I already showed my point in regards to what that dude is teaching. Now I'm going to show you what I believe and how it identifies us. Whether you believe it or not, I don't give a shit, bro. You don't have to be here. You're grown men and women. You can believe what you want to believe. I don't pay your bills. You don't pay my shit. I don't take care of kids. You don't take care of my kids. I don't care about your kids. You don't care about mine. So why do you get your time wasted on this? So let's finish it off. It says here, después de haber puesto los lugares que me han parecido más a propósito, sacados de la Sagrada Escritura, para probar que estos indios descienden en gran parte de las tribus. He dispuesto este párrafo para que sirva de miscelánea y de grande y eficaz indicio para que judíos e indios sean de un mismo origen y tengan entre sí mucha comunicación de sangre parentesca.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Okay, so here's what he's going into, how we spoke a certain Hebrew, but it was broken. El tercero, que en el primeras islas de Jamaica, Cuba y adyacente hablan un hebraico corrompido. Certain words, that's what he's going to. Now, that's one book. This is the other book here, part 2 in a sense, all right? Again, same book. You guys can download it, take a picture of it, pause the video, whatever, I don't care. That's what it's called. Tomo 4. El otro era tomo 2, se me hace. Segundo volumen, disculpen. So here you see, hold on a second. It goes. So here he's continuing, right? Because in this book, it ends. Yeah, let me show you. He's going to point 3. Here he gets pretty serious about what he believes in. Now, the similarity, remember the other video about the guy saying, oh, it's Babylon and similarities? Yeah. That's because we were there. At least that's what I found. He talks about how some of us look like the Nazarenes because of the way we hold our hair, how long it was sometimes, that our languages and similarities in the way that we conducted ourselves were Hebraic and Chaldaic in some sense. Okay? So he's talking about really detailed in regards to using the Bible. So now it ends in 8, as you can see, and he continues on this one. 9. So it says, concuerdan asimismo los hebreos y los americanos en la inclinación a la idolatría. So he continues with his similarities between us and them. Okay? So now, outside of that, this is what these guys are teaching. Listen to this.
So this wall is called New Light on the Name of California, all right, by Herbert D. Austin. The source of this, the annual publication of the Historical Society of Southern California, Volume 12, Number 3, from 1923, pages 29 to 31. The United States. In it figures a wild and wonderful island called California. All right, we're talking about the exploits of Esplandian in 1510. All right, a wonderful island called California. Remember what I showed you in the beginning? All right, a lot of these maps showing California as an island. At the right hand of the Indies. Like the farthest, always a far distant land, right? These mythical places are always in an unknown region on the other side of the Indies, India, West Indies, all right? Very close to that part of the terrestrial paradise. What? California? Very close to the terrestrial paradise? What have we been learning? What is all the correlation we've come up with? We've shown that this is the true old world and this is a possible location of the Garden of Eden. All right, so this book, somehow, you know, why he's saying this in this story in 1510, which correlates with so much that we've been learning recently.
Why is he saying this? You know why he's saying this? All right, I'm gonna let it go about to here. Then I'll skip it to here a little bit, just so you can see the continuance of the stupidity. And then that's it. And then I'm done. I think I've proven my point. Unless somebody is still confused. While we're at it, let me just share you guys this real quick. While we're at it, there's wobbles. Listen, and I'm gonna have to repeat myself with y'all. This is from your famous writer that you like to bring out. Culomeados loves to bring this dude out, right? Oh, Samuel Morton. Hey, Culomeados, why don't you share this shit of Samuel Morton that he wrote in Cronea Americana. And you read in this page, a copper-colored skin has been assumed by most writers. Okay, let me go here real quick. A copper-colored skin has been assumed by most writers as a characteristic distinction of the Americans, meaning our gente, indigenous, us, not those few, who have hence been called the copper-colored race after some time, right? The investigation of Dr. McCullough satisfactorily proved that this designation is wholly inapplicable. That's gonna hurt. Why is it inapplicable, you say, to the American as a race? Why? And that it is more characteristic. Oh, hold on a second. Who is it more applicable to? I'm sorry. Of some other and very remote nation.
Fuck that puto.
Shut up. Like Africa, maybe? Like that far distance land? Yeah, possibly, right? How do we know? Well, let's continue. The error was obviously arisen from the habitual use among many tribes of red paint to a brown skin, which occasions a coppery hue. Get it? Made up. Humboldt declares that the denomination of the copper-colored men could never have originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans, meaning our gente, Culomeados, not Negroes. So why are you Negroes using copper color to supposedly designate that this is how they identify y'all? You know what I'm saying? Don't. Whatever, you want to be lost in the sauce, by all means, please do. I'm going to bring facts. Humboldt declared that the denomination of the copper-colored men could never have originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans. And I could further testify that among the individuals of many of the different tribes that have come under my observation, I have never seen a copper-colored man, meaning as in natural, like, no, there's a hue. You get tanned. I got another book, family, which I'll bring it another day, where our sisters would have the babies, and they would dip them in some chestnut type of a mixture of, kind of like a liquid to dye our skin to protect us from the sun. Oh, God. We're going to keep going. We consider, therefore, says Dr. McCullough, that the color of the American Indian in general is brown, differing in intensity, right? Like I'm light skin, dark. My son's light skin. My brother Chato, he's dark skinned. His kids are dark skinned. Brother Jaime is dark skinned. Miguel is like me, or a little bit darker. You know what I mean? We're a variety. My wife, her sisters are dark skinned. She's light skinned. You see what I'm saying? So it differs within the same father and mother, differing in intensity with various tribes according to the various localities. But that it is almost impossible to say that brown color principally resembles, meaning copper color. The cinnamon is, in my apprehension, meaning like as close as I think I can get, the nearest approach to it, though it's still too inaccurate for general comparisons. Why? Because if you think about it, look at your forearm and turn it over and look at the under forearm. If you turn it around, it goes light to brown. If you tan yourself, it could give you that kind of hue color, like that lion's tone, orangey, brown, reddish. You know what I'm saying? Maybe darker. That's why it's inaccurate. That's why it's like, you can't say all of them are copper color, you idiot. I fully coincide in opinion with Dr. McCullough and believe with him that no epithet derivable from the color of the skin so correctly designates the American collectively as that of the brown race. Because I am proud to be my skin tone, bro. And when I tan, I look great. And when I don't tan, I still feel great, man. It is what it is. If some of my kids are lighter skinned, it is what it is. And some of them are not, it is what it is. We don't give a shit about that because we know we got it in our DNA. Although the Americans thus possessing a pervading and characteristic complexion, meaning continuous and characteristic complexion, to this very day we have it, there are occasional and very remarkable deviations, including all the tints from a decided white to an unequivocally black skin.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
This fact may be sufficiently illustrated by the following example. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. What more do y'all wobbles want? Stop believing this guy. Let's go. And we're done.
Right? How did he know? I mean, let's go into this. Which was inhabited by black women. What? So we got an island named California at the right hand of the Indies, right? Very close to that terrestrial paradise, which was inhabited by black women without so much as a man among them. And they lived in the manner of the Amazons, meaning like warrior women, Amazons. They were robust of body, with strong, passionate hearts, and great virtue. The island itself is one of the wildest in the world on account of the bold and craggy rocks. The warlike and beautiful queen, Calafia, was leagued with the pagan princes against the leaders of Christendom, from the great Amadis and Esplandian down. And it says here, in the old French epic, the Song of Roland. All right, here we go again, Song of Roland, at least 400 years earlier. Again, to letting you know it's older, 400 years earlier than the Esplandian. Mention is made of a pagan city or country, Califerne. A pagan city? Didn't they call your ancestors pagans too? Which, along with northern barbarian tribes.
Hey, so now because they call you pagan, now I'm pagan. So they call me pagan. So I'm from the Americas.
So this country, California, is different than the northern barbarian tribes because it's separating it, right? And with other Sicily, separating it with these Mediterranean people, and Africa, and separating it from the Africans, is regarded as a great potential danger to the host of Christendom. So I was saying that all these kingdoms.
By the way, he is not separating them. Along with other northern barbaric tribes and with others from Sicily and Africa, Africa is regarded as a great potential danger for the host of Christendom. He's not separating them, dummy. He's going into the continuous meaning of the word Califerne. But you see how he so eloquently said, "Oh, they're separated. You see, black people. Hey, don't look at that. Come over here, Mr. Woolly Man. Don't look at that Kool-Aid. No. Pay attention to me. I got the water."
Other Sicily, separating it with these Mediterranean people, and Africa, and separating it from the Africans, is regarded as a great potential danger to the host of Christendom. So I was saying that all these kingdoms are a threat. California is on their list as one of those kingdoms that's a threat to the Christendom. And this earlier occurrence of a name so strikingly similar to that of California has given rise to numerous observations on the part of inquiring minds, ranging all the way from skepticism to affirmation, affirmation, whether it was taken by Montalvo with some slight alteration from the Chanson de Roland, or whether both got it from a common source or related sources. The ultimate origin and etymology was as obscure as ever. All right, so saying that these two could have got it from another source. All right, this French Chanson de Roland and these other Romance epics, Amadis de Gaul and the Exploits of Esplandian. From the Harvard Divinity School, says Andover Harvard Theological Library. The book is called His.
He doesn't say more. He gives you a little bit, little, but staying in the same, supporting the misunderstanding of a fuck. All right, fam. So I wanted to show you this little session going on right there. Because you want to know something at 12 o'clock at night. On a Friday evening, it seems like people are not willing to listen. So I'll say it like this. I did this session tonight so I could show our people how you can really prove who we are according to certain scriptures. We can really prove who we are according to how we dress, how we cook, what we use to cook, the things that we believe in, I mean, let's put it this way. And I believe I say it often. But let's keep it real. What other nation of people eats grasshoppers? What other nation of people eats grasshoppers? Why the fuck is this ignored? Everybody says, if you're against those Jewish people, supposedly, what I call fake Jews, you guys are Khazars, you guys are converts. And you can't say that I'm anti-Semitic because I can prove with my DNA that I'm Semitic. So fuck you. You can't prove it with your DNA because you're not allowed to take a DNA test. So you can't do that to me. So if when you talk about them, you're anti-Semitic, right? And then, white folks, for the most part, think they're Japhetic. For the most part. Because, you tell them they're Edomites, they don't accept that shit. They're offended by that. So if we have them thinking they're Semitic, and we have these crackers, egg whites, thinking they're Japhetic, who the fuck are we? I think it's time for these fucking Christmas Christians to answer this question. If you believe in the Bible, who the hell do you think you are in that book? Oh, well, that doesn't matter. No, it does matter, because if you believe in that God should know who you are because he created you. Are you telling me that God has no idea who you are? So from now on, fuck the bullshit. Who are we? You know what? Don't let people say you're illegal immigrants. No. I'm not illegal. Are you anti what? Are you anti-Japhetic? Are you anti-Hamitic? Or are you anti-Semitic? You see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are we? What are we doing? Are we? What are you labeling me as? Let's go to the fact. You're labeling me to something. You labeled on fucking Khazars. You know what I'm saying? Like they're the real Jews. Those fuckers are fake. I'm sorry to tell you. Listen, and look, I'll stand in my ground. I will show you who I am according to the Bible. And if you really want to go with me, white boy, I will show you who I am based on your DNA. So you want to call me anti-Semitic before you go anywhere. This is what I love about this channel, because it's a fat channel. Because in this channel, like, I represent who the fuck we are. You cannot take away none of my fucking history. Because I know who I am. And y'all done fucked up by giving me access to your DNA nonsense and shit. It's not my fault that you're stupid like that. So, as we go further into this history, I want you to understand that in this channel, we ain't gonna fuck around, and we never really have messed around in this channel. In the past, never will we do it today. So do yourselves a favor. If you go back to the beginning of this class, because we're about 6 hours in. Matter of fact, it's a good time to end it. I'm going to finish it with a song. But if you go back to the beginning of this class, you will understand that everything that I share with y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to think two things at once. Everything that I share with y'all comes from the heart. It's true, feelings about how I feel of my gente. And I hope that you understand that these things that I find, they're not far from you, man. This is our shit. This is our heritage. You know what I'm saying? It just took someone it just took someone to fucking pick it up. Not someone like me. It just took someone to pick it up. That's all it took. Nobody special. It just, no, some pendejillo way. Like, he just said, well, let me pick it up. Have a good night.
otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron pa' siempre. Millones razones pa' vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolo tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir.
te escucho, te lucho, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí.
Dame ya no go. Mi lloran frío. Dalo ella vos. Mira las nubes antes de perder las formas. Sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me esté volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Took me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, se retrocede de atrás. No te pierdas, yo te perderás. Abre la puerta de tu portal, que te arrastrará en la profundidad del mar. Mar, me dejaste arrastrar. Ya ni siquiera ve la luz refleja, solo un pelín internado en la oscuridad. Muero porque toques el cielo, pero no el suelo, así que créetelo. Quítate el velo velozmente, bro. Vívete tu sueño, pero despierta a la hora que toca. Esa hora, motherfucker, wake up.
Yo me meo en tu cubata antes. Bebo matar ratas con tan. Vaya al bosque a lo Tarzán mientras enlazan. Fraternidad en casa con su polo colisteras trenas. Te han dejado en el desván de su pensar un mar de ideas. Con grandes ideas ardiendo en chimeneas antiguas. Ríe Dios al ver que te santiguas. Su mente y su luz son ambiguas como mi voz. Lo que para ti es un don, para mí una misión fija. Mis versos son de ninja, tu poesía pa' fijas. Que no te fijan, caen más allá del cristal. La matriz hipnotiza, mi energía os hace trizas. Yo en mi nave nodriza, comiendo pizza con piña, moldea toroides, vórtices. Con mi mente arborescente, junto con Isis y mi luz para crear pegasos en ese perro. Cánticos lemurianos me hacen sentir como en mi hogar la noche sabe informaciones bíblicas, todo lo existente es relativo, o al menos la materia que te describo. Soy antipersonas como las minas y mino, la moral del que venga a negar lo que digo con la mira puesta en su ombligo. Si me retiro del partido que sea como Figo, conocidos denme la pela en verdad. Si en mi barrio me conocen más que tú a tu enamorada. No hay payasos, solo en anémonas de gárgola Andrómeda eres. Conserva tus células primigenias o no podrás volar. El virus se llevó a unos cuantos, pero el ego a más. Se elevó el más a la opulencia. Digo, ciencia, debajo el satanás en el espejo. Jesucristo, la conciencia del flash. La tierra y su paz están vibrando. Los sentimientos son la trampa que están manejando. Los hilos de los cuales tú y tu ego estáis medio colgando. No es que yo sea un superdotado, ni tú un tonto. Solo lo que tú sabes de mierda yo sobre el cosmos. Que lo estudio y profundamente sano me lo tomo. Si no ya hubiera ido a visitar al doctor, porque no soy devoto, mucho menos un santo. Yo jamás voto, pero dale que asalto. Cuando en verdad sé que tendría que sudarme todo la polla, pero pienso que hay que vivir por algo. Que en el letargo cure lo enfermo, sabor amargo, remedio eterno. Me pregunto a toda esa gente que le he hecho y canalizo desde el cielo un verbo así.
All right, fam. I'm call it a night. Appreciate you guys sticking around. I did play a few songs extra, but you know, man, this stuff really matters, family. The stuff that I share with y'all, man, it really does matter. I hope you guys can go back and, in case you missed some of the stuff, rewind, take notes, and maybe it will actually allow you to show some of these things that I share with you with your family. Because the stuff that I share with you guys is actual documentation that you can share with them. It's not assumptions. It's not feelings. It's not like what you think. It's literally what it's in there. So, y'all have a good night. All right. One more jam and that's it. Let's go.
Cuando le dicen a un padre que tu hijo tiene cáncer, lo primero
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivida siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores. Antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.